Good morning to the house.
What up, gang? Congratulations to Jason Amatris. He gets the belt. I believe that's his first belt.
Yeah.
That's big time. That's really big time. I'm big mad, y'all.
Big mad.
I thought it was.
Wait. Oh, there we go. Now I hear.
It made me sad. The new Eminem song made me sad.
Oh.
What up, Dr. David? What up? Soren, what's good?
What's going on, everybody?
Yeah, well. What up, John? This guy's name. Oh, that's interesting. What up, Russell? Good morning.
Doug would call me ham sandwich all the time.
Yeah, big mad. What up, Katrina? Good morning. Oh, vibes are good on a Friday. I mean, they're not great. They've been better, but. Morning, Spencer. What's up, dog? James, say hello to Spencer.
Hi, Spencer.
All right, here we go. We have 7 seconds till liftoff. Welcome to the circus. Welcome to the damn circus. Not this show. The Sacramento Kings. They are so back. They are so freaking back. That's James. I'm Kyle. Usually the vibes are good on a Friday. And they're like, that's fine. The energy is fine. The vibes, though, are down because the Mike Brown contract situation has officially become a circus. And it didn't need to be. If you missed it, if you're living under a rock, last night, or I say living under a rock, if you're not on Twitter, Shams Charania from The Athletic reported that the Sacramento Kings have made, this is verbatim, by the way, off of Shams' Twitter. The Sacramento Kings have made a competitive offer to head coach Mike Brown on a contract extension. 3 years and $21 million through 2026-27, up to $27 million with bonuses, sources say. So far, no agreement. Brown is believed to be seeking around $10 million annually. Later reporting from Fox 40's Sean Cunningham, friend of the show. Some additional context surrounding the Kings' proposed offer to Mike Brown, according to sources. Sacramento's recent offer is believed to be comparable to Jason Kidd's extension with the Dallas Mavericks. Let's put a pin in that momentarily.
Mm-hmm.
My gripe with this is not so much the $7 million a year. That's not outrageous. It's not insulting. It's a little low for sure, but not an outrageously low number. If that contract got reported, 3 years, $21 million up to 2017 in bonuses, it'd have been like, oh, okay, like that's a nice little deal for the Kings. Obviously, Mike wanted to be here and this and that, but my problem comes in, and then $27 million in bonuses. You get that's up to $9 million a year, basically, depending on what those bonuses are. And it insulates the Kings from their worry of, hey, we don't like this coach anymore. We're going to let him go and don't have to pay him $10 million a year. My issue with this, James, is that instead of continuing to do this behind closed doors and continuing to go through these negotiations and doing the numbers and stuff in the privacy of an office or Zoom or phone or however the heck these negotiations get done, I have no idea. They go to Shams with a quote-unquote competitive offer that is only 3 years instead of 4 or more and is $7 million a year, which is, like I said, not insulting, but not something where you're suddenly going to be pounding the table and going, whoa, Mike Brown, now the ball's in his court. Why is he not signing this deal? There's a clear middle ground here.
Yeah.
If Mike Brown wants 10 as per Shams, and the Kings offered 10 million per, and the Kings offered 7 per as per Shams, there's a middle ground here. There's a legit middle ground between those two numbers.
There is
8.5, by the way, if you're not great at math. It's $8.5 million a year.
Oh, yeah.
That to me feels more like in the competitive offer range. And the 3 years on top of this, I'm sorry for rambling, the 3 years on top of this continue to indicate what we have been talking about has been the problem the whole time, is that lack of wanting to commit to the coach. It's 3 years, so it's through 2026, 27. So he gets through 25, 20. He would had 3 more seasons.
Okay, but the way I read this is we're going into the 24-25,
right?
The 25-26,
right?
And then 26-27.
So he gets 3 seasons.
3 seasons. So, but what that means is they're tearing up his current deal, which pays him less than $5 million, and they're giving him 3 new seasons. That's what that would look like. And of those 3 new seasons, or we could say maybe they're not tearing up his deal. Maybe they are giving him closer to that, but not really, because they're keeping his current salary. So I don't know. I don't like the negotiating fully. This is like super transparent. Like there isn't a lot of ways in which you can read this as somebody else. This isn't like some sort of like shell game where somebody who didn't have anything to do with anything is putting things out there that may look like the Kings put something out there. I don't buy any of that. Like this is full on negotiating in the press. And for me, on a day when a former president of the United States got convicted of 34 felonies and the Dallas Mavericks are clubbing the Minnesota Timberwolves on their way to the finals, half the basketball Twitter just went like, what was that?
Yeah.
What are you like? What the? Who just put that out there? Like, what are we doing? That's what just happened.
To me, it's very obvious, by the way, who put this out there.
Yeah.
If it's going to be reported as a competitive offer of 3 years and $21 million with 6 additional million in potential bonuses.
Yeah.
There's zero incentive for Mike Brown to leak it that way. Zero. Or Mike Brown or Mike Brown's camp.
Yeah.
So to me, this is coming from the Kings. Whether I'm not even going to name because I don't know if it's Monty McNair or Vivek or Wes Wilcox or Doug Christie or whoever. I don't know.
Well, I wouldn't like take that last name out. He wouldn't ever leak anything.
I was just picking people I know who are around the organization. No, so I don't even. I genuinely have no idea. But it's so clear that this came from the Kings side, and it's like, why? There's clearly beef here over maybe a year on the contract or $1 million or $2 million. Because I'm guessing that Mike Brown is believed to be seeking around $10 million annually. Yeah. That's Mike Brown's camp going, yeah, hey, we want 10. And you've got the Kings who are going, hey, what about 7? And negotiations go, you meet somewhere in the middle.
I would agree.
That's how this works.
Yeah, so I'm on board with what you're saying. And like, look, I think that there is a way. We can get into the Jason Kidd stuff. First of all, I've heard that that's not the number that Kidd got at all. Like Kidd's, if you go look on the internet, Kidd's number isn't out there. It's higher than that. It's higher than that. And this is one of those things where it's like
they kept it out of the press. Weird. Okay.
Yeah. So
sure.
Yeah, they did actually keep it out of the press. I don't know the exact number, but here's the problem you have with Jason Kidd. First of all, he's got a 522 career win percentage. He's had like below 500 records multiple times. He was about to get fired last season when the Dallas Mavericks didn't make the playoffs. They didn't even make the play-in. They were bad. And Jason Kidd was on the ropes. Jason Kidd makes it back for another year. Heaven forbid you give a guy 3 years to actually build a program, and all of a sudden him and 2 superstars are in the finals. It's just a bad comp. Like Jason Kidd is bad. There are so many other coaches. We went through the list. We think there are like 8 or 9 coaches that we know right now are making 10 million or more. You can look at Budenholzer's 5-year 50. You can look at Doc Rivers 4-year 40. You can look at like yesterday. Was it yesterday when Ty Lue got $14 million a year for 5 years or whatever.
Yeah.
That just happened.
Yeah.
Like all of these coaches are lining up, and I don't think that like you don't take a step backwards. And hey, let's put incentives in. That's fine. I'm totally fine with incentives.
Sure.
But if again you want to get to make one or two easily like reachable incentives, and then maybe one or two that are like pie in the sky, you know, maybe do like 500,000 for making the playoffs, 250,000 for making the second round, 250 for making the third round. Now all of a sudden we're up to $1 million.
Yeah.
And then like if you can win the NBA finals, you get X amount. If you're NBA coach of the year, you get X amount. That all makes sense. Like these deals don't seem like they should be that difficult. But when you're asking somebody to take below market value, or at least it appears you are, it appears that somebody decided to put out there what exactly they were offering, and it's below market value. 3-year, $21 million is below market value, because I don't care about those incentives right now, because those incentives literally could just be like winning an NBA championship and being coach of the year.
Yeah.
We don't know what those incentives are.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think it's probably a moment to take a step back. But I also would point out, it's something I wrote last night on Twitter. They're back at the negotiating tables. After this discussions have been tabled from Woj last week, they're back at the negotiating table. They're having conversations. And I think we're getting closer and closer to a deal to be done. To me, last night felt like crowdsourcing. The crowdsourcing did not go well for whoever put that tweet out there. It didn't go well for Shams, and it didn't go well for anyone out there who actually gave him that information, because it didn't. Like, you go look at the reaction. The reaction is, you know, like very similar to what our friend Kenny says all the time. Like, yesterday's price is not today's price.
Yep.
It just, like, the dynamics have changed. It's not crazy. And it's on Mike as one of the veteran coaches in the NBA to fight for that middle ground, for that around $10 million a year range. And that's because you want to solidify that for all the other coaches. That's what you want to do. And for Mike to take a huge step back off of what everyone else is getting, you think he's like he's worth half of what Ty Lue just got?
Yeah,
because that's what that figure is. It's basically half. That's crazy.
I want to know what sparked them to do this. I'm going to here, just so everybody listening knows, I'm operating under the assumption that the Kings leaked this.
Yeah.
If I'm wrong and we find out down the road, I will be the first to stand here on the radio and admit my wrongness, and we can talk about it then. I'm going to operate based on everything we know and based on how the tweet is worded.
Yes.
That the Kings leaked this. Why would you do this? It's not like Mike Brown's people put out a tweet or leaked something through Woj that last night that said, the Kings have not made Mike Brown an offer, or anything like that. And this is in response to that. This was just a random, like, hey, I heard something on TV or a podcast or on the radio today that I didn't like, or I was walking down the street and some Kings fan said something to me and I didn't like it. So I went to Shams because people need to know that we have made a competitive offer. And it's like, no, you didn't.
Yeah.
You didn't. It's just, you made an offer. Cool. And that's fine. And if, like I said, if they send that offer to Mike Brown, again, I don't know how this works. I don't know if they mail it or fax or call or text. I don't know. But if that's the offer, they say, hey, I know in the NFL, it's typically phone calls. You go, hey, what about 3 and 21 incentives up to 27? And Mike Brown's agent calls Mike and says, here's what they are offering. And Mike goes, no, like, I don't want to do that. What if we do this instead? And then you call back and you go, that's how this goes. That they're going to the press with this is the biggest problem for me. The offer is not, it's low. It's not absurdly low where that is insulting. That's a good, like, starting point. If you're the Kings, this is what we would like to pay, because that's a bargain.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we would like to pay. Like, I'm sure. And Mike Brown would like to make $15 million a year, but he's not going to do that. So, hey, How about 10? We'll start at 10. And then you work your way down. The Kings are already at this point where, for whatever reason, for no reason, just jumped over to Shams and went, hey, make sure, send this out. For who? For what?
Yeah, it's a tough one, man.
It is.
It's a tough one because I also, Kyle, I don't get it. Like, if that's how you're going to conduct this, like, keep it out of the press, like, the best you can. Like, the parameters for this deal have been out there, like, again and again and again, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not like the parameters haven't been out there. Everyone kind of knows what the range is, like, really. So why are you going well below what the range is? Like, you, again, someone tweeted at me. I apologize for not knowing who it was that tweeted at me, but they said something to the effect, oh, here we go. ID graphic on Twitter. When you finally buy your dream car and discover you can't afford the maintenance. That's what this, like, good coaches cost money, and they cost more money now than they did a couple of years ago. It's just the facts of life. It's
how it goes.
It's the cost of doing business. And again, I would continuously point to the fact that the Kings were worth a little over $2 billion like a year and a half ago. They're now worth over $3 billion.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the dynamics are changing all around you at all times. The NBA salary cap is about to skyrocket. The television money is about to triple. Like, why are we fighting over like $1 million or $2 here per year?
Doesn't make sense.
Because what it does is it makes you look petty.
Yes.
Like, unfortunately, it does. Like, whether that was your intent or not, I think it really does make you look like whoever's idea this was. It looks like, oh, first of all, you're not like looking around the league and seeing what everybody else is getting paid. And even if you look at the tweet by Sean Cunningham,
friend of the show.
Yeah, Sean's, like, we're literally partners on the Kings beat. Like, he's one of my dudes, right? But if, like, why would you just pull out Jason Kidd and say Jason Kidd is making this? Okay, even if Jason Kidd is making that dollar, which I don't think he is, even if he is, why is he the guy that we got to compare Mike Brown to?
Yeah, I don't know.
Why is a guy with a .522 career win percentage the guy you got to compare him to? Why is
going to the finals?
Yeah, because he's going to the finals. Okay, big deal. He's going to the finals. Okay, he also has Luka and he has Kyrie. If you wanted to go, his general manager also went out and got Daniel Gafford and PJ Washington at the trade deadline. Yeah. So look, I would just, like, be fair here, like to be fair to all sides. I don't like it. Sure does look like it came from the Kings. There's some weird world in which it did not. Sure. But I don't see that world actually being out there. And let's be honest, man, the deal is right there for the taking. Like, it's not that difficult. He wants 10 million. You got 7 million. You're right. The middle ground right there is like 8.5. You could even like 8.5 or 9, but make the incentives in which if he does succeed, he gets to X amount of dollars.
Yeah.
But why are you doing this? It just does not look good at all.
It looks small time because you're bickering over a couple of $1 million in an era where we know that there's a several $1 billion TV rights deal, like you just said, coming up. You mentioned the thing about the team's valuation climbing by orders of hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars over the last couple of years. And then you have this is not like part of the salary cap. This is not something where they're going, you know what? Hey, we can't keep him around because we're trying to maneuver this. And, there might be a big move down in the future. This is purely not super sold on Mike Brown. So we don't want, if we fire him, which we could definitely do, we don't want to have to pay him out and pay another coach. So what if we just try and like the Kings are trying in this instance, there's some give and take, and they're trying to all take right now.
Yeah.
There's no give in this. And again, I'm going to continue saying this. The contract offer itself is not insane. It's low, but not insane. It's not $3 million a year. And it is a contract offer. So credit to the Kings there for trying. It's not enough. It's not close. It is close, but it's not there. It's not. You're arguing over $1 million, maybe two, over the course of 3 years, or maybe you're arguing over one additional year that would come in 2027, 28, right? Is that right? 26, 27? Yeah, 27, 28.
Yeah.
That's so far in the future. And you want to talk about franchise values going up and TV money coming in. Like, this is so silly. And then to go to the press with that as though this is Greg Popovich or Steve Kerr and we're talking 15s and 20 millions of dollars, or this is a Brandon Ayuk contract extension where it's getting ugly in the press and you're going back and forth and wrong numbers are being reported left and right. Like, this is just an own goal, man.
Yeah.
And the frustration does not come from the offer. It does not come from, because you just said we're getting closer and closer to a deal getting done. So that's not even the issue at this point. It's like, dude, this is, you're so heading the right direction as a team, as an organization, as a franchise. Like, Vivek has worked so hard to get this thing going the right way, getting the right people in place. And whether he has the right people in place or not, TBD. Whether they're going to win a title, TBD. But it's like, dude, this organization has taken so many steps from Vivek on down to move the right way.
Mm-hmm.
And sending this out to Shams last night out of seemingly nowhere, that's the small time stuff that people always say Kangs, Kangz. Like, that's that.
Yeah.
That's a version of this. So all of that is to say, if they get a deal done where it's 4-32 with some incentives that get it to 4-40, again, what those incentives are, no idea. Then we're looking at like, okay, good. Cooler heads prevailed. They came to their senses. Let's move on. Like, this isn't something that we're never going to get over.
Mm-hmm.
This is something that is get passable. But right now, as we sit on May 31st, where Mike Brown doesn't have a contract, and this is the only thing we've seen publicly, that's silly. It is a circus type move.
Well, I think the other problem too is the NBA is about to take a 6-day break because the finals aren't until next Thursday. This is going to be one of the topics of discussion the whole time, and that's what you don't want to be, is the topic of negative discussions. And that's what this is again. Like, this is, I was told when I first started this job by someone within the walls of the Kings that Sacramento's a good news town. They love good news, right? There's an opportunity here for really good news. There's an opportunity for you to lock up a great coach that just strung together 2 winning seasons, came up a little bit short, but all you got to do is make a couple of roster changes and get ready to go into another season where who knows where this team can go, right? This just feels like very short-sighted. Like, you're
100%.
You're not getting like the PR look of this is like, what are we doing? And like, I don't know why they operate this way. This isn't the first time. It won't be the last time. But at the same time, I don't get why it has to be contentious all the time, why it has to get to this level all the time, and why you literally just went out and put a number out there that doesn't look good for you. It doesn't look good for you. You know, we no longer live in a world where you can go to the grocery store and get 2 gallons of milk for $5. We don't. A dozen eggs costs like $6.
Yeah.
Like, you want to go buy apples, it's like $1 something an apple. This is not the same world we lived in 5 years ago. And in the NBA world, it's not the same world we lived in 2 years ago.
Yeah.
The Monty Williams contract destroyed the base. And then boom, 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 boom. That base was solidified way up high.
Yep.
All of a sudden, you got to figure out where you are going to be as a franchise, because if it's not Mike Brown, it's going to be someone else that you have to pay this dollar amount for. Like, you can't walk into a car dealership and there's a $40,000 car and say, I'll give you $23,000. And the dealer's like, no. And then you get angry and you're like, what do you mean?
And so you're going to go try and buy a bicycle instead, and you're not going to win the race on a bicycle.
No. Well, that, and like, in the meantime, you're just damaging everything. Like, there is positivity here whether they made the playoffs or not, there is positivity. There is a vision. There is movement going the right way, something that had not happened for 16 years. You got to try to harness that and ride that. And that's where I'm more I'm more of the opinion that, like, look, this was misguided, and it wasn't something that I would have done, and it's certainly not something that if I were given that number and someone said, like, I'm like, okay, I'm going to quote you on this. Like, these will be in quotes. I'm not putting this out there without it being from someone else, from, like, very clear that a source gave me this information. Because, like, for me, I can't imagine, like, putting the words competitive. I don't want my words being put in there editorializing that this is a competitive offer, because I don't believe that that's a competitive offer in today's NBA.
Sure.
And if other people think that, that's fine. But you also have to look at coaching salaries and where they've been for years, and, like, what Mike Brown is up against as far as establishing this. You know, he needs to get paid what other coaches are getting paid in the league.
Yep.
And if nothing else, you don't get a Sacramento Kings discount when it comes to coaches, because, like, it's the Kings. Like, that there's a history here where coaches lose their jobs very quickly. It's on Mike to fight for every dollar that he can, in my opinion. And I get the Kings.
Everybody always, players, coaches, everyone.
Yeah, I'm not going to begrudge somebody, for what they make. And I'm also, like, if we see this deal get worked out, and in the end it's like a 3-year, $25 million deal with incentives that could push it to 30, that sounds like, in my head, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But that $4 million, it means a lot more in today's market, not just because it's Mike Brown getting $4 million extra dollars. It's that Mike is establishing with the other coaches that this is what NBA coaches make.
Yeah.
So
somebody in the chat asked, is there a bad news town? New York and Philly are the first two that come to mind.
Yeah.
New York and Philly,
I think Chicago
in terms of sports, love some bad news.
Yes.
They are all about ripping into their teams as much as humanly possible.
Yeah, I mean, there are bad news towns, and I get that. Like,
from a sports perspective, I don't know.
Yeah, total.
I haven't spent enough time there in either of those places to know. But sports wise, I've listened to enough radio in those places to know they love some bad news.
Oh yeah, heck yeah.
But that's, I mean, you hit the nail on the head with that. This is such a freaking layup for the Kings. All you have to do is not sending this kind of stuff to Shams and negotiating in public, like you said, and that's just a PR failure. That's a swing and a miss. That's an own goal, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And it's not, they can't recover from this, and oh my God, they need to fire everybody and clean house. It's not that. It is not nearly that drastic. It's just a terrible look. If they came out today and said, and stick with me on this number, Mike Brown signs a 4-year, $48 million extension worth up to $60 million. There's not a single person who's going to be like, whoa, that's too much money. It's not their money. Is it affecting the salary cap?
Nope.
It's not. Now, if they went, hey, we're paying a coach, so we're not going to go into the luxury tax. Okay, now we can talk about an issue. But there's not some number that there's no negative PR for the Kings by re-signing Mike Brown.
No.
To any deal. So it's like, yo, just stay quiet until that happens, and then celebrate the hell out of it when it does. Have Mike Brown Day down in Doko if you want. I don't care. But this is a layup, dude. You just got to make it.
Yep.
That's all.
Yeah, I'm with you.
We have to break. We'll continue talking about this when we come back. I see on the line our favorite segment of the day coming up on the other side. 916-909-1320. 916-909-1320. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. We're the Insiders. More Mike Brown talk coming up on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Clear. Oh, no. Oh.
Yeah, Michael, do you know that? Do you know that that's the case? Because I don't believe that is the case, and I think you're wrong. Just so you know, like,
honestly, just my, no, because going, hey, and I don't even think like, I don't think the reporting on that or going to Woj with that from either side is necessarily like a PR whiff. If you're like, yeah, hey, we're tabling contract talks. This is, whichever side is being completely outrageous. Yeah, fine. But I mean, so that to me is not, because my reaction with that personally was not like, wow, why is this being, why would someone report this? So whether it was Mike Brown or not, and like you said, it apparently it wasn't. So
yeah. Yeah.
we're back. Not we're back. We're mics are on.
All right.
Oh, you got to be joking.
What?
No. I thought I had a Twitter account logged in on a certain device and I did not.
Oh. All right.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Why are we talking so much about milk?
This isn't the case either. I did bring up milk.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I said 2 gallons of milk. You can't get 2 gallons of milk
right.
for $5 anymore.
Yes.
Yeah, this isn't accurate. Just so you know, Peyton. I mean, they literally go to both those guys. They take turns.
It's weird having these long ass breaks.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of want to do the math on. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Oh. Uh.
10 seconds.
No.
Oops.
Abomination. Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Talking milk on ESPN 1320. No, I'm joking.
Price of milk.
That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. We're hanging out with you until noon. Everybody's favorite segment coming up in this next 20 minutes or so. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you want to join the program, if you want to vent about the Mike Brown contract situation, if you have thoughts, if you have takes, let us know at 916-909-1320. Are you mad at Mike Brown? Are you mad at the Kings? Are you mad at both? I think at this point, James, I think the prevailing thought from everything I'm seeing in the chatty house, and the chatty house is my North Star when it comes to Kings fandom. But everything on Twitter and reading on the internet last night, the prevailing thought is like, yo, just get this done. Nobody's mad. Nobody cares about the dollars. Nobody cares about the years. It's like, dude, just get him under contract for the next few seasons and go from there.
You know what? I feel like this is kind of, we had the conversation yesterday about like the bubble championship, right?
Yeah.
So we'll talk about the bubble championship maybe for another couple of years. And then we'll never talk about the bubble championship. It'll never show up as an asterisk anywhere and never look like anything else.
Right.
Like, just get this deal done. And we don't have to talk about how like the sausage was made here, because clearly some of that is being put out there for everyone to see.
Right.
But like, just get it done, and then that way we can all move on. I don't know that that's where, this thing will head. I think there is, again, the fact that they're talking, the fact that like whoever it was, it just like got their hand smacked for putting out some information that looks really, really bad for one side. Like, yeah, this is when a deal should just get done, and we just put this thing to bed, and we don't have to worry about it anymore.
We'll literally never talk about it again.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Like, we're not going to go, you remember that time?
Yeah.
We talk about, you remember that time that you fired somebody? We'll talk about that.
Yes.
Because you did that too many times. But remember that time where you almost didn't get the coach? Like, no, that's not really all that big of a deal. This is the way negotiations go. And like, the Kings have like less than a month before they got to start frying much, much bigger fish in this situation. And they need to, like, all hands on deck, like dealing with whether it's the draft or dealing with trades or dealing with free agency and what's going to happen with Malik Monk, like all of that. This is just something that needs to, it's business. It's the house cleaning.
And not even difficult business.
No.
There's no, like I said, it's not like a cap. There's no financial maneuvering that needs to happen. The $1 million or $2 million they're off is a drop in the bucket to what the Kings are going to make next season.
Well, that, and Kyle, like, look, if you decide that somehow the Kings don't make the playoffs this next year, and you decide you want to fire Mike Brown, is there that much of a difference between paying him out $14 million and paying him out $17 million?
No.
I mean, it's part of doing business in the NBA. It is. It's just straight up.
That's it.
I mean, I don't know what Adrian Griffin got in his deal, but when he wasn't the right coach, like 3 months into the season or 2 months into whatever it was, they fired him and paid out like probably 4-year contract.
Yeah.
Like, bye.
Yep.
He might still just get his paychecks every month, like from here on out. That might be the way that they worked it out. I don't know. But the fact is, they're still going to be paying that guy for the next 3.5 years or something.
Yeah.
That is the NBA.
Yep.
That is the cost of doing business in the NBA. So,
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. We'll continue talking about this, but we want to hear from you as well. And it's time for everybody's favorite segment of the day. It is time for Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch, what's going on, man?
Good afternoon, Kyle, James. How's everything?
I've been better. What's going on, Mitch?
Well, then hopefully it does get better. But first of all, why is milk almost the same price of gas per gallon?
That's
right?
a great question.
And this contract, they had to sign Mike Brown. When I first read that tweet last night, I don't know if you sent it, I forgot it already. It sounded like, what is it, sell cars? Is he getting a base salary and commission? Just pay the guy $10 million and make the right pickups during his off season. And one more thing, talking about drama, I don't think the Kings are going to match the drama that's going on with Denver. I mean, you heard with the Porter's brothers. I just read Drew Gordon. I remember him. He's only 33. Yeah. How do you know he was Aaron Gordon's brother?
Yeah.
He died in a car crash the other day. I mean, how much? I never seen such one team had so much drama with siblings, family. Anyway, thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, thanks, Mitch. Definitely the passing of Drew Gordon is tragic. San Jose basketball legend.
33 years old.
33 years old. Spent some time, I believe, with the Sixers in the NBA. Tragic passing of Aaron Gordon's brother in a car accident last night. Our thoughts and prayers are with their family, because that is just a horrific tragedy that cannot fathom, and definitely put some things in perspective.
Well, that, and even like what he said there, if I caught it correctly, he's right. There is, like, between the Porters and now Aaron Gordon, there's like he just, like, not that the same things are happening, but that is a lot of drama for two players' siblings on one team. That's just kind of weird.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, really, really unfortunate. Situation.
All right. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. We got Don. Don, you're on the Insiders. What's going on?
This is Big E, actually.
Gosh, darn it. Sorry, Big E. What's up, man?
No worries. But prayers out. I just tuned in, so I wasn't sure what you guys are talking about. But
Mike Brown.
Oh, yes. So since Vivek took over about 10 years ago, has any of the coaches even seen a contract extension? Or is the organization really just like, I'm new and don't know what to do now that we have a coach worth extending? Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks, man. That's kind of an interesting question. They haven't, right?
That's actually an absolutely brilliant comment. No, the Kings have never, in Vivek's tenure, and even since Rick Adelman, they have never extended a coach beyond his first contract.
Wow.
I told you, like,
wild, dude.
The only free agent with a 3-year contract or more to finish out his deal since I've covered the team.
This free agent, like player?
A free agent signing. Like, the only free agent signing the Kings have had that was for more than 2 years, more than a 2-year deal.
Mm-hmm.
There's only one that finished out the contract.
I feel like it's a funny name. Oh, no, it's Vladdy.
No. I mean, since I've covered the team.
Oh, since you've covered the
team. Since 2010.
Who is it?
Costa Koufos.
Costa, that's right.
He's the only one to finish out his free agent contract
Costa,
that he signed.
Vladdy, same.
Same the guy. Kings have had plenty of success trading for players, trading for players, and then being able to extend them or getting them to re-sign in Sacramento. That's, like, historically, that's been something, we can go back to the Chris Webber days and all that stuff. Yep. Mike Bibby, like, so many players actually got traded to Sacramento and then extended, but actually getting a player to come on a contract, to Sacramento.
Yeah.
They just very rarely does it stick. A free agent doesn't usually work out in Sacramento.
So, you know what? Let me do this, because I was so negative in the first segment. Let me give credit where it's due.
Okay.
A big congratulations to the Sacramento Kings for being in a position to extend a head coach. They hired a guy worth extending.
Ain't that the facts?
That's big time.
I mean, like, look, I think that is the biggest story here. Like, again, I don't care. I wish the negotiations aren't, like, going like this, and they're not all out there and going crazy.
Right.
Like, but
it's the way the negotiation's happening, not that it's happening.
Yeah.
That's like that. 3 years, 21 million. Like, yeah, that's a kind of low ball offer, but a normal low ball offer in these kind of negotiations. I'm sure the 49ers first offer to Brandon Ayuk was like, hey, will you take 4 years and 80 million with 20 million guaranteed?
Yeah.
Or something. I don't know if it's that, but I'm sure it was low, and certainly lower than anything Brandon Ayuk was ever going to accept. Like, that's just kind of how these things kind of work. It's the manner that they're happening that is the upsetting part.
I think part of the other issue is that we saw last week where, hey, negotiations have ended, right? Like on Thursday.
Yeah.
Whatever that day that was at Woj put out they've tabled talks, right? And then 5 days later, clearly talks heated back up. And that's the number you put out? That's the problem. It's like, hey, you table talks. So nobody knew what the conversations were. We didn't know what the dollar amount was, the years were, all that stuff. And then all of a sudden we get to this point where we know, and it's like, oh, womp, womp, womp. Like, oh, that's why this deal hasn't got done. Like, it's not a question mark. It's like, oh, that's literally why the deal didn't get done.
For people just tuning in, I want to go back to something that you'd mentioned a little bit earlier. And I think it's a very important piece of this. Because, again, that the Kings are negotiating is great. That it went into the press, not super awesome, but again, not unovercomable. So does this, and I'm asking this for you to answer. This doesn't rule out a deal getting done, right? This is not like, oh my God, bridge burned, everything is cooked.
No.
Right.
No. I mean, if anything, if you're one of these camps just won the day, they just split. Like, is anyone else seeing what's happening on social media over this? Like, I mean, I don't even know that I saw the aggregators pick it up because they were like, oh, really? Like, I mean, realistically, I don't think that there's anyone who really won with that tweet, including the guy who tweeted it out.
I'm going to report that the Kings are now on the hot seat.
Well,
the Kings are on the hot seat with Mike Brown.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. You know, you run the risk of this thing backfiring no matter what.
Yeah.
And again, I don't think this is some complicated thing where like somebody's trying to put things out there that, you know, it's very specific. Like this contract negotiation hasn't gone very smooth. And there's really not a lot of reason for it to go this way, for it to be this sort of gummed up, and that unless you don't believe that he's the guy to lead you forward, then it's like, okay, there's a reason why it's complicated. But I just don't think that that's the case. I don't think anyone knows. I don't think we're at a point right now where anyone feels like it's time to change paths. Like, and if there's someone out there and you're so deep into the process, like, who would you go get? Like, if that's how this thing goes, like, if you don't want to pay the closer to the 3-year 25 with incentives or 3-year 30,
sure,
then you probably need to look at the whatever you owe him right now, which from what I know is less than $5 million, and just cut it now. Just cut the cord, because you can't just go into a season like this with all of this hanging over your head.
And that's why I'm optimistic that, okay, they went to Shams, bad look, but I still think there's evidence things are going the right way, and there's incentive for the Kings to get this done for that reason. Like, if they had wanted to part ways with Mike Brown, they would have just done it. They may have been, overall, everybody in the organization, Mike Brown included, might have been upset with how last year went. But if the Kings were that upset, then they would have gotten rid of him the day after the play-in loss to the Pelicans and gone about their coaching search. But they didn't do that because they know, like, yeah, hey, you know what? Mike Brown has won 94 games the last 2 years. This is probably the guy we should be going forward with. So that's what, like, these people aren't dumb.
No.
Whether whoever is doing the negotiating, making these decisions is not dumb. You don't get to where everybody in the front office and the Kings brass are by making bad. Well, you can make some bad decisions, but by generally making good decisions and being smart. So I think they know, like, yo, we can't go hire a coach in June. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
So that's why I really do think that at some point cooler heads are going to prevail.
That's what I would hope.
Last night was a little bit of an own goal going to Shams, but I'm still bullish on the idea that Mike Brown is going to be the Kings coach next year with a new contract.
I would hope so. And I also like how it's being represented out there in different ways. Like, this was not a 3-year, $27 million contract offer. It's that.
Okay.
It's not. It's a 3-year, $21 million deal with some incentives, and we don't know what those incentives look like. And all of those incentives could be next to impossible.
And that's the thing, is if they had leaked a 3-year, $27 million deal with reachable incentives up to $32 million, the conversation today is very different.
Oh, yeah.
The conversation today is like, wow,
okay,
that's a really nice offer.
Yeah.
That means this is probably very, very close to being done.
Yeah, that's a prove it deal. Go ahead, Mike. Show what you can do.
Yeah.
Like we'll build the incentives out so you can do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I personally think that building incentives into a coaching contract is spectacular. I think the same thing. Like the fact that that Domantas Sabonis had bonuses put into his deal the first time when he got to Sacramento, that's what he came with. Like $2.6 million in 2 incentives. One is All NBA and one is the All-Star team, right? And if he gets, if he made All NBA, he gets 1.3 million. If he makes the All-Star team, he makes 1.3 million. Even for a top tier player, for a player who again is now 3-time All NBA player, like he's pushing his name further and further towards the Hall of Fame. So he's still got a rock to push up the hill, but he's getting closer. But the fact that a player of that ilk in his new deal said, no, I want those 2 incentives put in. That to me, he's incentivizing who he is. He's incentivizing him staying at an elite level, him being great. He's saying, no, I want those numbers to push me. And so I think it's okay to have a coach like, hey, like if you're upset that we didn't make the playoffs, okay, how about we have an incentive for us making the playoffs? How about we have an incentive for us making the second round?
Sure.
How about we have an incentive for making the Western Conference Finals? How about we have an incentive for making to the NBA championship and winning the NBA championship? And then another incentive if I win Coach of the Year.
Sure.
Let's make most of them reasonable and obtainable. Some of them obtainable, some of them not obtainable. That seems fair. So there's a way you can get to 10 million, which isn't the easy path, but certainly a way that you could get to 9 million relatively easy. And you could feel like you're making what the other coaches in the league are making.
In the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320, One Groovy Greg asks, are incentives in a contract with a head coach the industry standard in the NBA? He thinks not.
No, I think that there are. I think that there are coaches with incentives. Plus, you have to remember,
I have no idea.
You have to remember that coaching salaries are not like player salaries where you can go to Basketball Reference and we can do Pocket Watch, right? They're not out there. Sometimes the number gets out. A lot of times the number gets out, right?
Yeah.
Like even I can tell you, like when Luke Walton got his deal, it was like a 4-year 20, I believe. But because they were still paying Dave Yeager in the first year, it was structured so like it was like 4.25, 4.75, and then it kept climbing to make up for that first year. And so when they let him go, they actually owed him more. So when they hired Mike Brown, it's like all of a sudden you got a much bigger chunk of change that you got to pay because you tried to offset the Dave Yeager salary early in the deal. And so this deal kind of ramped up. It wasn't just 5, 5, 5. So again, there are all kinds of ways to structure deals, but the point I would make is that when you see Eric Spoelstra get an 8-year, $120 million deal, we're not seeing the back end of that at all. Like we don't know how that's broken down. It's very much not like a player salary. And so there could be gigantic incentives and they're all over the place. And we're not going to know about those incentives for a coach because the agent is typically the one who puts the number out there, how much a coach just got. Sure. He's basically an agent is saying, look what I did. Look what I did. I just got 8 years, 120 million for Eric Spoelstra. You want to sign up with me to be your agent for your next coaching job. Right. So it's a lot like the Rashawn Holmes deal, except for when the Rashawn Holmes deal, the numbers finally came out. It was like, bro, the only way for him to make a 4-year, $54 million deal is for him to get traded like 3 times in the first year and have the 15% trade kicker kick in every time.
And hitting every incentive and like it's maximum dollars.
Yeah. Even like I know the Buddy Hield deal was announced at like an agent put it out there. It's a 4-year, $106 million deal. It was not. It was a 4-year, $85 million or $86 million deal with likely incentives to push it up to $94 million. and unlikely incentives like Buddy wins MVP or Buddy wins an NBA championship that would push it to like 106.
Yeah.
So again, there are incentives built into a lot of coaches' salaries and stuff. We just don't know it nearly as much as with players.
I saw somebody in the chatty house ask if we had considered, I think it was Andrew Sterling. Thank you for listening and chiming in. This is a good question. Said, have you considered that this was a chess move from Mike Brown to leak this, for Mike Brown's camp to leak this to make the Kings look bad? And we talked about this a little bit at the top of the show. Yeah, definitely considered it. Do not think it's the case whatsoever.
No, I don't.
That's just, I don't, no.
No, that's a good way to get fired.
Yeah, that right.
Yeah,
that's
if you
a
want
terrible idea.
If you want to embarrass an owner, that's a good way to just get your final paycheck.
Yes.
And again, this late in the offseason, have to go try to find another job after you get let go. Sure, you'd have some money to walk away with, but at the same time, that doesn't feel like this is what happened at all.
No.
I would be beyond shocked if that were the case.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and
if it came out that was the case, then
yeah,
it'd be like some questions.
6-dimensional chess. That's not. Yeah, it's not even like 3-dimensional chess. It's like. Yeah.
The other thing that popped up in the chatty house, and again, if you want to participate in the chatty house, twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. While you're there, hit the like button, a little thumbs up underneath the video, and also boy, here we go, 3, 2, and 1, and also subscribe to the ESPN 1320 channel. That way, all our stuff is always right there at the top of the feed. You get notified when we go live, which we do every single day at 10 a.m. It's me and James on the Insiders until noon, followed by D-Lo and KC to hang out with you from noon to 4. All right. The other thing that came up in the chat was, and I did not star it, that's my bad, but they said, I can see the Kings side in this though. And I can too. I get why they don't want to go, if they're not sold on Mike Brown, okay. And they go, hey, we don't want to give him 4 years and $40 million because we don't want to pay him $20 million if he's out of here in 2 years. Like, okay. I see that from their perspective, from a business perspective. And I get why you would try a 3-year, $21 million deal with $27 million, up to $27 million with incentives. I see why when you're negotiating that you're going to come in with that offer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm there. I'm with you. And I see why Mike Brown would want $10 million a year. I see it there. It's not the offer. And it's not that the Kings are trying to structure this with like, yeah, hey, maybe some incentives because we need to get to the playoffs, dude. We need to go to, and if you make it, then we'll pay you like we would have had you gone to the playoffs or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
That great. Like I'm fine with that idea. I like the idea actually, but we will say this again and again. It's how this has gone down. It's like, why are you sending that? Why are you sending that to Shams? It's not compelling. That's not helpful. So that's the bigger issue. I see what the Kings are doing from a negotiation standpoint when it comes to the contract terms.
Mm-hmm.
And I see why they would want to structure a deal that way. Cool. A+. You're like $1 million or $2 million off. Just do that. Get it done. Why are you bickering over potentially $4 million if you let $4 million extra dollars over 2 years?
And
that's the question.
The thing is, what if they do go crazy? What if the Kings make some moves this season? What if Mike Brown goes into the season as a lame duck? Mm-hmm. You make some moves, you go into the season, and then midway through the season, you realize that, Mike Brown is going to have this team winning 60 games, and we don't know where they're going to go. What if they do keep winning in the playoffs? What if they get to the second round? What if they get to the Western Conference Finals? Now the negotiation gets a little dark because you didn't pay when you could have.
Yep. And
now you're going to be looking at Ty Lue money. Mm-hmm. You're going to be looking at,
and I think they'd be willing to pay that. If they go to the conference finals next year and the year after that, and Mike Brown said, hey, I want a Ty Lue contract, then I think they'd be fine with that. I think they're still wary because of how this year went.
Mm-hmm.
But Anyways, that's James. I'm Kyle. We have to break. Second hour coming up right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader. Clear.
Yeah. See, Rory, I totally agree. The Woj tweet was harmless, and the story itself behind the Woj tweet was even less. Like basically, Woj tweeted that they had table talks, and then his article literally said the Kings have table talks, and then gave the nuts and bolts of what Mike Brown has done in Sacramento and elsewhere, and that was it. So, yeah. That wasn't like a shot across the bow. It was more of a, all right, table talks, but, talks clearly weren't tabled. They fired right back up in the course of the next couple of days.
Tabling talks for the weekend.
Okay, this is another question that I think keeps coming up. The acquisition of the A's caused Vivek to become more tight with money. First of all, there's nothing that says that Vivek's going to be able to get the A's. Secondly, if Vivek wants to buy in a minority stake with the A's right now, like Fisher's been selling like a $500 million stake, right? And that baseball team is probably, what do you think it's worth? $3 billion?
Something like that.
Well, I mean, without a stadium, probably more like 2 points something. Okay. Okay, we're talking about $2 or $3 million, $4 million with Mike Brown. Like, your money can't be. You can't say that money's tight here, and I can't extend a coach and give him an extra $1.5 million or $2 million a year when you're working on, potentially a $2.5 billion deal, and then if you're going to build a stadium, another, billion something to build a stadium. Like, again, I don't want to say this is pocket change, but this is pocket change, especially with what's about to happen with the NBA and the money, the television money. So, John Poles, I'm very proud of you. John is eating a second bowl of Fruity Pebbles. Good for you. Yeah, I think we're all like a lot of jumping to conclusions with a lot of this stuff. Like, again, the easiest solution here is usually the correct one. Anything else going on here?
Hey, Charlie.
Hello.
Current A's valuation is $1.2 billion according to Forbes.
1.2 billion for the A's,
Mhm.
and that's because their stadium is worth nothing.
Yeah, because they literally have no stadium.
Well, that in their minor league system is trash,
Yeah,
and they don't have any talent in the major league roster.
that's correct.
And
Other than that,
they've stolen the plot of Major League, which is an infringement.
Well,
Yes,
they could be sued for
so
that.
so that makes sense.
That's true.
Yeah.
So, are you continuing on with Mike Brown in this next segment, or are you moving on to another subject?
Probably continuing on with Mike Brown. Is that okay?
May I speak for a few minutes?
Oh.
Please. James, can you?
Oh yeah, it's not on.
We've still got another minute or so. Oh, more than that, like minute and a half.
I don't know where Charlie's going here.
Almost two.
I just
Right
know
there.
he's gonna get us all in trouble.
I can't wait.
I just haven't played for a while, and every once in a while I just need to play.
Oh, my password is incorrect. Always the same. Do you have your own headset?
Oh yeah, baby.
What are these doing here?
I don't know.
I had to borrow them the other day. I gave them back. StreamYard. Kyle singing.
Kyle.
Charlie's going to come in here and say something incendiary that's going to get us all phone call.
This is it. Last day for the insiders.
Great.
Honestly, if that's how we went out, I'd be fine with it.
Blaze of glory, baby. Blaze of glory.
We're going down in flames.
Oh, hey, we're coming back. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Hanging out with you until noon. Then D'Lo and KC will take over, and they will take you into the weekend. But, man, what a treat. Charlie O in the building to start our second hour. Charlie, what's up, man?
Hey, man, I have been listening to the show all week.
Oh, thank God.
And enjoying it, by the way.
Come on.
Yeah, as I always do.
Charlie's, if you're unfamiliar with the station, Charlie is our boss. He is our brand manager.
And I've been listening to this whole discussion about Mike Brown. And I am getting to the point of just being so upset with the Kings over this issue. And here's the reason I'm upset about it, is that you've got smart guys who own the Kings that are treating this as a regular business. I've always said that I think Vivek Ranadive is one of the smartest people in the world. I've said that if I won the lottery, I would literally go and follow him everywhere that I could go and beg him to manage my money, because obviously the guy knows how to make millions and billions and everything else. That's why the Berkeley Trust Fund has him run their investments and everything else. He's a smart guy.
Sure.
But they're trying to operate this situation on the court like they do a lot of businesses. And that is, if a guy has a Harvard MBA, he can run anything. And I've seen this happen in business after business. Okay, guy has a Harvard MBA, he can run a manufacturing company. He can run an airline. He can run this. He can run that. There are some businesses where you can't do that. And one of the places where you can't do that is coaches in the NBA are very, very special. You know that. James knows that. I know that. And we have a prime example of what happens when you mess with coaches and what kind of upset it can cause with the Kings. And I start with when the Kings dumped Michael Malone. Michael Malone was on the precipice of turning the Kings around. Also dealing with a very difficult player. And they didn't like the style that he was playing on the court. So rather than giving him a chance to turn some things around and work with him and everything else, they dumped him. And then what did they go through? Okay, George Karl, Dave Yeager, Luke Walton,
Ty Corbin.
Whoever else was in the interim.
Alvin Gentry?
Yes.
I think I coached for a while. I'm not sure.
No,
but
you were.
I
liked you there. Yeah,
I probably did. But now we get back to Mike Brown, and all of a sudden Mike Brown puts them into the playoffs. Okay. And now, okay, he's all right, but we don't really need to pay him a whole lot, because if he doesn't work out, we'll find somebody else. That is not true. These guys are special guys. They're specialty guys. They have experience, the ability to communicate and be with players and everything else. And why are they doing it? Because they're still paying off for their past mistakes. And so they want to be tight-fisted about it. Well, here's the problem that I'm having. Right now, Adam Silver is negotiating the largest television contract payoff in the history of the National Basketball Association. And he's not done, because the rumors are flying now that there may not just be 3 players. It looks like they still might include TNT and Warner Brothers in it, and there might be 4. So rather than being $2.6 billion a year coming in, it could well jump over $3 billion a year. And if they're smart, that's what I would do, because NBC's cable deal is trash, and I think it's going to hurt them in the ratings if they do that. Plus the fact God help us, Sunday night NBA basketball with Mike Tirico. Oh my gosh. Where's the mute button? But anyway, but it's a situation there where they're not going to be hurting for money.
No.
So you can't hide behind, we're not going to have the money. So make the investment. At some point, you have to invest in your basketball team. You have to make a long-term investment in a coach.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, okay, granted, Steve Ballmer, this guy lets hundreds fall out of his pocket just for fun. Okay.
Sure.
And we understand that. And Vivek's not in that same category, nor are the minority investors. But at this point, you have got to invest in this team, and you've got to tell. I don't care about the fans. I don't care about sports talk show host at this point. You've got to tell your team. That's what I said, James. I don't care about sports talk host.
The insider's back on the break.
But you've got to tell your team,
sure,
we've got somebody here for you for the long haul, because then the good vibes, the good play, all the things that you need, and for the free agents out there that you would like to get, and for the good draftees that would want to come and play and stay, know that you've got some stability. And until they establish stability, it's going to be play-ins, first round and out, whatever else. And you know what? The Kings are not displaying stability at this time.
Stability is such an underrated thing in sports when it comes to just team construction.
Well, specifically in the NBA.
Yeah, you need good players for sure. You need good coaches for sure. But just keeping guys around and letting them work through things instead of at the first sign of trouble, pulling the plug and going, oh, no, new thing, different thing. Like that's where this team is. Like Mike Brown is a good coach for it. And maybe they find out in a couple years, hey, you know what? This thing is maxed out. We need to take another leap. There has to be something different. But like right now is not it.
No.
Yeah, you're not there yet.
No.
And if you think you're there, then
that's a whole other
you
problem.
Really don't know the game that well. If you think that this team should have won 60 games and this team should be fighting for a title, then you don't really know what your product is. And that's a problem. Yeah. That's an even bigger problem. And stability, like, again, I've seen so much change. Like, this is my 9th head coach. Mike Brown is
crazy.
And my 14 years.
And it's not like you've been around for 40 years.
And I know someone goes, oh, you're counting interim coaches. Like, bro, there was Alvin Gentry is the only interim coach. No one else was an interim head coach. They gave all of them head coaching jobs.
Even still, I don't care if you're counting interim coaches. 9 in 14 years is an insane amount.
Yes. There are other people out there that have never seen a coaching change.
I mean, think about this. The Oakland A's have been more stable at the manager's position than the Sacramento Kings have been at the coaching position.
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean that.
The A's probably should have moved from Bob Melvin long before they did, but that's fine. Different story.
Sure.
They aimed for stability. Yeah, man. I think that's such a huge piece of, when we sit here and we, again, not saying that Mike Brown is the best coach in the league or anything like that, but it's like, dude, with the direction the Kings are heading, the dude is in your building.
Well, not only Kyle, he had a 612 win percentage coming into Sacramento. That number's only dropped to 607. He put his sterling 612 career win percentage on the line to come to Sacramento. And he's only dropped that much in 2 years. That's nothing. He still has a 607 career win percentage. You want to compare him to Jason Kidd and his 522 career win percentage? That dude's been like...
Because Luka figured out how to win in the NBA.
Yeah, because he's got... Yeah.
No, Jason Kidd, I don't want to... This is a little bit of a sidebar. Jason Kidd's done a really nice job in these playoffs.
I agree.
Oh, yeah.
Really, really nice
Surprisingly good job.
Yeah. But they extended him well before they went to the finals.
Yeah.
And James, isn't it true that in today's NBA, with the way things are lining up and coaches' contracts, you're always going to be paying off your last mistake?
Yeah, like very, very rarely do you get a coach who makes it to the final year, like that you haven't jettisoned. I mean, even like the Luke Walton thing, like for an example, they had signed him to a 4-year deal. He came back for year 3, and that's really it's so you didn't have to pay a whole nother coach. You paid an interim coach, which you might bump a guy up to like $2 million bucks as interim, but you're not giving him a $5 or $8 million salary like at that time to take over the team, and especially with Luke having 2 years left on the deal. So you had Luke start the season, Then when you fired him 24 games into the season and had Alvin take over, it was as an interim tag. And so, yeah, you had to pay Luke the rest of that year and you had to pay him his next year, but you didn't pay an extra head coach there that one season. So when they hired Mike, yeah, they still had to pay Luke. They still, and again, they've already paid $14 million a year for a head coach, or at least 10, because that's when you pay Luke 5 and Mike 5 or whatever it is, that you're paying them over 10, combined. So that's where it's kind of like, what are we doing here? And again, to your point, if Mike is the wrong coach, he might be down the road. We don't know that yet, though. It's too early.
Sure. Yeah. Ultimately, I think this thing gets done. We'll be talking about Mike Brown and the Kings, and we're going to be way past this very, very soon. Charlie, thanks for hanging out, man.
Hey, guys, I had fun. Just wanted to jump in. Everybody who listens, everybody in the chatty house, we love you all. Thanks for being there. We appreciate you.
That's Charlie O. We'll come back. Hey, we'll talk about a non-Mike Brown thing when we come back. How about that? You want to try that?
Okay.
All right, let's try on a non-Mike Brown thing for size. Coming up next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
See you, Charlie. Yeah, isn't this a good point? Imagine the bag Jason Kidd would have got if he waited to sign an extension until after the season.
I do think it's kind of interesting that it's like once you've won a title, you just enter a different salary bracket.
Yeah, and I mean,
it's kind of it's pretty fascinating to me.
And the fact that Monty Williams is the guy who kind of broke that.
Yeah.
When he doesn't have a title.
Yeah.
So he's the one jumped way up and took the salaries with him. But he's got no rings. He might have rings as an assistant. I don't remember. Maybe with San Antonio. But again, he lost an NBA championship, an NBA title. Uh-oh.
This is a very, very funny chat. Charlemagne the God is a radio personality for what's it called? The Breakfast Club, I think it's called.
Oh, I don't know.
Is or was. Yeah, but a famous person in that. So Charlemagne the God is really funny.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd spend the entire week on Mike Brown. I didn't.
We weren't going to do anything on Mike Brown. Hang on. 2 minutes.
Oh. He can come in and sit with us, right? 2 minutes.
We got somebody else coming in. Devo or Casey, whichever one comes in for a little handoff segment. You can just hang out in the corner over there. This is James Ham.
Hey,
James,
nice to meet you.
Nice
to meet you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can sit.
Yeah, so you can pop squat here.
You can see the chatty houses over here on the right.
Yeah.
And then those are our two ugly mugs.
Yeah, we'll walk through once the show's over, kind of chit chat a little bit. Where do you go to school?
I just graduated from Grand Canyon University.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. Okay. I lived down in Gilbert for a while.
Oh, nice.
And Sac State played GCU when second year I was there.
Yeah.
And so I went down there and called their baseball game. It was, dude, that's a sick little stadium.
My son has a good friend that goes to GCU.
A good sports program.
I think he's going to be a senior. He's do they have a water polo program? Because he played water polo at his previous school. I don't know if he does there.
No idea.
Yeah. I don't think they ever advertise water polo anywhere.
You go to high school up here?
I did full time.
Oh, okay.
Oh, cool.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Well, neato, man. We got 20 seconds, and then we'll do our thing, and then we'll have another break. And then, like I said, after the show, we can chat. And yeah, dude, for sure. Yeah. We should. Are there headphones right there that he can plug in so you can hear?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just plug those in. The little headset thing is down there. To your
Down below.
right,
It's right here.
Oh, okay.
underneath.
On the right.
Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
He's James. I'm Kyle. We're hanging out with you until noon. Then D'Lo and KC will take over. We got the handoff with one of those two coming up in about 30 minutes right here on Sacramento's Sports Leader. We're going to put a pin in the Mike Brown stuff.
Oh.
Because I think we said basically everything we can say about it.
And then we had Charlie say some of it again.
And Charlie came in hot, which is fine. Anytime Charlie wants to come hang out with us, he is more than welcome. Mostly because he holds our careers in his hands every day.
I guess.
So like, what am I going to do? Tell him no? Like, hey, I want to come talk about whatever you want.
Okay, Charlie.
Yeah, you want to come
That's
talk
fine.
NASCAR, whatever it is you're into.
But then he came
We're
out
also
here and
into.
he started talking about how like he doesn't care about sports talk shows. We're like,
That was crazy.
come
That
on,
was
bro.
wild.
That's like unnecessary.
Yeah, just taking shots. So yeah, that look, we both think that the Mike Brown contract's getting done. The Kings made a whoopsie going to Shams, and that's the long and short of it.
Yeah,
That's in summary, and then we're gonna move on.
Yeah, I definitely do feel like it's going to get done, like eventually. And actually, I think I'm hoping that we just took like some weird side steps here, and this thing will get done relatively quick.
Yeah,
like it's just sitting right there. It's not like
it's a layup. The Kings have the ball uncontested under the basket, and they're doing the pump it.
Yeah, they
pump it.
Yeah,
like, dude, stop. And then they just like spun it off the backboard to rebound it to themselves with a shot. It's like, dudes, put it in the bucket.
Just like score the bucket.
You want to go reverse with the lefty? However, I don't care.
I don't
put it
either.
in the basket.
Yeah.
All right.
We are right there. We are right there.
Very, very close. All right, let's do a good idea or bad idea. Huh? Sound good?
Yeah.
Sound like a good time? All right. Good idea or bad idea. We do the segment every day. Three things.
Good idea.
Three things happening in the news. And then we take those things and we decide whether the thing that happened is a good idea or a bad idea. Hey,
That's
James. Right. Hey, James. Negotiating via the press. Good idea or bad idea?
I would say that's a bad idea, Kyle.
Yeah, that's not a great idea. Honestly, though, hey, hang on. In general, yeah, but I think sometimes it's a good idea.
Every once in a while, you have to do something like this, but
especially if you're a player, specifically a player.
I think, yeah.
And Mike Brown is like, or not Mike, and your front office is telling you, hey, here's what you're going to offer you, and it's super low and below market value, and they're just not moving off of that. And you want to go demand a trade publicly, or your agent wants to go out and make some statement, then fine. Because you need public opinion can sometimes sway a team. But yeah, most of the time negotiating through the press, not a great idea.
I would agree. I concur, Kyle.
Number two. I don't know if you saw this after the Mavericks won the final. The Mavericks won the Western Conference Finals, by the way. We had not mentioned that yet. They dominated. I came on this radio show yesterday and I said, I kind of think the Timberwolves are going to roll tonight. And then they didn't. And
I kept telling you, I don't have a feel for this. I felt like there was going to be one game where there's just nothing you can do where Luka and Kyrie get hot and you're going to get destroyed. Yeah. I did not think it was going to be last night.
That was last night for sure.
I thought game 6 probably, but
that's exactly where I was. I thought the Timberwolves are going to roll last night. The Mavs are going to lock back in for game 6 and win it at home. Alas, Luka scored 20 in the first quarter, wound up with 36. It was just unbelievable last night. And after the game, Luka is enjoying a beer with his dad, standing in the hallway and in the tunnel underneath the stadium, having a beer, hanging out with Pops. Michael Finley, Mavericks legend, walks up, daps up Mr. Doncic. Little bro hug. Goes up to Luka, just very calmly swipes the beer out of Luka's hand. Didn't make a scene, didn't say anything, didn't splash it everywhere. Just grabbed it out of his hand, and then walks away.
Did he drink it when he walked away?
No, he just took it.
I wonder if he was like, oh, we probably don't want that being the image of you standing out here with a beer in your hand. Or if he's like, no, I'm just going to big time you, Rook, and I'm going to take
I think that's exactly what it was.
I'm just going to steal your beer.
That's what I hope it was.
Yeah.
I hope they're not like, oh, image of Luka. Like, image of Luka standing in the tunnel drinking a beer after he just pulled the Timberwolves' arms and legs off and threw them into a fire.
Yeah.
Like, that's hilarious. That's incredible.
I think it's
amazing.
I'm almost like surprised she didn't have one of the like Las Vegas, like the foot,
Oh, dude, that
the
with the straw
yard,
in it.
the yard of like you can see him like
Hey.
sipping on like the red daiquiri one. Like,
So I had I had not been to Vegas as an adult.
oh,
As like a 21-year-old adult with friends. I'd been once, but I was with a girlfriend and her parents at the time. So it was kind of a weird vibe for your boy.
okay.
I didn't go to Vegas with friends until I was like 24.
Oh,
And I found out that not only can you get like 3 feet of strawberry daiquiri,
a yard of daiquiri.
but then they float it with Everclear.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, what an amazing place. I love this place. I'll never go back. But at the time, it was great. It was a really fun time. Shout out to Las Vegas. Yeah, bad idea for Michael Finley. Let Luka have his beer.
No, I think it's a good idea because I think you need to make sure that he knows he's still not the man. You're the man.
Sure. Michael
When
Finley,
we're
more the
hanging
man in Dallas.
When we hang a banner, you're the man. You're not the man right now.
I like that. But maybe that was the message. Like, hey, you can drink a beer and celebrate after we win the whole thing.
Yeah, and he's like their GM or their assistant GM.
Yeah,
like,
he's
Michael Finley.
He's an important person.
Yeah, he
Dallas.
is.
Not just a rando hanging out.
He's always been nice every time I've actually met him, like as in his current job.
He has a nice guy face to me.
Yeah,
he looks like he'd be a kind person.
Yeah, I think he is a kind person.
Good. Number 3, ESPN's Football Power Index said, to hell with the Super Bowl hangover. The 49ers are the number 1 team in football. They have the highest chance, again, according to ESPN's FPI, their Football Power Index analytics, whatever they do, they run their simulations and this and that. They have the highest chance to win the Super Bowl this year. It's 16%. The Chiefs number 2 at 12%. The Lions number 3 at 10%. Good idea or bad idea to make the Super Bowl losing 49ers? And before you answer, I did the research on this today. 6 teams have ever, this does not include the Buffalo Bills, who went to 4 straight Super Bowls and lost all of them, which is just devastation. But 6 teams, including the Bills, who did it 4 times, have ever lost a Super Bowl and then gone back the next year. Only 3 teams have ever lost a Super Bowl and then gone back and won it the next year. And only 1 team, the Patriots, who did it in Super Bowl, lost Super Bowl 51, won Super Bowl 52, are the only team since the turn of the century to do it.
Okay, so I'm looking at this and then like whatever their metric system is for doing some of these rankings, I don't ever understand, because we keep meaning to get to it, but don't they have Melton as like the number 6 free agent in the NBA this year,
ahead of Pascal Siakam
and OG Anunoby? He's just right there above them.
Yeah, because of his wins above replacement metric, whatever that is.
Yeah, and then his WAR, and then his he's like, was it Malik Monk number 10?
Yes.
Yeah. So, like, I think maybe it's possible that they have a broken calculator.
Yeah.
It's like I think the Niners can be there. Yeah, I do. I think that they can get there, and I'm not gonna tie too much into like what's happened in the past. Like, I think every individual season, every team has its own place, and you have to see how they go and like all that stuff.
Yeah,
but
this is a strictly on paper thing. They eliminate any other variable.
Yeah.
Like they
on paper, the 49ers should have the best team in the NFL.
Yeah, on
talent
paper,
wise,
very much so.
Best team in the NFL. But that doesn't mean you're going to win it.
If I had $1,000 to bet on a team to win the Super Bowl this year, I'm not putting it on San Francisco.
No, I'm putting on the Chiefs again. Like, come on now.
I'd rather, until they get unseated, I think that's probably the move. A bad idea for ESPN to tout the Niners as or ESPN FPI, I guess. I don't want to say ESPN. Seth Walder did not pick the 49ers. He simply ran the numbers.
Put it through a machine.
And the machine spit it out. So whatever machine spit that out, that's a poor idea. So that's where we land on that. We need to talk about the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
Because we have a matchup. Celtics Mavs. It doesn't happen for 6 days?
Yeah.
Next Thursday is when the finals start.
I can't wait for Monday when we got nothing to talk about.
Bad idea on the scheduling there. But we'll talk about that NBA Finals matchup. And we'll also have your calls at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. That's the phone number. Don, I see you on the line. We will get you after the break. And if you want to join in, it's just going to ring, because that's how calls have to work on this show. So it's just going to ring. Have some patience. We'll talk finals. We can talk Mike Brown, whatever you want. We got that coming up next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Clear.
Sweet. What's up, Chatty House?
That's the other thing we do at this station. It's just something that D-Lo and KC kind of established was at breaks. We're talking to the Chatty House. It's great. We get so many ideas from them on things to talk about, takes, thoughts, opinions. Yeah, good group of people. And then there's this guy Manny who's also in there.
Oh, Manny.
Dang, dude, that's jeez. I think I've already hit that.
Yeah. Isaiah Barker, right?
Yeah, the fact that
go ahead.
that they won a Super Bowl without wide receivers is crazy.
Just totally nutty. Totally nutty.
Yeah.
What did you major in?
Communications and emphasis in broadcasting.
Oh, sick. That's really
Cool.
I wish Sac State had that. They might now. I had to do mass communication studies. I got like 3 classes in. And I was like, this isn't what I meant to study.
I have a degree in history.
Yeah.
I didn't take
That's the move.
any of those courses.
That's what I tell everybody who will hit me up, high schoolers and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, hey, how do I get? It's like when you minor in journalism to get the basics,
Mhm.
but major in literally anything else.
History, English,
Yeah,
like
get
where
a
you're
background.
writing.
Yeah,
Where
you're
Yeah.
writing and where you're just learning things. Yeah. My journalism major does nothing for me.
Mm.
Like I could have done a minor and
I have a minor in comparative
no
literature.
Drake. In what?
Comparative literature? Yeah, comparative literature. Like literature.
Where you compare them?
Yeah, but like Davis has a whole comparative literature department, like
Huh.
critical thinking, critical theory.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just didn't know what it was. I've heard of literature, classic literature.
You have to take a certain amount of English courses, and then on top of that, you have to take like their basic courses. Yeah.
I would go if I could go back and do college again, I would have majored in history. Turns out I really like history.
I also like history.
Just reteaching it to myself as an adult. Let's take you into Studio One real quick. I'll introduce you to Jesse.
How much time do we got?
2 minutes and a half.
Oh, sweet. Why did the breaks? Well, the breaks are long today.
A little bit long.
Yeah. Chris Juvenile, history majors not using their degrees. I don't know about you, but I think I've written a few articles over the course of my career. I think I've probably written, close to 10,000 articles. So I would disagree with you because history majors, we write, like you write and write and write and write and write. Like, I don't know. The answer is yes. Yeah. And Chris, I would like my plan was always to go back and get my PhD in history. And I might still do that, but it would be more of a passion project than it would be like to go do anything. Oh, yes. You found Sean at Bottle
Okay.
Rock.
We're coming back.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle Madson. He's James Ham. I should probably turn the mics on. We're hanging out with you for another half hour right here on Sacramento Sports Leader. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. D-Lo today, I believe, for the handoff. That's coming up in about 15 minutes.
He might bring some fire.
I can't wait. I'm really, really excited to get his thoughts on just kind of how the whole Mike Brown thing has gone down. But we'll put a pin in the Mike Brown thing for now. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. James and I are going to talk about the NBA Finals a little bit.
Oh.
And about the Dallas Mavericks win over the Timberwolves last night and just kind of the Mavericks little playoff run in general. If you would like to take the pin out of the Mike Brown thing and discuss it, give us a call, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Don, you're on the Insiders. What's up?
What's up with it? Hey, Kyle Hammer, it's TC.
Oh, TC.
TC. Call screener got it wrong again.
Hey, I told you that's my nickname. I'm just going around with it, man. Don't even trip.
I love it. Go ahead.
Hey, now, so look, hey, Ham, hey, pay that man. Like, I don't know. I said so. I don't know if it's Brown. It could be on the flip side, right? I want to say something about the Niners too, Kyle. But
go for it.
As far as Brown, what if Brown is saying? I know it sounds crazy, but what if Brown is saying, you know what? I'm gonna hold off. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know the deal came through, but what if Brown is like, you know what? I want to hold off and see what Monty is gonna do with these moves. Like, stop making handicap moves. Get some guys in here that I want to get in here. And if we can get some guys in here, then we can continue to talk. But if not, then, bro, we're just going to be tabled because I'm tired of this guy bringing guys in that I don't want. What if he's on that side of the spectrum? I don't know. Maybe it sounds crazy, but you know what I'm saying? What if Brown's like, hold on, you guys aren't getting the guys I want. I want to hold off. And as far as the Niners, Kyle,
yeah,
you know what, man? I'm over it, bro. You know, if we're gonna win it, we're gonna win it. I'm like George Kittle, man. I'm just jaded. Kyle, in my opinion, Shanahan is losing that locker room, bro. You know what I'm saying? And they have to win it, bro. If they win it and they get on the run this year, fine and dandy. But I'm not losing sweat and sing. I'm not super Niner this year, bro. I'm a diehard, bro, but I'm just not super Niner this year. If we win, we win, bro. Other than that, bro, I'm cool, dog.
Thanks.
That's all I got.
Thanks, TC. Appreciate you. Let's talk about the on the Niners. Okay, sure.
So
I disagree on the Kyle Shanahan losing the locker room thing, just based on people I talked to who were there. But that's fine. I know TC's out. I can't fathom a scenario where Mike Brown is negotiating a contract and going, I'm actually going to go into this year sans deal because I want to wait and see what
you need to prove it to me that you're serious about this.
I love the idea.
I do too.
But I don't think that's what's happening here.
No, and
if you can get your money, get your money.
Also, from everything I've heard, it's not like Mike has gone in and made a demand like, hey, I need more control. We haven't has anyone noticed that? Like we haven't had the I need more control over what's happening. I need a bigger voice. No, Mike's there to coach a team. You put a team in front of him, he's going to coach it. And, sometimes that means you have the number 1 rated offense. Sometimes that means that you have a more balanced attack the next year and the offense falls off a little bit.
Yep.
Sometimes that means that you're going to have a great defensive team because that's what he's built around.
Yep. So
I don't think he's if I were in control of this, like TC seems to believe, I would just sign. I would give him I would negotiate for sure.
Sure.
Because that's what this is about. You got to negotiate, and you don't just have to give everybody everything they want. But I certainly would have a $8-9 million deal on the table with incentives to get him over 10.
Yeah.
And that's where I would be, and that's because I understand that the going rate is that.
Yeah.
So,
yep.
Fair is fair.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm right there with you. I have nothing else to add. I know, like you said, we've been talking about this
all
week. The Dallas Mavericks, 124-103 in Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals. They punched their ticket, 9 total games in the conference finals. Yuck. The finals don't start until June 6th. I've been impressed with the Celtics all year. That they're in the finals is not a shock to me. They've been dominant in the playoffs. Take the injury stuff off the table, that maybe they lose 1 or 2 more games en route to the finals, but they would be here anyways. I personally believe that. But what the Mavericks have done, I don't view their run as, oh wow, a 5 seed just kind of got a favorable route and now they're here. Like, no, man, they look legitimately dominant right now. And I am so impressed with not only Luka and Kyrie. They've both been excellent in their own rights, but the way PJ Washington has stepped up. Derek Lively was a massive difference maker in the conference finals, which is a stunner for a rookie to have that kind of impact. Daniel Gafford has been really good. PJ Washington, like top to bottom, it's like, man, the Mavericks are a really, really good team.
I think they are too. I'm surprised they are where they are.
Mhm.
And that's because, number one, they fell apart last year and didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Didn't make the play and didn't even come close. I think they won something like 36 games last year.
Mm.
And then this year, they were just kind of rudderless. Like, they weren't very good early in the season. They were just kind of hanging out, and you're like, okay, what is this team?
Mhm.
Are they going to put it together? Are they going to figure it out? And then it's rare to see a team go and make a couple of moves that become so incredibly impactful. And especially, we're not talking about like some giant move. And I would even make the argument again. I'll make this. You traded for Daniel Gafford, who's on a losing team, like the most unserious team in the NBA. We talk about it all the time.
Mhm.
You trade for him, and somehow he just fits in perfect and is everything he was in Washington and more.
Yep.
You trade for PJ Washington,
The second least serious team in the
who
league.
is in like one of the worst situations that you
Yeah.
can possibly be in the league. That is a bad team with bad vibes and
Yeah.
bad things happening
You
all
had
around
you
it.
had Steve Clifford, the coach, coming out like, this team stinks. If we're not perfect, we're not going to win a game. Like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Such a bad place to be.
And then didn't he like walk away at the end? I think he did. I don't think he got fired. I think he said, yeah, I'm good. This is my second time
God,
around.
I hope so.
I'm out. I'm good.
I did not see that. I don't follow Steve Clifford very closely, but now I'm going to look at
No,
him.
I do think that I think he resigned at the end. Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought he resigned at the end of the year.
Oh God, I
but-
hope he did. Steve Clifford's going to be my hero if that's what
But
happened.
here would be my point. You took a guy on a team.
He stepped down.
Yeah, he stepped down, right? So you always have to worry that when you go pick up a player like PJ Washington, who's putting up stats on a bad team, that he's just a guy putting up stats on a bad team and that those stats won't translate. And sure enough, he steps on the court and just becomes better and better and better and better. So I think the moral of the story is, don't just leave guys for dead because they play for bad teams.
Yeah.
It's possible that they can help you,
Mhm.
but also look at how big of a risk those plays were.
Mhm.
You gave up first round picks for both of those guys.
Yeah.
And like both of those trades,
But-
you added a first round pick to them.
But at the same time, that was a swing they absolutely had to make.
Mhm.
You had Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving, and you had just missed the playoffs, and this year wasn't going the right way. You had to do something to push your chips in.
Yes.
And they did, and those big swings wound up working out for them. And now those first round picks that they traded are probably going to be a little bit less impactful down the road.
Yep.
And I think the other part of this is not only did those moves work out so far to perfection, and conversations change so quickly in the NBA. If the Mavericks fall apart in the playoffs, and PJ Washington scores 9 points the entire series, they're going to be looking and go, wow, PJ Washington move failed tremendously.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't view this as, and not saying you said this, but I don't view this as, wow, the Mavs really, I'm surprised that they got to the finals, but during each series, I was not shocked by how the series went. Like there was never, it was just like, oh man, look, role players stepped up. Oh man, monster Luka game. Oh, monster Kyrie game. Oh, this game, PJ Washington. Oh, this one is Derek Jones. Oh, look at Derek Lively going out and having a it was just, oh, and by the end of it, you sit here and you go, this is just a really good team. They're really high quality because of those moves they made. They worked out. They panned out.
So look, the Sacramento Kings played them on January 27th, and the Kings beat the Mavericks 120 to 115. At that point, the Mavericks were 25-21 on the season. They were 4 games over 500.
Man,
that's like one of those moments. After that, they go on to win a ton. They beat the Magic, but then they lost 2, and then they rattle off 6 in a row. And next thing you know, they're in the conversation. Those 6 in a row they rattle off, it's right around when they're making deals. And like I think that there is a certain amount of energy that comes with going out and adding for your team.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think there is. I think when you add, like guys, first of all, the first instinct is like, oh man, I'm gonna miss so and so. The next thing is like, oh yeah, like look what we just got.
Mm-hmm.
And players are when they're on the court, they understand what they're missing. Like, they understand their limitations as a group.
Sure.
It's not like you go into every game and you're like, oh, I don't understand why we keep losing. No, it's why you hear players go, man, their length and athleticism killed us.
Yeah.
Just going to mention that. Their length and athleticism killed us.
Night after night.
Night after night. Like, oh,
after
man,
night.
you know, well, that's a really, really big team.
Yep.
Hint, hint.
Shouting it from the rooftops.
I don't know what happened. That's a really, really good team. Yeah. And
that's just the truth, dog.
It is. It's just the truth, dog. And Kyle, I would also point out that when the Kings beat the Mavericks at that point, they were 26-18.
Man.
They were 8 games over 500. The Mavericks were 4 games over 500.
So 2 games up on the Mavs?
Yeah, I think so.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
so like, look, it's right there. And that's why I don't think the Kings are that far off. I don't. I like, they didn't get something done at the deadline. There's a reason why they didn't get something done at the deadline. I don't know what that reason is, but there is. Like, whether they had like 2 deals slip through their fingers or they had put all their eggs in the Pascal Siakam bucket. But like, the days leading up to the trade deadline were so quiet. Like, we got nothing on the Kings at all.
Yeah.
And I almost feel like they had got to a certain point where they're like, okay, we know what it's going to take to get us to where we need to go, but we're not ready to do that yet. We need to ride this season out, because the big trade that you don't make sometimes, you know, can also be the best thing that you do.
Yeah. And we've tried to reconstruct this before, the Daniel Gafford trade and the PJ Washington trade for the Kings. It's just, you couldn't really do it without turning it into a massive, massive overpay. So maybe it's not that deal this year, but I do think that, okay, you didn't push in at the last deadline. You didn't push in the year before that. But hey, this offseason, you got to make moves. And then if those moves are working out and you're right there come trade deadline time, then it is time to take those kind of swings.
Yeah.
And if you weren't, if you thought they could do it this year or should do it this year, so be it. But the Kings obviously weren't ready to do it, didn't think so. But it's like, hey, eventually you have to. And if you're not at that point at this trade deadline where you're like, hey, we are like a couple pieces away. We're a couple, like, I know PJ Washington and Daniel Gafford start for them, but a couple of role players away from really getting this thing where we can make a run, then I think you have a much bigger problem. But it has to start this offseason. Like, that's what we're going to continue to talk about. Next trade deadline is next trade deadline. That's 8-9 months away.
Yeah.
Whatever that is. There's an offseason first. And you got to take care of that. And you got to be in a position like the Mavs were at the trade deadline to go, hey, we're going to offload some real assets and get difference makers in the building.
Yeah, totally. And I could also, like, we talk about this all. We don't know what exactly was on the table, what wasn't. But there also could have been a trade out there where the Kings had to push all in, but on a player that they really, really liked, it maybe was injured. Maybe there's something wrong with that player. Maybe even like the trade itself would have to be so lopsided where you're giving up like 3 rotational pieces for 1. And the fear in the back of your mind is like, yeah, I like this trade, but I don't think I'm ready to make this trade and cost us what could be a playoff run this year, right? Cost us the last 25, 30 games of the season where we're going all in, but it's going to thump us. We know we can project what's going to happen when we make this trade in the short term. And this is a trade we're going to table and we're going to come back to maybe this summer when it makes more sense for us. Because there is a certain amount of pressure to make the playoffs the second time. And some of the deals that are out there that you want to make are such heavy swings for the fences that you can look at it and go, okay, I don't think I want to risk throwing away this season right here and burning some momentum when I think we could probably make this deal in the offseason and still come away with a very similar look.
Yeah.
Just have enough time during the offseason to build the team around the trade that we made.
Yeah.
You know, so like all of these things are complicated.
Good for the Mavericks. I'm really excited for this series. I think Boston's probably going to win, but
I don't know
think
who's
it's going to be
win.
good. I think it's going to be good. I think I don't know either, but I would pick Boston. I'm going to pick Boston.
Okay. I'm not going to bet against Luka and the heater he's on, and I'm not going to bet against Kyrie and the heater he's on. And like, you have it written down, like who are the best 8 players in this, right?
Yeah. We'll do that next week.
Okay. But like I would
wanna blow through
still,
it right now.
yeah, no, but you understand where I have a hard time believing that the Mavs don't have the two best players in this.
Yeah, you're right. Mavs in 5, I think. Nothing.
Let's just stare down at
Yeah,
Jesse.
nothing. Dude, Jesse's so confident. Jesse, there's nothing I can say right now that's gonna bother Jesse. I love that. He's in his zone.
Oh, that's
He's in
funny.
his zone. This is great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, hang on. I just got the guy who's doing my backyard. Let's go. The guy who's doing my backyard.
Yep.
Is because our backyard right now is patio, a little bit of patio, and then it's a lot of dirt and weeds. We have these old fruit trees that are overgrown, and they drop nasty ass fruit on the ground, and we get these nasty ass bugs that want to eat the fruit. So we're like, hey, wipe it all out, and we're gonna read it, concrete, sprinklers, the whole works. And I just got word from him that they're starting a day earlier than we thought they were going to. So I will have my backyard a day earlier.
That's right.
I'm so excited to sit outside and have a drink.
Good catch.
No, it's gonna be great. We get to host people. We get to have people over. I don't have a lake. I'm not gonna have a boat, but I'll have plenty of space to have a little patio set.
It does
table,
go.
chairs.
There is a rule with this. You know
maybe a
this,
little
right?
awning.
Like the best thing is not to have a boat; is to have a friend with a boat. So you have a friend with a boat.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
it's multiple hours away, but that's fine.
Well, that's true.
It's time for the handoff. Damian Barling
Uh-oh.
in the building.
I think he's gonna punch somebody.
Damian, get excited.
Why is that?
Because I just got word that my backyard reno, that's short for renovation,
Very nice.
is going to start a day earlier than originally scheduled. I'm pretty amped.
That's exciting.
That's what we've been talking about
great.
all day. That's the biggest news of the day.
That's terrific. The sources say that Kyle's backyard renovation though is
yeah.
It's a little more expensive than he originally anticipated. And
wrong, coach. I was ready to be like, what do you need me to do just in case? You need me to take out the trees? I'll take out the trees. Whatever you need.
I mean, move these rocks. What do you need?
D'Lo and KC coming up at noon. So we've been talking a lot about the Mike Brown thing today.
Can't imagine why.
Look, here's where I think James for the most part landed on it. It's not the 3 years, 21 million with an additional 6 in incentives.
Yeah, and for the record, that's not a competitive offer.
No.
That is absolutely not a competitive offer. And Shams 100% tipped his source when he threw that word in there.
Yes.
That is a line directly from someone within the Sacramento Kings organization.
Yes.
Because there is no scenario where Warren Gary would hey, they made a competitive offer, but we said no.
Said no. Right. And that's it. So, but that was a,
you can make all the faces you want to. There's no way that happened.
There was but it's not a competitive offer, but it's a reasonable lowball first offer from a team.
Right. I agree.
And that's like, so,
but
the issue is putting that out. Whoever the heck it was putting that out, it's like, why?
So this is it, but it all goes back to the Woj tweet, and the Woj tweet is the one I'm struggling the most with. Is
what? Go ahead.
The original Woj.
Yeah,
tweet,
no,
right?
I know.
Like, and that's what I think this tweet from Shams was about. It's like, no, we're this is just a negotiation. At this point, all that's happening is two parties are negotiating. If you have ever been in a contract negotiation, you know it sucks. Like, it absolutely sucks. My contract negotiation to add KSFM to our daily responsibilities was not public, right? Mm-hmm. So
you should have made. Ooh,
yeah. Well,
ooh,
no.
Let me get in a contract negotiation here. Ooh,
but like that's what happens. Like, hey, we could pay this. Come on, man. No, you can't. You could pay me this, and this is what people in my position earn, and we can point to what Rick Carlisle is earning right now. We can. I don't know what Jay's. The tweet that's really thrown me off was Sean's. Sean's tweet sent me into a tailspin because
Sean Cunningham not Shams Charania.
Yeah, Sean Cunningham's tweet about the offer was competitive with what Jason Kidd's extension was, which, to the best of our knowledge, is not public. Which means, and Sean stated, according to a source, but I'm fairly confident Jason Kidd is at least approaching $10 million. So the information Sean got has to be completely unrelated to the information that Shams tweeted, because there's no way Jason Kidd's contract extension was what Shams tweeted Mike Brown was being offered. That math does not math at all. And that's what I was saying last night as I was combing through all these different messages. This doesn't add up at all.
That's why I kept saying, like, we can't go on Basketball Reference. We can't pocket watch coaches.
Right.
We can sort of
wish we
now.
could.
All of a sudden we can, because there's all these coaches that got these big money. We keep seeing the deal. But that doesn't mean we actually know what Spoelstra's contract. It's an 8-year 120. That could literally be an 8-year $100 million deal with $20 million in incentives, and we have no idea.
Right. We don't know what the incentives are. We don't know what
we don't know
stuff
any
is.
of that stuff is, and so we don't know the structure of a deal or anything else. But my sources tell me that's not at all. The 3-year 21 is not at all what Jason Kidd got.
Yeah, no,
it's off by a couple of $1 million.
Yep. Per year.
Yeah. Yes.
Per year. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, and so that to me is like, I don't know where that came from. And also, why is Mike Brown being compared to Jason Kidd, who has a 522 win percentage career wise, who has had, like, as a coach / player, had domestic issues? Like, there are who's been fired by multiple jobs for having really low win percentages.
I can tell you why. Because it's sexy now.
Because he's in the finals.
That's it.
Wow.
That's it.
Okay.
That's 100% why.
Yeah.
You can't compare him to Mike Budenholzer, who he is a damn near mirror image of. With one notable exception, he's a damn near mirror image of, because he makes $10 million per year, and that's public.
Yeah.
Oh, also, he's at home. But hey, Kings fans, look, we offered him what Jason Kidd makes. Look where Jason Kidd is at right now. And the fact is, no, you didn't. There's a lot. There's just a lot, because
coming up on D'Lo and KC.
Yeah, there's just a lot. Like, and I think you tweeted something like this, James. The original Woj line on Friday about the talks have been tabled. We joked earlier this week. You know, that could just mean for the weekend.
Yes,
it could have meant let's just get through the
for
Memorial
day.
Day.
Yeah,
by all accounts, that's exactly what it meant. They didn't walk away from this.
Talks been tabled.
They did not walk away from this. What, like, all right, forget it.
Hey,
they've been talking.
They've been talking.
I'm going to tweet out from the ESPN 1320 account at 12:01 here that the insiders have been tabled.
Very good.
Tabling the insiders.
Charlie says he doesn't care about sports.
Yeah, Charlie got on this airwaves and was like, I don't care about sports radio hosts.
Charlie, please.
Charlie O.
Charlie said that?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't believe that.
What are you guys going to talk about today?
A lot of this. Yeah, a lot of this. There's a lot of posturing that's happening in the NBA right now. And we're hyper focused for obvious reasons and rightful reasons on Sacramento and Mike Brown. It's happening all across the league. Like, if you read my man Keith Pompey in the Philadelphia Inquirer, the Sixers are posturing with everyone. It's just that time of year right now.
Yep.
28 teams are at home, and they're all looking for something to do. So they're calling the James Hams and the Keith Pompeys and the Shams and the Wojs and those different people in their posturing. And that's all that's happening in Sacramento right now. That's all that's happening across the NBA. And we'll cite 50 different examples happening across the league.
Can't wait. D'Lo and KC coming up next. Kyle and James will be back with you Monday. Everybody have a great and safe weekend.
They're tabled till Monday.
We're tabled. The Insiders is tabled. D'Lo and KC next.
Bring your ass.
No, sorry. Goodbye, everybody. Have a great weekend. Love you guys.
We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo.
Hey, one time for the circus. Let's go. One time for everybody getting played. One more time. Just for fun. What it do, baby? One time for Jesse, who's not even who's probably mad at me because I had to run in there and tell him something, and the show ain't even started yet. And
oh man,
he's getting accused of being Jose Altuve, and there's all sorts of things going on here.
No. I just got a tattoo.
We're just worried about the finals next Thursday. That's it. That's
all. He's focused. Now. Okay, he's focused. He's focused.
As he should be. He's got bigger fish to fry.
Yeah. That's all we're worried about.
That's the shoe.
Pay Mike Brown as well.
Well.
Hey, bro, that's crazy. Bro.
This is crazy.
This is crazy.
This is just flat out stupid. This is just flat out stupid. This is so dumb. We're sitting here comparing notes as to what the hell is going on in this. There is a contract negotiation going on, and these two entities are making it the most complicated thing in the world.
Yo, this is
what are we doing?
This is a trip, man. It's crazy. By the way, you're screaming. But
no.
This is a trip, man. I don't even know. I don't know where to start. What was the movie? Which Way Is Up? I don't know which way is up. This is bizarre. And we gonna set the tone for everybody.
Well,
we don't know what's going on.
I'm Damian Barley.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Acknowledge me.
That's my bad. That's my bad.
Everybody flustered.
Everybody on.
Everybody flustered.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Hey, like I said, I want to set the tone. I don't know who knows what.
I do. Nobody knows anything.
That's what I'm saying. And I'm telling you, all my people in the public, all my people King's Twitter, all my people in the Matthews Chatty House, all my people that are going to call on. You think you know, but you really don't know. And that's all I can say.
Yeah, that's how I felt about 10 minutes ago. I think I know.
That's how I still feel.
I came in. I left here yesterday pretty confident I knew.
This is hilarious.
Now I'm like, hey, yo, what the hell is happening? Why? Here's the number one question, regardless of what James is being told, what Sean is being told, what I'm being told, what Casey's being told, what any of us are being told. This is stupid.
No, it is.
This does not have to be happening this way.
No.
Contract negotiations happen. Mm-hmm. It is very common. It is annoying, but it's very common that a business will say, you know what? Let's see if they'll accept this offer. Mm-hmm. No, they know they're probably not, but let's see. And you throw the number out there. No, not doing that. Okay, now let's work. Let's talk. Well, this is what I want. And they got to know. We ain't doing that. Okay. So what is a fair contract for everybody involved? And for reasons known to no one, the organization that is 2 short years removed from being the most dysfunctional group in the NBA decided to say, you know what? I missed that. Let's get back at it and act stupid this offseason. However, that's what I told the insiders a moment ago. And we'll talk about it. Maybe we'll talk about it. Who knows? It's been in the notes for 5 days at this point. There's
college football's
not
expansion.
That one. Well, is it expanding? Wow. The
Russell Wilson.
I got to get my thoughts off on Russell Wilson being traded, I tell you. The entire league is posturing. there are now 28 teams sitting at home. 27 of them, because one of them hasn't even had a chance to have their exit interviews yet. 27 of them are posturing. And some of the bigger names, Philadelphia. Use Philadelphia as a opening conversation example right here. You follow Hoops Hype, you follow different NBA reporters, you follow our man Keith Pompey, you listen to Trista, you do all these different things where you follow what's happening around the league outside of Sacramento. You see Philadelphia, they've got a plan for LeBron, just in case. They got a plan for Paul George. They got a plan for Jimmy Butler. They got a plan for virtually every major name that you can think of to get them in their organization to team up with Joel Embiid. Why? Well, it's the Philadelphia 76ers. It's Joel Embiid. That ain't it. It's Daryl Morey. Daryl Morey's known for going out there and making some grandiose moves. They all fail, but he's praised for doing it. Salute. So what's that make Paul George to Philadelphia, LeBron James to Philadelphia, Jimmy Butler to Philadelphia? It makes it believable. You read those reports and you go, it's believable. Sacramento not wanting to pay the most successful coach that they've had in 2 decades? Yeah, that's believable. It's believable.
We haven't talked this morning. Me and Damian have not talked this morning. So glad you say that, because that's the same thing I was thinking. It's
Spend
the
too much time
same
together.
thing I was thinking. And I'm not here to criticize the viewing public or
We look like the
people
Men
on
in
Twitter.
Black, by the way. I just looked at the screen. The hell is going on?
With a funeral. Game 6 tonight? There's a game 6?
I guess. I guess it's the
teams
Timberwolves
always
funeral.
lose when they show up like
Never goes well.
But like I said, I'm not trying to talk bad about anything. But the simple truth of it all is, I think people know you can say anything about the Kings.
Talk about it.
And everybody that's watching this show, everybody that's tweeting about the Kings, everybody that's tweeting about the NBA, they'll believe whatever you say. It may be true, but nobody looks at the possibility that it's not true, because they just go with it. They just believe everything that's said about the Kings, really everything that's said in a negative way about the Kings. And we get more specific. If it puts the Kings in a negative light, they're banking that you guys will believe it. That's
Facts.
and
That's 100%.
I'm not sure that's not happening right now. I'm not sure that's not right. I started this whole thing off saying, and I mean it, I'm not really sure what's going on, to be honest with you. But I'm not ruling out that that's not what's happening right now.
Can you elaborate a little bit more? That you're not sure that that stuff is just out there to paint the Kings in a negative light?
Yeah, all the tweets that we've seen so far, all the stories, everything that's
Does
been
it
out right now.
paint the Kings in a negative light, or does it paint Mike Brown in a negative light?
It doesn't matter, because it's the Kings.
There you go. There you go.
It doesn't matter, because it's
who's the head coach of the Kings?
Yeah, it's the Kings. So it's always going to get directed towards the Kings are a mess, or the Kings are wrong, or the Kings should just do something. It like this whole thing about not saying that 2 wrongs make a right, but this whole thing about negotiating in the media. I believe, I know other things have been said, I believe that started on the other side. Everything, everything.
I got you. The Woj.
The Woj thing. Everything about that. Every single thing about that, including what we saw yesterday, points towards that was Mike Brown's representation who did that. And I'll give you a quick reason why. If the Kings put that out there, why would they go to Woj and Shams?
Fair.
Right? Like
Fair.
if let's start off.
I believe I have an answer to that.
Okay.
But but it's a fair question.
If everything started with a tweet from Woj, there's a huge golf and all this other stuff, and let's say that came from the Kings, just for argument's sake, why 5 days later, if they had more information they wanted to leak out, would they not go back to Woj?
Different source.
Same organization, different source.
That's it.
Got you. I hear you.
You don't have to do a lot of digging to find there is some sort of relationship between Woj and Monty. There's nothing wrong with that, by the way. That's very common throughout the league. Someone else got the Shams. And I've said this. I said it last night. I said it when we saw this tweet out loud to our company who was with us. Shout out to those who listen to both shows. Sometimes it pays to do that.
Yo, that's crazy.
Sometimes it pays to do that.
The scenario, the situation is kind of crazy. I didn't get a chance to really talk to you about, but it's
wild.
Crazy how
it was wild.
Especially on yesterday, everything was going.
I'm not gonna lie, I got to my car yesterday. I was like, I wonder how that's playing out right now.
Again, shout out to everybody who listens to both D'Lo and KC shows. There's no scenario where an agent would tell an insider that my client walked away from a competitive offer. That one word, competitive. That, okay, Shams is tweeting for the Kings. Got it. Now your reason for believing the Woj tweet came from Mike's representation. There's multiple layers to that. And we can talk about it. We're just getting started. We are here for the next 4 hours.
We have a good time on this.
We're here for the next 7 hours.
Yeah, y'all got to listen, bro.
Just to be clear, what day haven't we had a good time? Like, vibes are immaculate. And I've said this Tuesday. You said it Wednesday. We both said it Thursday. We'll say it again Friday. This deal's getting done. Yeah. I don't know why they're taking the most difficult path to get there, but this deal with Mike Brown and the Sacramento Kings is going to get done.
I have almost no doubt in my mind this deal is going to get done.
We'll come back. We'll talk a lot more about this. You can weigh in. I know everybody's got feelings. You can jump in the Matthews Mattress Chatty House. Head over to MatthewsMattress.com. Find one of the 10 locations nearest you, and we'll come back. We'll talk much more. It's D'Lo and KC just getting started here on this Friday. Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Got a text this morning too. I liked Houdini. Did you okay, two things. Okay, you made a face. You didn't like it?
Don't listen to Eminem anymore.
Okay. Did you listen to it?
I didn't listen to it yet. I saw a couple, it was on my Twitter timeline, but I didn't listen to the whole song.
It feels like the video is really, really important. So the whole idea is the death of Slim Shady. That's the upcoming album. And so when he announced the single, I was like, this is going to be a Slim Shady record. And I don't like those. That's like my least favorite version of Eminem.
Like, hi, my name is. You don't like those?
I don't like it. And the better example is Without Me. This looks like a job for me. That song was every hour and 15 minutes.
That song wasn't that good though.
It wasn't. I didn't like it, but that song was a massive,
it was super
massive hit. That's what this is. It starts with the opening lines from Without Me. But again, the video is really, really important to the song. It's a good song. It's a Eminem, as Complex described it, TRL era song.
I liked My Name Is.
I didn't. I don't like.
I really like
that version of Eminem.
Me,
but this is my guess though. This is just a guess. That's a hit record. Like Houdini's going to be a hit record.
Do you guys listen to like Snoop and Ice Cube when they drop now too?
I tried to listen to the West Coast thing that they all did together.
Yeah,
I was cool.
See, that's why I kind of don't listen. Like just their best stuff is just already done and stuff like that.
I might be in the minority.
It's like Ric Flair still wrestling.
Oh.
Not that bad.
Flabby
but-
boobs and everything. Well, it happens. You had to open the door then, huh?
Reverend Damien.
Yeah.
Reverend Barley here. I may be in the minority.
Yeah, it's gonna be a hit.
All the greats. I don't need new music from them.
See, that's how I feel about it.
I don't need. I'm perfectly.
Do you
like
listen
Jay,
to Nas?
I do, and I like it, and he's good. But if he didn't put out no more music, it'd be okay.
This sounds exactly like Without Me. But again, the video's really, really important to the song. It's really important.
So you say it's gonna be a hit. I don't know if this is a hit on 102.5. It might be a hit on the end.
Don't fucking do that. I swear to God, it
What?
pisses me. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I don't think this is a hit on 102.5.
No, I think
That's gonna get some burn on K-Rock.
I don't think
You guys,
it's a hit on
please stop.
102.5. You think this is gonna be 4 o'clock on 102.5?
He sounds bored.
I can't decide.
And
I feel so. Here's the thing. I'm trying to be impartial. I don't like it, but I feel like I didn't like Without Me either, and it's one of his biggest records ever.
It was a little different time though. You couldn't have 102.5 without Eminem at that time. Like you couldn't, like it didn't matter what he put out. If it was a hit, you had to have Eminem. He was like the biggest star in music.
I do love the 80s. I love the 80s sample in it. Like I dig 80s music, so I love the 80s sample. That's hot.
I'm a big Eminem guy, if you can believe that.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was my guy growing up. Like that was my introduction to hip hop, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And
I don't think I knew that.
Yeah, that was the Eminem show. No, Trap Music by T.I. That's a lie. Trap Music by T.I. was
Okay,
the first
that I think I knew.
rap album that I ever bought. But the Eminem show was like, oh my God, like what is this? So I have not listened to new Eminem music since like Marshall Mathers LP 2 came out. I'm not here for it. I don't want it. Kenny, we were talking about at the break, like with the greats, I don't need more.
You don't like Music to Be Murdered By?
No, not my favorite one. Not my favorite Eminem album.
Well,
No.
it doesn't have to be your favorite.
No,
It just has to be
but
an album.
So last night I see a bunch of people on my timeline who are like, "Oh my God, Eminem's back! This is fire! Oh my God!"
Well,
So I was
all
like-
right.
So I'm like, so I was like, "Oh, okay, I'll listen to a new Eminem record for the first time in forever." Like, let me Godzilla or whatever that song is called. That'll come up like on my shuffle.
Rap God.
No, Rap God's Marshall Mathers LP 2. I know every word of that.
Oh, okay.
But the Godzilla off Music to Be Murdered By like will come on, and that's just on the shuffle, and that's like whatever. But this is the first time I've seeked out new Eminem music since Marshall Mathers LP 2. Kyle Madson, by the way, the Insiders 10 to noon, right here on ESPN 1320 NinersWire.com, Candlestick Chronicles podcast.
Formerly of Titans Wire.
Formerly Titans Wire. Currently doing stuff about the Dodgers for the Sporting News. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, shout out to you. I'm just saying.
No, I know. Yeah. Anyways, so I went last night. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna check it out. And I just don't care. It didn't move me at all.
Without Me dropped in 2002. It's 22 years later, and the song sounds just like that.
And you get mad when I say it's a song for the end and not 102.5.
Nah, because I feel like you're insulting me.
No,
we've been over this before.
But it's
almost ended the show.
Like for instance, now it might make it to 102.5, but the Camila Cabello joint that Drake is going to be on, that's an end song. There's going to be a hip hop artist on there. There's going to be a rap verse on there. That's a song for the end. It might make it to 102.5. I'm not disputing that. But the song that really put, in my eyes, put her on with Young Thug, that's an end song.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's not, and it's not even a knock.
But that's
it's just,
not Eminem. It's like Texas Hold'em hit 102.5. Didn't last, but it did.
Yeah.
Now the end,
no, I
the
hear you.
end, the
I
end
hear
is
you.
leaning heavier into the country. The real country.
They need to play K
version.
Michelle.
Well, okay, they're not a country station, but it's Beyonce, so I think they're I'm looking at the certifications for Without Me are nuts. I really did not like this song, but it
I
went
like this
12
song,
times platinum in Australia. It went 7 times platinum here. It went 4 times platinum in the United Kingdom. It might be one of his biggest records ever.
12-year-old Kyle thought that was the greatest thing he'd ever heard in his life.
but it's probably
Watch that. Did you watch the video?
Without me?
The Houdini video.
No.
No, don't do that. Watch it. It's a really good video.
Okay.
But I think M is telling a story. And it's the album, the upcoming album is called The Death of Slim Shady. I think he's telling a story, and this is an important part of the story. That's just my opinion.
Interesting. Okay.
Watching what he's been doing on social media and then watching this video play out was like, okay. All right.
Yeah, somebody like him, somebody as great as him, one of the best rappers of all time. I'm never gonna roll my eyes at new music from him. It's just, and a great like that, like Nas. Like, you can keep putting out music. You certified and verified. You can keep putting music out till you're in the grave because you're that good. I know there's gonna be a certain level of quality to your bars and all this other stuff. Whether I like that song or not, I know his rhymes are gonna be on point. And that's one of the things that I listen to. So, yeah.
Abracadabra. I'm about to reach in my bag, bro.
So
that's an 80s sample. Don't do that. That's an 80s. That's an 80s record.
Somebody last night. I think it was what's old boy that be on Around the Horn? Dennis, black dude.
Dennis Scott.
No.
David Dennis. Is that
David Dennis? That's definitely it.
Landscape, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. He was somebody had talked about the Meg Thee Stallion line he had.
Yeah.
And he was like, it is crazy how M just can't rap anymore. I was like, that's a little drastic, but that bar was a little.
You know what it was? You know what and this is the thing that I can't like that was the Christina Aguilera better switch me chair so I could sit next to Carson Daly. That was today's version of that line. Like he's reminding everybody who the Slim Shady character is. And at some point he's going to off him. And I don't know how that's going to happen, but that's the whole point of this album. Yeah. And I don't know if that means this is Eminem's last album. I don't know if that means he's going to drop an album like Recovery, where I don't think that character emerged anywhere on Recovery, which I think is one of his better albums.
I like
because
Recovery a lot.
I don't like that character. The only record I could say with that character that I really liked was Guilty Conscience. But a lot of that was Dre, or it was the playoff of Dre. It was the playoff of Dre that I liked,
and it was like a character in the like within the context of the song.
Right.
It wasn't.
That song was.
It didn't.
Guilty Conscience.
Yeah. That song was fire. He was spitting and he was.
Yeah, that song was nuts.
Storytelling.
That song was nuts.
Insane.
Yeah.
He was storytelling like crazy on that
one. I like him though. I know you.
Somebody else. Who?
Who
did you say? Who
what?
hate him?
What'd I say?
Said I know you hate him. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I know he's not your favorite.
Not my favorite, but he's one of the greats, and I love his ability to put words together. I don't always like his songs, but his rhyming ability is just. It's almost like, for me, it's almost like me watching Kyrie play basketball. Like the way he can put words together is just fascinating. It's crazy.
I'll give M a pass for two reasons. Okay, well, I'll keep one of them to myself. I'll give him a pass because he's doing a character here. We need to stop taking shots at Megan Thee Stallion. I'm really kind of over this.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a bar that everybody used, like rob him like Ori. Remember when everybody used rob Ori in? All right. Thank you. You're the 17th person that's used that in the past 3 years. It's enough. We don't need to use Meg Thee Stallion as a punchline anymore.
Yeah, that's the Megan Thee Stallion getting shot by an R&B singer isn't a punchline. Kyle Madson, the Insiders, Niners Wire, formerly a Titans Wire, now of Dodgers Wire.
It's not Dodgers Wire. It's not what it is. Completely different company.
What Blue Pride? What is it?
Go to.
Oh, that'll get you.
Wow.
Shot. That'll get
do
you
not
shot.
do that. Do not do that. 100%. No, just go to sportingnews.com. And then when you click the MLB tab, there's a Dodgers drop down.
That's awesome, dog. That is awesome.
This dude covers the game, man.
I get here extra early to do my writing. Read about why Shohei Ohtani is not going to win the MVP this year.
Well, that's why what's dope about Kyle is he's the only person with more jobs than us.
Yeah, This is facts.
That's why we
I'm
love
here.
Kyle Madson.
I'm out here.
He's only got to drive farther than me.
Well, that's the shoot. That's the shoot.
Yeah. Hey, when I get to your compound, I've been driving for an hour.
Oh man.
Then one of these days, man, you're gonna have to stop by, man. You have to pull up on me, dog.
Just let security know that you're coming.
You don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't do
Okay.
that.
You're usually here.
You hear who's saying that?
You're usually here. Oh,
That's what I'm saying.
No,
That's what I'm saying, dog. Come on, man. Come on. You hear who's talking about?
You are not thrilled with this whole Mike Brown Kings thing at all.
No, I
believe you referred to it as a circus earlier this morning.
Yeah, it's just that's kind of what it is. It feels the contract offer is a contract offer. That's a negotiation move, right? If you're going to pay somebody, you're going to start low in the off chance that they go, okay, great, yeah, I'll take it, and you get a bargain. And Mike Brown, I'm sure his offer was first ask was $12 million a year or something higher than the Kings were going to pay him. But in the off chance, the Kings go, okay, great, yeah, here. You start, the one side's going to start low, the other side starts high, and the negotiation is about finding that middle ground. So that's fine. I don't even mind the 3-21. It's that it went to the press. It's that it went out. It's like, this is super small time, man. Over like a couple $1 million a year. Like, that's so small time from a team that I thought was past that.
Yeah.
And again, this is not, and I tried to reiterate this multiple times on the show. And so please understand, this is not some unforgivable sin where, oh my God, everybody in the front office needs to go. They need to wipe the slate. It's not that dramatic. It's just like, hey, that's kind of a disappointing move. And it's a real bummer that it got to this, because you're going to extend. Like, Mike Brown is going to get extended. That's just a thing that's going to happen. We're going to forget about this eventually. But dude, this just didn't need to.
See, like, you said something there, though.
I hope so.
No, and I agree. I think we're all in agreement that this is going to get done.
Yeah.
You said we're all going to forget about this, and I think that you're right. Unless if something goes wrong this year, and that something can mean whatever you want it to be, there's going to be a direct line drawn back to this. Whether that's fair or not doesn't matter. If something goes south this season with this basketball team, how did we get here after a really successful 48-win playoff run, against the Warriors, and then, a disappointing follow-up, but all of the pieces, how did we get here? The conversation will start with this week. That's where the conversation will start. Again, whether it's fair or not doesn't matter. But something goes south this year, the conversation about what went south starts this week.
Yep.
Now, again, I don't think it's going to. I think the Kings are going to have a very good season, but I'm also looking at other guys in this organization who have pressure on them. And I don't think anyone has more pressure on them than Monty McNair.
No doubt.
And Monty McNair now is taking a lot of criticism from Kings fans. Like, bro, you sat on you. The entire conference got better. You can feel however you want to about Luka Doncic. I personally, I get frustrated watching him because, as Kenny eloquently put, he's a baby. But when
he's got a favorite word, he said it again last night.
Well, what's that word, Kyle? I believe it's your.
Can I just, if you missed it,
this dude's got a favorite word.
Luka called me out my name at the Warriors Mavericks.
We
game.
bring it up once a day.
Insane. But I feel like it for a while. I was like, dang, I got Luka. Dang, look at me go.
No,
and I legitimately didn't do anything.
He uses that word like some people use the word bro.
Yes. Yeah. I thought I was special.
Yeah.
It turns out I'm just one of his trash talk people.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, no, that's a word he
Did he
uses
say that
regularly.
to Jimmy Jam last night?
Is that who he was talking to?
I didn't match up the video. He definitely was talking to Jimmy Jam and Snoop at one point. I don't know if
he was. Yeah, I saw. Yeah, I saw the video.
It was around the same. I was like, this guy. He
But-
says that like Ann.
But you can feel however you want to about Luka Doncic not being a king and all that. I've moved on from that. He's a basketball player. He's one of the greats. He's going to wind up one of the greats. But if I'm a Kings fan right now, I'm looking at all those moves that Nico Harrison, who 2 years ago was working for Nike, that he made this offseason. And now I'm circling back and I'm looking at Monty McNair.
Yeah.
You did nothing. Meanwhile, the team, we might have been begging for PJ Washington. That doesn't mean that Monty McNair could have went and gotten PJ Washington. But still, you look at a team who went and got 2 players that were coveted by Kings fans. Again, that has nothing to do with Monty McNair's ability to go get those 2 players. They're going to look at him sideways.
Yes.
They stunk in January. They were not good. The Dallas Mavericks were not a good basketball team in January. But in February, okay, they're better. In March, all right, they're serious. Okay, they're serious. And then here they are now.
Mm-hmm.
They just ran the team that beat the defending champions off the floor. The Minnesota Timberwolves didn't look like they belonged in the conference finals.
They had no shot last night.
They looked like the Hawks a couple of years ago.
They got beat down.
And Dallas ran through them.
Yep.
A team that stunk when the calendar turned. Kings fans are shifting their eyes back to the general manager.
You have to.
Well, it's fair, but it's also a little unfair.
But fair doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
But that's what we're here for.
Oh, I think it's perfectly fair.
But
why is it not
because if
fair?
we're talking about a trade for PJ Washington, you can't control what Charlotte does.
No. That's fine. In fact, James and I have talked about this. We've tried to reconstruct it with the Kings' assets to make that deal happen. It's just like it doesn't really make sense.
You could have the same assets. If Charlotte don't want to do a deal with you and they rather do it with Dallas, you ain't got no control over it.
And I don't mean, I'm not saying this as a shot. The Kings also don't have Luka Doncic on their team. They don't have Kyrie Irving on their team.
Mm-hmm.
To say that, PJ Washington would have solved all of the Kings' problems,
no.
I think he would have helped for sure. But that doesn't mean the Kings were playing basketball last night.
No, I disagree. He would have solved a lot of them.
Sure, maybe.
He's really good.
Maybe,
but
if Malik Monk still gets hurt,
but that's the thing, though. Malik is still hurt.
Right. So that's just kind of it. So I think it's perfectly fine to look at Monty McNair having nothing to do with last trade deadline. I'm talking more this offseason. And you ran it back last year. That made sense. At the deadline, you know what? No moves really materialized. And frankly, I thought at the trade deadline, I thought the Kings were going to make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know they're going to make a deep run, but they didn't. They didn't make a move. Okay, that's fine. But now, to me, when
no
you
one
talk
could
about
have seen Malik going out for
right, that's just kind of the breaks. Like that sucks.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, on that same coin, now to me the focus shifts to the front office, and you go, all right, you didn't make a move last offseason. You didn't make any moves at the trade deadline. Now it's very, very clear to everybody that you have to do something this offseason and then reassess at the trade deadline as well. Like everything needs to be on the table at this point. De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis are not 22 years old. These are not, they're young players, but they're not the Oklahoma City Thunder. The time to go is now, dude. And that to me is on the GM.
I agree 100%, but I think the way, and you said it perfectly, Damian, it's not fair, but the way all of this newsflash is judged is by results. And I don't care really what you do, as long as the results are what need to be done. So if he comes back this offseason and runs it back again for the most part, I'm not going to judge that until it's over. I'm not going to judge that in August, because if he runs it back and they make the second round of the playoffs, is anybody going to be like, Monty needs to be fired? Why'd he run it back?
No,
because the results are the only thing that matters. If Monty makes 5 trades this offseason and revamps this roster and they're a 10th seed and get knocked out, are we going to be like, well, at least he did something like we said? No, he's going to get killed. Like none of it matters. It's all results based. That's why I'm not getting caught up in all this. I know what I want. I know what I think should happen. But at the end of the day, whatever he does just has to work. That's the only thing that matters. Because he's not going to – my point is he's not going to get points if he goes out and makes all these deals in the offseason and they still lose. Nobody's going to be like, well, at least you did what we asked you to do.
Yeah, no doubt. But that's kind of how it goes. Like we have to talk about it.
Yeah,
we have to kind of put it in. And again, it's all fluid. It's all I'm not going to say if they go in, Monty McNair should be fired because they have the same starting 5 and they added a Chris Duarte level player this offseason.
Not you. I think a lot of people will. A lot of people look at Monty crazy if he does that again.
Yeah, I would too, but that doesn't mean that he's going to get fired no matter what, or he should get fired no matter what. Like you said, the results are always going to play over pontification. But would you feel good about it? Would you be excited about this team next year if your starting 5 is the same and they don't make any significant upgrades on the bench, you're just going to be fired up?
Fired up is kind of relative, but me personally, I thought the team, and I still think the team that they have is good enough to make the playoffs, and that's what we're talking about, making the playoffs. That team is good enough to make the playoffs. Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't look. Once again, I'm not saying he should run it back, but if that were to happen, I wouldn't be like, these guys are doomed. Monty failed. Like, no, they run it back. They should make the playoffs.
Is that still just the goal? Is just like, hey, fight for the 6th seed and make it?
No, that's a good question. At what point does the bar move?
To me, it's moved. We know they can make the playoffs. You're right. We know they can make the playoffs, but you gotta take another step. Last year, Malik got hurt and the season got a little wonky. Okay, that happened. They finished with 2 fewer wins. The West is a little better. They didn't win their play-in game to make the playoffs. Okay, fine. But to me, the bar is higher than that now. The bar is not, hey, 6th seed, first round exit. They did it. They've done it. It's like, nah, now you're lateral again.
To me, it's not there. You got to make the playoffs twice. And I've been consistent with this since that last game last year. You got to make the playoffs twice. Make the playoffs twice. Establish yourself as a playoff team, a consistent playoff team, and then you build upon that. That's what. So if they make the playoffs next year as the 6th seed and they get bounced in the first round in 5 games, that's not a failure.
Yeah, they're Portland.
The bar hasn't moved.
Trailblazers.
Congrats.
The bar has not moved to but the whole point is not to stay the Portland Trailblazers. You got to get to be them first. Like, you got to get to be the Portland Trailblazers first, and then you want to move past the things that they did. We're not even the Portland Trailblazers.
You want Kyle Kuzma, right?
Yeah.
Brandon Ingram?
Yeah.
You'd be cool with both of them?
Yeah.
Right. That's the point. It's like, yo, there's obvious ways this team can get better today. Well, not today,
but they're not obvious.
This
like, they're obvious for us, but like that doesn't. Kyle Kuzma might not be on the trading block.
Yeah,
and if he is, that doesn't mean Monty McNair can get him.
Okay, but my point is there's obvious ways that this team can get better on paper,
mm-hmm.
and I think expecting them to do that is not outrageous, whether they're the Portland Trailblazers and they've made the playoffs twice, or they're not. I think the expectation should be, hey, you should be getting this roster better, because right now they can't withstand one injury, 2, Kevin Huerter as well. But they can't withstand a Malik Monk injury. Like that's
within days of each other.
Right. It's like that's just kind of it. That's your roster. That I think they don't have a championship caliber roster right now. And I think running it back is not taking steps in that direction. I'm not saying they need to get there next year, but like, yo, progress needs to happen here. And to me, running it back is not progress at this point.
I don't want them to run it back, but when you say those things, it takes 2 and sometimes 3 to tango.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
sure.
Like Kyle Kuzma.
I've never seen 3 tango, but I'm with you. I'm with you.
Happen.
I'm with you. Well, no.
Huh.
But
oh no, come on.
For some people, that's not a flag at all. That's a touchdown. But
mission accomplished.
But like, yeah, you can go out with Brandon Ingram and try and get him. Cleveland comes around and says, I'll give you Darius Garland and Jared Allen. You're not in the conversation anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Kuzma is available. Oh man, he's available. Yo, we got this for Kyle Kuzma. That's cool. Dallas says, yo, we can get rid of Josh Green right now in some cap room, and Maxi Clip, we want him now. Philly wants him now. All right, well, your little Harrison Barnes and Huerter ain't gonna get it done no more.
Then the eyes go back to the GM, because it's like, yo, you have put yourself in this position where you are tapped out. You can make no moves, and you're not a player.
Well, at some point, it also becomes, why can every other team in the league make a move except for you?
Exactly. Whether that's logical or not, that's just kind of the reality of it.
Yeah. Because fair doesn't matter.
Fair is where
a lot of guys lose their jobs. Yeah, it's not fair. Well, it's too damn bad.
I often say life's not fair.
That's yours? Oh wow, that's a hell of a that's a hell of a line right there.
Yeah,
thank you. That's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one. You're confident that this gets done.
Yes. Yeah. It's a layup. They're pump faking right now. They're doing the Dwayne Wade. Pump fake. It's
Why
getting-
though? That's the problem.
whoa.
Used to why are we doing this? He hates Dwayne Wade, and that's fine.
Oh,
Well, I don't hate Dwayne Wade. I don't trust Dwayne Wade.
I love the idea that like you just think Dwayne Wade's just kind of
Something about
scheming a
it.
little bit.
Yeah,
Well,
something about him is a little
There's a lot of
fishy.
evidence to point to. Like, Casey may be right. Casey may be right. Does a fantastic job at the Blue Note Jazz Festival.
I don't like the cut of his jib.
Never had his wine before. Would you try Dwayne Wade's wine?
Sure. I know the people.
Dwayne
Shout out
Wade?
to my man Ryan Royster. He worked with D Wade on the way.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw
on
that.
the wine. So I'll try it. I have a I don't not like him. I just don't trust him. There's things just like I don't know, bro. I don't know. What's your angle here? Maybe there's no angle at all. I don't know. My senses are up with him though.
All right.
Interesting cat.
Where are your Dwayne Wade senses at?
No, I have no Dwayne
No
Wade.
Dwayne
takes.
Wade senses.
I got nothing. If Dwayne Wade wanted to sit down and have a glass of wine, I'd be fine with it. But if he started being like, "Hey, the world's flat," I'd be like, "Ooh, Kenny was right."
I'd actually
crazy.
trust Dwayne Wade's wine. I didn't get to have any last year at the Blue Note Jazz Festival, but I have to do it this year.
I've not had that. I've not had any Intercept wines either. That's Charles Woodson.
Okay.
I need to get on that as well.
All right.
Yeah,
I knew Woodson had a like. Does he advertise being a wine connoisseur the way that Dwayne does?
I think so. Yeah.
Like
yeah,
Dwayne Wade,
some
like
stuff about him.
he rarely posts an IG pic without a glass of wine somewhere.
I thought Charles was like on Big Noon Saturday or something, like gave everybody a wine or something like that.
Well, no, I know he has the wine. I just as he like ingrained it into his identity, because I feel like Dwayne Wade has done that.
Hey,
like LeBron comes in with a bottle of whatever alcohol he's selling at the time, be it tequila or.
You know who's winning right now is Will Blackman. Will Blackman was a defensive back in the NFL. Had a nice little career. Nothing crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But now he is a sommelier. Like that's just what he does. He just has a lot of money and he goes around and he drinks some great wine. He has all these deals with these wine companies.
He's living a life.
Dude, incredible life.
Living.
Yeah.
Appreciate Kyle Madson, the Insiders, Monday through Friday, 10 to 12 here. Of course, they've got the Chatty House as well, brought to you by Matthews Mattress, your locally owned and operated mattress retailer. And even though Memorial Day is behind us, the Memorial Day sale continues.
Yes, indeed.
Where you're looking for Sealy, Stearns, and Foster, whether you're looking for a Tempur-Pedic, or if you're looking for a Beauty Rest Black, you can even get a Matthews mattress. And I assure you, it's fire. You may like it even more than some of these bigger name brands. I'm a Beauty Rest Black guy. I got them all over the house. In KC, they've got a special 60 months financing going on right now.
Absolutely. This Memorial Day sale, they've got the special 60 months special financing, like my man said, with no money down on approved credit with equal monthly payments required, man. So that's a heck of a deal, man. And they've got, what would you say, 11 locations around the Sacramento area?
Is it 11? I thought it was 10, but
I thought it was,
just give them another one.
give them another one, man. 10 locations around the Sacramento area.
Kevin, Kristen, we're opening another one.
My personal favorite is the one in Elk Grove. That's the one right over there by the Walmart, Woodlock and Bruceville. Go check them out over there.
Got mine right there in Roseville. You can find the one nearest you at MatthewsMattress.com. If you buy it today, they'll deliver it today. That's how they do. If it's in stock, they will deliver it today. Buy by 5, sleep by 9, free same day delivery. Shout out Matthews Mattress. We'll come back. Steal one KC here on ESPN 1320.
I love the idea that they're like, hey, you can have this today. You got to be asleep by 9 p.m.
Gotta
9
be.
p.m. sharp.
Gotta be. Sleep by, well, that's actually, I added that because they know I'll be asleep by 9. Get that joint.
There's times I'll be working. I'll be like, oh, I got to ask Damien something. 10:03?
BJ.
No chance.
Tell them you're part of the Chatty House, man, and they're going to make sure everything's okay.
Hey, just tell them. D-Lo and KC, Chatty House, that's us.
When you go in and tell them you're in the Chatty House and they say like, oh, who are you? Do you tell them I'm the Cheap Bastards Connection, or do you like say your real name?
Well, I think everyone always introduces themselves by their screen name.
That's the move.
Yeah.
That's 100% the move.
Like Zebra PT, that's who she is when she's at Sky River
Exactly.
Casino. It's Zebra PT.
Yeah.
No one says, hey,
What's up,
her real
Zebes?
name. Yeah, no one knows her name.
Mm.
I do. No one else does. because I finally had to ask, like, what is your name? Like, we've met, hugged, talked. We just call you Zebra PT. Yeah, most people that's just what they do.
That's a lot. I feel like that's a Zebra PT. That's crazy. That's too many syllables.
Well, it's better than the serial connection.
Well,
nah, yeah,
or whatever connection he's speaking from today, the cheap bastards connection.
That's crazy.
I mean, and Dave Garcia is 209. Dave Garcia.
All right. I'm going to go now. Goodbye, everybody.
My name's Alex, but you can call me Ben's little bro. That's good stuff. Poor Luca just wanted his beer.
He said, not yet. Not yet. Mike Finley said, not yet.
No, do all the celebrating you want. You guys won the finals yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Jesse's got a tone today.
PJ Washington going on IG Live. Yeah, do all of that.
Today.
Do all of that.
Thank you.
So confident.
That's how it be. It's gonna be Celtics at 5, man.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
Mavs got the glow right now, though. They
scored 20 in the first quarter.
I don't know how much in the first quarter. What was that? 20,
it was like 20.
26 at the half or something.
I had to go back and watch it because we had a lot going on yesterday. And I looked at the score and the Mavs were down like 20. Or the Wolves were down 20. So I was just like, whatever. They were down like damn near 40 at one point. So I just went back and watched Luka go nuts. The Dallas Mavericks and Boston Celtics will face off in the NBA Finals beginning on Thursday. Kenny and I will actually be on postgame with Matt George and Kevin John. Yeah, following the game. So make sure you check us out. Once game one wraps up, stick around. We'll be there. Matt booked this like 6 months ago.
The season was still going on. The regular season.
It was the night of the Dame Lillard 3. Because we were in studio.
Right.
We were in studio the
That's
night of the Dame Lillard 3, and he was like, "Hey, you guys want to do the finals? Hey, man, we're in." But yeah, now we know. Man, what a tough way for the Timberwolves to go out. We'll talk about that in a minute. But the Dallas Mavericks are moving on. Jesse noted the Mavericks and the Celtics. They've got the best records in their respective conferences since the beginning of February, right around the trade deadline.
Yeah, I mean the Mavericks. Like I said during the break, man, they got the glow right now, man. They're playing phenomenal.
Yeah, glow.
They're playing phenomenal basketball, man, and they handled the Timberwolves in such an easy fashion yesterday. Like we talked about, Anthony Edwards makes people believe. That Dallas performance can make people believe. You know what I mean? That was a destruction.
Well, you got one of those electrifying performances from that backcourt. Like that's a Hall of Fame backcourt. And by the way, shout out to Kyle Madson for rocking the KSFM t-shirt.
Yeah,
today.
man, big ups to him. I don't even have a KSFM.
I know. I was thinking the same thing. Like, hey, but salute. It's good.
Yeah,
we're just a little lower on the totem pole.
That's it.
That's a electrifying connection. Like when they're both on offensively, and that's not always, but when they're both on offensively, they're deadly. And I can't figure out what's deadlier when they're on at the same time or when Kyrie go nuts in the first quarter or first half and Luka's like, all right, I got it in the second half. I don't know which one's worse. They're probably equally bad for whoever the opponent
pick your
is.
poison. Pick your poison.
You come on, man. Hey, get in on this.
What?
This is.
Yeah, the Mavs are a
should-
great team. They've been playing well for a month. It's not like the Celtics been good since game one. It's fine. Mavs, best duo in the league. Not like Brown and Tatum went for 30 in these conference finals or anything. Yeah, Mavs. Let's go Mavs.
Jesse's right. Jesse's right. I got Celtics in 5.
Yeah, I got them in 5 too.
As good as the Mavericks have been playing or whatever. I mean, the Celtics, I just think they're on a different level, and they have been since day one.
Well, Derek Lively and Gafford, like those guys going to guard on the perimeter because KP's not going to play in the post the whole time. They're going to play outside the 3-point line, crash out. Everyone's going to crash in, boom out, 3-pointer.
And who is Luka going to try and hide against this time?
Jason Tatum, I've heard.
Huh.
I heard Luka plays defense now.
Huh.
That's what I've heard.
Wow.
Boy, you are.
I thought maybe you'd say Drew Holiday. Maybe you just bank on him not shooting as much, but they gonna try Luka on Tatum. Goodness gracious.
I like the Celtics role players more than I like the Mavs role guys. Like I think Derek White and Drew Holiday, like they've been there in those moments and stuff like that. We'll see what PJ Washington and Derek Jones and those guys can do.
How important is the status of Porzingis? I think everyone believes he's going to play and he's going to play game 1. I think the only reason he was, he could come back in the Eastern Conference Finals, and then it was clear, yeah, that's not going to be necessary. All of that talk ended when the Celtics went up 3-0. But how important is he because there were people who were, man, if he's not back by the time they face the Timberwolves, that could be tough for Boston. Is it the case with?
It's not like if he let's say he's not healthy and he's just whatever. Like they could still win this series. I think if he is healthy and he's good to go by game 1, I think that's why they can win in 5.
The most important acquisition for the Boston Celtics, Kristaps Porzingis, is very good, but it was Drew Holiday, right?
Yeah, I realized that this postseason, I feel like Kristaps kind of unlocked everything where everyone's gonna get open shots. Like he makes everyone better. But Drew, like throughout the playoffs, like he's gotten stops, he's hitting big shots. I fought against it so much the last few seasons or whatever, but Kenny was always like, yeah, Celtics need to upgrade the point guard and all that. They just need someone to slow it down, someone a little bit better playmaker and all that. I don't really buy into it because I like Smart, but Drew has just been everything that like they talked about. Like he's just kind of taking them up another notch.
He feels like just a flat out winner to me. Like
he's a winning ball player, man.
That's it.
That's
what I mean.
Yeah. Absolutely. I just if KP, all indications he's going to be playing, but if he's not playing or whatever, I still think it's Celtics in 6. I mean, they just got to prove me wrong if the Celtics were to lose or anything else like that. I mean, this is a historic NBA team. Like what they're doing, numbers wise, they've done. Jesse, you've probably seen them all. They've done in a bunch of categories, top 5 ever in the history of the game. Like this team isn't. People think they faltered because they're 12-2 and they won a couple games close. What?
I think they've had a stat. I don't know off the top of my head exactly, like 30 to 40 games they were up at least like double, like 20 or something like that, double digits, something like that.
I heard because your boy wasn't there last night, so I caught a few minutes of the post game show. By the way, shout out to Luka. Did you see the clip of they were basically signing off with Luka? And Charles was like, "Yeah, we're gonna miss you. We're done after tonight." And Luka was like, "No, you're not done. We got to figure something out." And Ernie's like, "No, we'll be back next year."
Well, yeah, there's tweets out yesterday. Oh yeah, end of an era. We'll miss inside. They're gonna be here another season.
No, and man, and I know Ernie is the consummate professional.
Yeah,
I feel like I don't feel like the show is over.
It's not going anywhere.
I mean the real version of Inside the NBA. I don't think that it's over.
Yeah, if I was
because there is a perfectly acceptable way that Ernie could continue the work that he loves with Warner Brothers Discovery and do Inside the NBA.
Well, he wouldn't be like the only guy in media to work for 2 different companies at the same time either. Like there's
correct.
Yeah, like people call games for someone or whatever and go on ESPN or whatever and stuff like that.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I just thought that was great. Luke is like, no, we've got to do something. And Ernie's like, no, we'll be back next year. It's fine. But watching and I don't remember who said it. It's hard to believe it was Ernie. It might have been. I can't imagine it was Ernie, but man, it might have been, because it wasn't Chuck. I guess it was either Ernie or Kenny. One of them were like, well, yeah, the Mavericks are moving on, man. The Celtics really haven't been tested. They've had kind of an easy path. Everyone's been hurt. It's like, boy, this is going to be the most discredited NBA champion in the history of the league. Like, the Celtics are going to win a championship, and it's going to be like, yeah, but they didn't really have to play anyone. As if they stumbled into the playoffs, everyone got hurt, and they fell into a title.
I believe they have the 4th highest point differential in the entire history of the league.
Like, they weren't the best team by a large margin from jump.
I sort of get it. I don't agree with it, but I think they're just so infatuated with Boston coming up short the last couple of seasons in that finals against the Warriors. And like Greeny kind of talked about, it's what they hold against them. That's why they're talking like so negatively about them.
And you talking
so that's fine. Then, but make sure we state it though. When we're discussing the Golden State Warriors, let's make sure when we mention that last title, it's because Boston blew it. That team was ass. And we've held it against Boston for like 3 years for losing to them. Let's make sure when we tell the story of this Golden State Warriors dynasty, we make sure to point out that they sucked against the Boston Celtics, and we've held it against the Celtics for like 3 years. Because if we're going to do this with Boston, you got to do it with Golden State.
But then, and I would say on the flip side, RIP, you got to do it with Golden State. You got to be like, I don't want to hear all that. They won the championship.
That's right. They did. Mm-hmm. That's my point.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering if it's more Miami than it is Golden State. Because with Golden State, even with it's the Warriors, they found a way to win. That's Steph Curry. Steph Curry's most impressive title. I wonder if it's the Heat. Y'all lost to the Heat. Heat wasn't a threat to win the title. Y'all lost to the. Y'all went down 3-0 to the Heat.
That was a bad loss.
Yeah, it was tough.
That was a bad loss.
Yep.
That's a tough one to wear right there. And all the stuff that we talk about. I mean, we talked about in that last segment. It ain't about being fair. I mean, that's just the way the game goes.
I guess so.
That's the way the game goes. Until you win that championship after having those that many disappointments, that's what's going to happen. And then you win the championship, and they call you a champion. Everything's forgiven at that point.
If they do win it, if these frauds do get it done, I'm gonna need everyone to run their tweets back too. I don't want no congrats, nothing. I want you guys to tweet everything back again.
Let's get to these phone lines, man. Will you even be happy if they win?
I might get kicked off of Twitter that night.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm all for it. 916-909-1320. I need this for no other reason. I need Jesse to have this moment. Let's get our man Big E in here. Big E, what's happening, baby?
Appreciate it. Long-time listener, semi-active member of the Chatty House, but first-time caller.
Okay. Salute.
Big
Appreciate you.
Big dog. Appreciate you.
Real quick, with the whole Mike Brown situation, it sounds like they offered him something that him and his party laughed at off the table, which is why they table talked. And then it looks like they came back, and this is all hypothetical, with the deal, with the incentives or whatever. And I'm assuming his party looked at the incentives because everyone knows 10 mil is the magic number here. And they hit him with the great words of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and I'll keep it PG for y'all. You could take the incentives, turn it sideways, and stick it straight up your $$. Y'all have a great day.
We appreciate you. Always good to throw in an Attitude Era reference, man. We appreciate you, Big E. Two things. Not so sure that talks have been tabled.
So, boy, y'all don't.
Nah. So let's go back to Tuesday for a second.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Tuesday because now maybe the picture is becoming a little bit more in focus for people. Steelum and KC here on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento. ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter as well. Jump in the Chatty House, brought to you by Matthews Mattress. Head over to MatthewsMattress.com to find one of the 10 locations nearest you, or 11 because Kenny built a new one.
At your house.
Okay.
Got the land.
Well, all right. One, everybody settle down. Two, my house is full of Matthews mattresses. There's no denying that.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Tuesday for a second when we got back here. And at the time, we kind of joked. Like, what does table talks mean? We know who you were hanging out with over the weekend out in Reno.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Were you at a basketball tournament in Reno this weekend?
Yeah, I was at a basketball tournament this weekend.
Was Wes Wilcox at a basketball tournament in Reno this weekend?
He was.
Were you within 6 feet of this man?
What'd you say?
Were you within 6 feet of Wes Wilcox?
Yeah, talk to Wes.
You talked to Wes Wilcox. Okay. So where am I off?
We didn't talk no business.
I didn't.
We talked life.
I didn't insinuate you did. All I said was, we know who you was hanging out with this weekend, and you got jumpy. Like, you just confirmed what I said. We speculated, like, hey, I got to go hang out with KC and Reno. My kids got a tournament. They got to play each other. I got Reese Draymond Green out here.
Well,
like,
that didn't happen.
How do we know? You know that for sure? You was there at the table when they said, hey, I got to go see Casey. Our kids are playing each other this weekend?
I wasn't there. I don't have no connections like that.
He said, fellas, Casey has his new shooting gun. He doesn't really let me try it, but I'm trying to get in with him, trying to hang out.
Nothing. I just show up to watch the games.
So,
and tell Reese to get the help side defense.
We speculated that, like, table talks, like, what's that mean? Could they have just said, hey, yo, everybody's got plans this Memorial Day. Let's catch back up next week. And, we'll kind of reconvene. Everybody take a breather. Let's get through the long weekend, and, we'll reconnect when everybody gets back. And we kind of joke, like, table doesn't mean, all right, it's over. We'll see you at the trade deadline. It doesn't mean we'll see you at free agency or the start of the season. It just means, all right, let's table the conversation on the Celtics and Mavericks. That means we're getting to it at 2:15. But there's no context.
Yeah, let me go to lunch.
That's it. There's no context to Woj's words. So we're like, tabled? What does that mean? Well, here we are 4 days later. I'm pretty sure the entities are still talking. So was our ha-ha scenario of them tabling talks for the weekend a reality? Yeah, it appears it might have been.
Right.
They might have even talked through the weekend. I have no idea.
Right.
But one thing I don't think happened is everyone walked away from this. I don't think that happened.
And the whole thing about this is the unfortunate thing about this being played out in the public, and the public negotiations and all this other stuff. I'm led to believe it is nowhere near as contentious as people think it is. The talks, everything that's going on, it's not what you guys think it is. That's what I'm led to believe. I'm led to believe it's a negotiation. Has there been missteps on one side or both sides? Sure. But as far as like going to the public, but this whole notion that, like you said, table talks, nobody's talking, we're storming away from each other. Like, it's not that. Like, that's not. I don't believe it's that.
Do you guys think this is normal negotiations just being played out in front of our eyes?
Yes,
absolutely.
Okay,
absolutely.
But the problem is it's playing out in front of our eyes.
Yeah, because it does look ugly.
Like, this is problematic for everyone involved. And let's take it from an agent perspective. Let's look. It's a little harder to do in the NBA because of the way player contracts are structured. So let's look at Schefter or Rappaport, whoever you prefer. But Schefter, really. Hey, Brandon Ayuk signs 3-year, $180 million deal. That's the tweet. He's back with the San Francisco 49ers. All right. And I always tell you when it comes to the NFL, all right, here's what we got. Let's dig around a little further. Maybe a tweet will come up later from Schefter. Yeah, guaranteed money's $100 million. Man, what a job by the San Francisco 49ers, John Lynch and that crew. All righty. Salute. Now let's go to Florio. Because for all of Florio's flaws, man, he'll dig into a contract and he'll break down year by year. This is a real dollar figure. This is a real dollar figure. This is a real dollar figure. Now, this number is not real because this player can be cut by this time. We just talked about it with Tyreek Hill the other day. The number that inflated Tyreek Hill's annual salary to $30 million, he's never going to see. It's a 40 or 50 some odd $1 million year. He's never going to see that. The $500 million contract that Patrick Mahomes signed, there was a $60 million year in there. He was never going to see that. So the way this stuff is reported that comes from agents is to make everyone look good. Agents look good. Players look good. Organizations, we did right by our player. Now you dig in a little further. No one cares. It's too late. The initial tweet is the one that goes viral. Right. Got it. There is no value for an NBA coach's agent to have incentives made public. We've looked up Budenholzer, Carlisle. We've looked up Ty Lue, coach after coach after coach after coach. And in not one single news article, not one single tweet have I ever read this individual is going to make this much with up to this much incentives. Never. And I spent an embarrassing amount of time last night looking this stuff up. None. Yeah. That tells you something about that Shams tweet last night. Again, you want to dig further than the word competitive. You think I'm off with that singular word. That's fine. No agent wants that out there. That serves, and James was the one I think who hipped us to, there's really like 2 or 3 coaches, agents in the entire league. They don't want that out there. They want, what's the number? 8 million, 10 million per, 40 million total. It's the Schefter thing. Put the whole thing out there. Leave it at that. If there's a NBA Florio that wants to dig and break down and say, oh, well, Mike can only earn 10 million if he wins 60 games. Well, fine, whatever. Get the number out there first. Let everybody figure it out later. No value whatsoever for Mike Brown or his representation to have that number out there.
Yeah, I mean, what everything you're saying makes perfect sense, and that's the way I've kind of gone about all this is just like what makes the most sense. You know, when you try to figure out who's putting it out there, but even when you try to figure out who's putting it out there and all this other stuff, to me, it's I don't want to call it a waste of time because we've had content, we've had discussions. People have called in, people have been tapped in or whatever. So it's not a waste of time. It's been a good story to talk about. But I said this when we came back on Tuesday, when we were talking before. I mean, this is gonna get done. This is gonna get done. And like we talked about at the end of the day, when it gets done, I don't believe the process is gonna matter much. How we got here, all this other stuff. At that point, yeah, would you have liked some things to be different? Sure. But got the deal done. Let's go to work.
Does it concern you guys at all that it is playing out this way?
Absolutely.
Like usually,
it doesn't concern me. It bothers me.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know if those are the same thing. It bothers me because there's no reason for this.
Yeah, because I don't want to call them dysfunctional. They've come a long way from what they were and stuff like that. That's not what this is, but it's just more so like this feels like a hassle and just more so. I feel like this normally isn't how these things get done.
Now, I don't know this for sure, but I'm confident. I know Woj and Shams didn't tweet about it. I don't know if Tim McMahon did. I feel like I followed Tim McMahon close enough to know, but at no point did a tweet go out. Hey, the Mavericks offered Jason Kidd such and such, but man, he turned it down.
That's what I'm saying.
Man, the offer was competitive, but we've had the table talks.
I hadn't seen that.
I didn't see that with Kidd. I didn't see that with Ty Lue.
You didn't see those specific tweets with Ty Lue. We've been following Ty Lue and hearing tweets and all this other stuff for a year.
But the Ty Lue thing was more one. Our timeline with Ty Lue was off. I thought Ty Lue's last year was this year. Ty Lue's last year was next year. So I went into this whole thing thinking Ty Lue for most of the season, I thought Ty Lue was coaching without another year on his contract. So my whole thinking in the Ty Lue thing was off because he had it. He was under contract next year. I just had it last night. So we're in the 24 season headed into 24-25. I think Rick Carlisle is due for a contract extension. That could be another one to watch because I noticed something. We're trying to make sense of all of this, and I texted you guys this last night. I searched 6 different Warren LeGarry clients. That's Mike Brown's agent. And people behind the scenes all have their yes, no, maybe as it pertains to him. But here's this just something I'm passing along in my embarrassing amount of Google searches last night. Every single one of those contracts was broken by Adrian Wojnarowski. Every single one of them. None by Shams, none by Chris Haynes, no one else. Not even Mark Stein. I was like, oh, this is Mark Stein. Nope. This is Mark off the Woj news. Okay. All of them were from Adrian Wojnarowski. Take that what you will. Take that for what you will. But the original tweet came out from Adrian Wojnarowski. And I think we originally thought, man, this okay, did this come from Mike's side? All right. Then we started hearing things like maybe it didn't. And well, to echo what you said earlier, now I don't know.
That's what it comes down to.
Carlisle signed his extension last year?
Yeah, he got his deal in 2021 season or whatever that was when he first came in.
Right.
He got his extension in 2023.
Well, there's that.
So he might have had a contract like Mike's then, where it was he had what appeared with the original report, because Mike's original report says 4 years. It could be one of those opt out, mutual opts out, whatever. Hey, let's see how this thing goes. And they signed the extension a little bit earlier than they had to.
That negotiation was so quiet. We didn't even know till now.
So, and there's no money on it.
Yeah, I can't find the money on it right now.
So here, but I think if you backtrack the original number that he signed for, what'd you say in 2021? God, we know a lot about coaches' salaries this week. It averaged out to, I think, 7.5.
Yeah, around there.
These coaches, that's the other thing. These coaches make a lot of money.
Hey, I found one last night that got me. This is going to come across as shade. It's not shade. This was a 60-win coach, by the way, who was fired by the Toronto Raptors and signed by the Detroit Pistons, Dwayne Casey, for $6.5 million per year.
That was a lot at that time.
Exactly. $6.5 million that year. And the market has changed. And we're at 7 for Mike.
So that was a lot at that. So here's what I would say about that. That was a lot at that time. That was probably on the high side.
So okay. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
That might have been. It's not the same thing, but that might have been the equivalent of Monty Williams today.
No.
You don't think
way.
so?
No. No, because
when was this?
Let's talk. We'll look it up. We'll come back. Well, it was right after he got. It was the year the Raptors won the finals. It was the
2019, so 5 years ago.
Sure.
Yeah.
But we just went over 10. Like coaching salaries haven't changed much in the last 10 years. They've been they're just now starting to change.
That's what I'm saying. It started with money.
I don't. No.
We can talk about it.
Well, you heard him. We'll talk about it. Steelo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play. With 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino. Stephen Brown, let's be clear. I look fucking spectacular today. And 2, this is a medium.
Yeah.
This is an essentials medium.
My shirt is a medium, and it would flood on Stephen Brown.
Oh, Stephen Brown, is that true?
Stephen Brown's 5'4" ass.
Oh, Stephen, that's not. Hold on, where's Stephen going? That's not true, Stephen. Stephen, they said that was Stephen sitting on a curb. Stephen, do you know I don't even know that we mentioned this to y'all. Y'all, the Twitter thread that y'all started when we were gone Friday, absolutely spectacular. And you have to know, we were all together and we were watching that thread. And yes, it is. That's our boy at Essentials, man. That's what he does. That's what he do.
Who do we need to talk to about getting like the coach's salaries public?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I need to know how much Will Hardy makes.
It's funny that Rick Carlisle is the coach of is the head of the Coaches Association, and his is public. But I mean, I honestly, I think it's a preference. I can think of one college coach's salary who's not public. Like and it just came to, I don't want this public. That's all it came down to.
Sometimes it's
they're not on Spot Track. Yeah, no, they're not. Because they're not on Spot Track because they're not all public. That's why we did Jason Kidd pocket watching the player.
The player.
That's what it feels like. It's a triple XL medium. That's what it feels like. It's 100% what it feels like. But I rock with it. I like it. It looked better than the shirt I had on yesterday.
Well, that was
I thought the shirt looked great in person.
I
thought it looked crazy on camera. Every time I saw Commissioner D'Lo up there, I was like, God damn it. I wore the wrong shirt.
That was hilarious.
The Fine video was the one that made me pop. That was funny. About to get like 4 more of these, man. These are great. Essential shirts and shorts all summer.
I need a t-shirt spot in Sacramento. When I go back home in the Modesto, I'll go grab like some.
They
white
still got
tees,
them
black
places
tees for like $5.
Yeah, I was gonna say they still got them places you could get 3 tees for $10.
They do in Modesto. I need to find that place here.
I remember brothers used to go in and get like 10 tall white tees.
Yeah, you get the pro club joints.
Leezy, hang tight, man. I got you. Hang tight, Leezy. We'll get you right after the break. Cortland Sutton. Biggest of what? Biggest of what? The Cleveland Cavaliers have received permission to interview 2 more head coaches, Knicks associate head coach Johnny Bryant and the Heat's top assistant Chris Quinn. Again, not the hires I expected for Cleveland.
Yeah, I thought they were going. Oh, there were early reports were saying they were going for somebody with experience, but I don't know with head coaching experience. But,
yeah,
you know, maybe they're exploring all avenues, which is perfectly fine.
Oh yeah, they loving the Los Angeles Caraway's Fine video. That's getting some good run on social media.
Los Angeles Caraway, don't encourage him.
Don't encourage him. That's what it says.
Don't encourage.
That is
There's no encouraging at this point, pal. This is who you are.
Don't encourage that nonsense.
Yeah, it's buzzing over there on the socials, man. I like it. That's good stuff.
Clipper Darrell, Laker Kenny.
Definitely not no damn Laker Kenny. Stop it.
916-909-1320. Our man Leezy in the building. Leezy, what's happening?
Yo,
yeah. What is you? You're a little pump fake right there. Yo, hey.
Hey, in the words of Black Rob, like, whoa.
All right, Leezy. What's up, baby? You good, Leezy?
R.I.P. Black Rob, by the way.
Yes, indeed. Leezy, I got a job for you. I got to hire Leezy. I got a job for you, Leezy. I'll text you about it.
Okay, I'm down. Shoot, whatever. Let's do it.
Shoot,
hey, guys.
brother.
Shoot, that part. I like hearing that.
Don't have me out here in no job conditions, Turkey.
Hey, in the words of Mark Jones, I'm trying to wear my blessings, man. I'm trying to come up.
I see you.
Hey,
I see you, baby. I see you.
Yes, sir. Hey, it's kind of off topic now, but earlier, D'Lo, you're kind of talking about like if the Celtics win this year, would it be like one of the most like discredited like championships? I'm rooting for the Celtics, by the way. But I would say that title's already taken. For whatever reason, people hate the bubble title, even though it was Lakers and Heat. It would have been Lakers and Heat last year if the Lakers would have beat the Nuggets. But, people don't tell the whole story. But, yeah, I think that would be the worst one.
Lazy, I don't even know what that has to do with nothing, brother. You trying to throw some more Heat fandom in there. Don't nobody care. I'm messing with you,
Leezy is approaching Ramsey status where he's just calling. Just calling to kick it.
Yeah, now the bubble title,
it's a title, man.
Like I said the other day with
nothing wrong with the Lakers title, nothing wrong with the Warriors title. I just hate the energy around the Boston Celtics this year. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. It's a great basketball team.
It is.
And y'all aren't taking the time to appreciate it because you think they should have done it earlier. All right.
Well, maybe so. Maybe that is the crux of it all. I don't. What would the alternative be for you? Like, what would you want it to be like? Because they're like, I think everybody picked them to get to the finals. Most people, well, they said Denver might win or whatever. I think a lot of people are going to pick them to win this series. Like everybody's picking them to win and have picked them to win.
Yeah, but it's like the Celtics won, but next day Tatum hates Brown and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, they won, but so-and-so was hurt. Yeah, they won, but
look, the other aspect of it is people just don't like the Celtics.
Well, that's honestly what I think it comes down to.
Like the franchise. Don't nobody like the Boston. Well, Jesse obviously does, but nobody like the Boston Celtics. So we don't. I saw a bunch of stuff last night. Like we rooting for the Mavs, right? Like don't nobody like the Celtics?
I do. I'm rooting for this version of the Celtics.
Well, I'm rooting for this version of the Celtics too.
As long as Brad Stevens is there, I'm rooting for him.
Shout out to Brad Stevens. I don't have anything against anybody in that organization. I just don't like the franchise.
Well, that's that's perfectly fine.
Some of it has to do probably with the fan base.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine too.
So
it's perfectly fine too.
But yeah, I'm rooting for him this time.
I like Tatum. I like Brown. I know that.
Me too.
Hopefully they can overcome the great.
I like Marcus Smart too, and I'm still.
That's another thing that's kind of been in the back of my mind all year. They're really going to do this without Marcus, huh?
Can y'all send Marcus like a baby ring? Or
it's kind of like when the Raptors
won
without DeRozan.
Oh,
I like Marcus Smart too.
Brutal. I think you're lying now. Like I believe everything you said up until that point. You hate Marcus Smart.
That's not true.
No, Kenny likes Marcus Smart, but he's not a point guard.
Well, he's not a point guard. He was a shooting guard. And they had him trying to play point guard. Now you see what it looks like with a real point guard.
Hey. A better point guard.
That ain't even Marcus Smart's fault. Should have got them a point guard.
They did.
Well,
what was the Clipper deal again?
Supposed to be.
If that deal goes through,
Kristaps was coming. It's just Brogdon was going to the Clippers.
So, if that deal goes through, is Marcus Drew and Porzingis?
I don't think Drew Holiday's a Celtic.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think if they had the opportunity, I think they would have incorporated a Marcus Smart in a Drew Holiday deal. That's just a thought. That's a thought.
I got you.
I'll never forget when that tweet went down. When Marcus got traded.
Oh,
I sat in my car for an hour.
I couldn't believe it. That was Brad's dude. I was shocked. I was like, man, he really did it.
Had to go get it done, man. Had to go. Well, take a chance. It's not job's not done.
I mean, I was going to say, I don't think you could say it paid off yet, but if they wind up winning the NBA championship, you could say it paid off. We've talked. So, man, where do we left with we'll talk about it. We do that all the time, and when I don't write it down, I don't remember what it was.
I have my little.
You've never taken a note in your life.
That's not true. It's right here. I got the little note thing. You want to know what it said? Let me see what one of them says here.
Let's get TC on the line.
I saw Kung Fu Panda 4. They had a preview for a robot movie that disgusted me. It's all right here. But I want to remember something.
We'll get your thoughts on Kung Fu Panda 4 later on.
Ago, but no, we did this already.
Oh, did we?
We did. I keep the same notepad. It's like you have a notepad that you write on.
Yeah, but mine makes no sense.
This one doesn't either.
Mine says 235 million, $228 million. That's what mine says. $87 million, $88 million, Mark Jackson. That's what my notepad says.
I say we all just take random notes throughout the week and then share them with the class on Friday.
They need to fix the NBA. Eastern Conference, Western Conference isn't fair. When Kane electrocuted Shane.
What? I got Mikel with an arrow sign to Brandon.
Okay, Mikel Bridges to Brandon Ingram.
3 scenarios. Levine, trade Keegan, a version of run it back. And then one that just says Domas rebounds. I don't know. I don't know what any of this is. Well, Domas.
Not wrong.
There's a lot of numbers on this notepad. There's a lot of pocket watching notes on this notepad. Let's get TC in here. 916-909-1320. TC, what's good?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
What up, TC?
Oh man, just vibing on a Friday, tapping in with the homies.
Yes, sir.
You know,
yes,
and
sir.
you know, that Brown situation is getting out of hand. I know we don't want to read too much into it, man, but just get the deal down, bro. I don't want to. I was trying to come with different scenarios about Brown and all that. At the end of the day, just get the deal down, y'all. Like, you know what I mean?
Hey,
I'm not.
Take your time.
And I think they will.
I know.
Take your time. I told our guests yesterday, hey, content over everything.
That's it, man. That's it. Especially when it's gonna get done.
Just send us a little text to assure us this is gonna get done, and we'll just run with this. It's been a week's worth of content.
Maybe let Malik know too, like, hey, don't worry about anything.
Well, hey, that's a shoot though.
Like I said,
that's
free
real
agency's
talk.
in a month.
That's real talk.
But so here's one of the things that I wonder. It was a great song by Kanye, by the way. One of the things that I wonder.
Kanye guy.
Well, the old Kanye. You know, this new one. I don't even know. I don't know who Ye is. I like Kanye. I don't know. Who
They listening, despite what you and Charlamagne the God think. They listening.
I'm sure they.
I don't know why.
I don't know. I'm not feeling Ye.
I got you.
The stuff that, and I mentioned it a little bit earlier, the stuff that we think is like so contentious. Sometimes you probably lived through this. Probably isn't as contentious as the people think it is. I remember, I think I could be wrong. But I feel like I think this happened. I think Debo or Kyle Shanahan, when Debo was going through all his stuff with the 49ers, after it got signed, he's like, I used to talk to Kyle every day and be like, Kyle, man, like that. Like they would talk about football, they would talk about life, they maybe talk about the contract, but like he's like, I used to talk to Kyle like every day or every other day or something like that. You know, Kyle's my dog. Like I really talk to him. And we sitting here on the outside, like, oh, he's at the club saying, no, he ain't signing with the Niners. He's no, this is a problem. This is a big time problem. And these two are just sitting here like, yo, I talk to you every day, dog. Like we got our people who handling the business stuff. And when it gets done, we come back and it's good. You mentioned how that's that's one of the roles of the agent. So it doesn't get murky like that. Like specifically in this situation, Mike don't have to run nothing back that he said or he did to Vivek and the ownership and stuff like that. They can talk and be like, look, man, they're having a conversation and let them have a conversation. We still got our own relationship. And I feel like in a lot of ways, you brought up the Malik thing. Like Malik, maybe it affects him. Malik might be talking to Mike or Vivek right now, and like, yeah, it's gonna get done. Like I'm not even really tripping off of like my free agency and all this other stuff. People are like, man, Malik is seeing how this is getting down, and this might scare him off. I'm like, yeah, that's what they doing. I already know what's going on. I know what's gonna happen. I just think that sometimes that gets a little overblown.
100% agree. But part of that is
you've experienced these things. Is it not as contentious as people make it out to be?
Well, I experienced on a much smaller scale, and no, it was contentious.
There are some that we're not cool.
Yeah, it
or
wasn't.
We got
yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't like static, but after the second, like the first one is kind of like, all right, like I get. If this is what you want to do, like this is what we'll do. Like because in my mind, I'm always like and I did this with us last year. Why are we doing this? Look, we're not asking for, $2.5 million to do these 2 shows. Here's what we want, and here's why we're worth it. And you do that, but they have to. And I said this to the insiders. You start with, well, maybe he'll work for this. Well, we're going to spend more money when we don't have to. Okay, you make your stupid offer. All right, we counter with, well, we want $14 million per year. Great, we've made our stupid offer. Now can we? Now, does everybody feel better? Let's do this. After the first meeting, it's kind of like, yeah, it's a negotiation. This is how it works. It's not fun, but this is how it works. After the second meeting, it becomes annoying. Like, what? Okay. Did you hear anything? Did you retain any information from the first conversation and carry it over? Because why are we still on this talking point? Because you think I'm going to deviate from a fully guaranteed contract, which was my argument when I was doing this. And that's the tricky part with a coach or a non-max player is, with me, it was simple. You're paying the max. That's it. Max money, max years, no clauses, fully guaranteed. Until we get there, we don't have a conversation to have. You can threaten to franchise it. You can threaten to do all of this stuff. But there's no conversation to be had because we're not deviating from that. Why? You just did it. You just did it with a player who is older and more injury prone. Now, we'll use Mike Brown as the example. If you're attempting to get that number to $10 million, Jason Kidd just got it. Ty Lue just got 14. This coach just got 13. This coach got this. This coach got that. Mike Budenholzer just got 10 million. You don't have a number you can cap it off, but you have a number that you're really hung up on. And it's my client has earned this. You have not been able to keep a coach longer than 2 years. You have had failed coach after failed coach after failed coach. You have a coach now who is bought into the city. You have a coach now who has a group of players that have bought into him. You have a coach now that is looking to take further strides. He's got a great staff around him that is looking to take this group even further. The tricky part for me is, and this is, I haven't gotten clarity on this. I don't know who his agent's talking to. Because Twitter, everything is Vivek's fault. Are we sure that this is Vivek?
No.
Because let me change the wording for a second to everyday life. Who's Mike's boss? Isn't it Monty?
Oh, Mike Brown. Yeah.
Mike Brown, sorry. Yeah. Who's Mike Brown's boss?
I would say Monty McNair, yeah.
So don't you negotiate your contract with your boss? So I didn't negotiate. We didn't negotiate our contracts with the CEO of Odyssey.
Right.
We negotiated them with the tribal chief and Stacy.
Right. And my thought with that is Vivek doesn't see it until you two have agreed on something.
Well, Vivek has to.
He's got to okay it.
Yeah, he's got to.
You two should have already agreed. And then he says, "Hey, we've agreed to this. What do you think?"
He has to be in the. He has to be in the loop. But what I'm trying to figure out is who's across the table, figuratively. Who's across the table? Like, who is Mike's agent talking to? And that's what I'm not sure. I don't know if it's Monty and Wes and the front office group, or it's one or the other, or both, or if it's a group of people, or if it's a group of people that includes Vivek Ranadive. I'm not sure. Because it's very fun to blame Vivek for everything. I just don't know that this is on Vivek Ranadive right now.
Yeah. And one of the things that I thought about, like, be perfectly clear once again, if I was in the Kings situation, I'd give Mike Brown the $10 million a year he's looking for. And we'd have this thing done. That's how I'd go about it.
$10 million is just so far from an outrageous number.
It's far from an outrageous number, but if we're negotiating, like I would just do it because I want to move on with what we're trying to do. I would just do it. But if that's what Coach Bud got, like I've been saying from the start, a championship got to mean something. That championship got to mean something. And outside of Monty and maybe Jason Kidd, we don't know Jason Kidd's financials.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll just throw him in there. Let's say he makes 10. Outside of Kidd and Monty Williams, the rest of these guys got a chip.
Yeah, did you see Sean's tweet?
Mm-hmm.
Sean's tweet was the most confusing of all of them.
Yeah, that came out of nowhere.
Because that like I have done everything I can to make the math work on this, and it doesn't.
Yeah, and I want to say when it came out of nowhere, no shade to Sean. I just read it. I was like, what? This thing gets even more confusing.
Yeah, and that was the one that was just like, okay, that was the full I don't know what's going on. Because Sean tweeted last night some additional context surrounding the Kings' proposed offer to Mike Brown. According to sources, Sacramento's recent offer is believed to be comparable to Jason Kidd's extension with the Dallas Mavericks. Now, this is shortly after the Shams tweet that had the 3 years, 21, with the incentives up to 27. The 27 is just shy of 9 million. What's it, 3 times 9? Was it 20? No, it's about it.
Yeah.
I can't make the math work with the Jason Kidd number because I don't know if Jason Kidd's extension is definitely not public. I asked someone if Jason Kidd's contract, his original contract, was in the vicinity of $8 million. They said it's probably closer to his original contract was probably closer to 7 than 8, but his new extension is going to take him well past that.
And I mean, and that person might know more than me. If I'm Dallas and it's already been agreed on, like it was agreed on before he got to the finals.
Right.
It sounds like
right.
That sounds if I'm using the same logic as Mike Brown, that sounds like 9 or 10. It don't sound like 12.
Right, exactly. Which leads me to believe, is Sean talking about something else, or is he talking about Shams' tweet? Because if Shams' tweet does not feel particularly close to what a Jason Kidd extension would look like.
Well, you said that's 9, 27.
Unless we're not talking about incentives.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think Jason Kidd's contract extension is $9 to $10 million with incentives.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's $9 to $10 million.
I think we're talking with incentives.
Jason,
we're
with Kidd?
No, with Mike Brown.
See, but to me, that's not the same thing.
Fair.
A contract that's a ballooned up contract versus guaranteed money. That's why, again, to bring back an earlier conversation in a different sport, that's why Tyreek Hill is trying to renegotiate his contract now, because he had a fake one. Now he's seeing all these wide receivers get real money, and he's like, yo, what the hell? I'm the best in the game. Wait, my teammate's going to get more than me. I'm the one.
You ain't the money making man no more. I'm the one.
Thank you, Birdie. So that's Sean's tweet sent like Sean's tweet came through because I got Sean on alerts, boy, because he the man.
He is. He really
and
is.
Sean's got to wonder why every time he tweets something, I instantly retweet it. I looked at it, and it was one of those things where I read it, and I just threw my phone behind me. I was like, I'm done. Just freaking forget it. I'm done. I got nothing. This has been yesterday was the most confusing day in history.
Yesterday was crazy. Yesterday was a trip.
Yesterday is the one and only time I have ever wished the KSFM show was just live streamed through the video.
Yeah, I was, man. And the crazy thing about that is, like, I don't want to say because the numbers tell you different. The numbers tell you different, right? But as far as the audience that watches this show and the audience that listens to KSFM, I feel like now more than ever, I feel like they're completely different.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody over here knew what was going on 1025. Nobody.
I kept checking social.
I don't think they still know what happened on 1025.
Well, they might now. Because
How? Did anybody say anything?
Yeah. Check the D'Lo and KCIG stories.
Oh, all right. Well, yeah, you might.
But we didn't do it. Hey, well, you'll see it. You'll see it. But go ahead. If you're not following D'Lo and KC on Instagram yet. But you see who posted it.
Yeah.
Wasn't me. I was like, I'm just going to tuck these away and just see. And shout out to Manny. I know Manny and Drew Down ride with us tough. Manny said he cracked up listening to 1025.
Yeah,
yesterday.
Manny. Katrina usually listens to.
Yeah, Katrina ride with us.
Yeah. But it's just it's a trip. It's crazy.
Let's get I think we got Matty here real quick. I don't want to keep him on hold through the break. Matt, what's going on, brother?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm glad you kind of brought up the Monty McNair aspect to this. I asked a question yesterday to the insiders about, everybody's kind of focusing on Uncle V. Come on, Vivek, get it done, Vivek. But what is Monty's role in this? Like, realistically, we know his past. We know the type of coaches that he brought in to interview for. Ultimately, he decided on Mike Brown, right? So, you made your bed and you kind of have to lay in it. Like, Monty knows how the NBA works. He knows regardless of anything, you have to extend Mike Brown because that's the way you do business. And this, to me, it kind of does have Vivek's scent on it a little bit. Like, who else is Monty should know, like I said, that you extend them. That's the way business works. And the only person in that room who's going to think that he's smarter than anybody else is probably going to be Vivek.
Can I ask you something, Matt, though?
Yeah,
I'm serious. How do you know that?
Well, I think as a billionaire, Vivek is the type of person that if he believes 100% in something, he's going to put his money where his mouth is. Even if everybody else around him tells him that it's a bad deal or he's crazy, just look at the John Fisher thing. Look at the A's. He's got a million people screaming at him, telling him, this is a bad idea. Why are you doing this? He's going to play you. Meanwhile, Vivek is like, no, I know what I'm doing. We're going to do this. So I kind of feel like if anybody is holding this deal back, it probably is Uncle V. Realistically, I feel like Monty would have made it happen.
Well,
I think that's a little unfair.
Well, man,
here's
the thing, though. I didn't expect that explanation, and I don't think that's a terrible explanation.
It's not
from Matt. But I think he's wrong. And I think you do too. Mm-hmm. And we'll explain why when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Why Matty was wrong, but good.
No, that was Matt.
Oh.
There's Matt and Matty.
Why Matt was wrong, but good point.
I kind of want a donut, man. I can't lie.
I don't know if the good ones will laugh. Probably. I think they got a chocolate joint though. It was good. It was a good look. Yeah. Michael, you've been talking shit all day. I need you to shut the fuck up. That's how I feel. But I'll answer your question. That's my opinion that it gets done. I've seen a lot of hand wringing about a number of different things over the course of time, and they get done. You know what I'm saying? So that's my opinion. It ain't no mouthpiece type shit. You know what I mean? This is just how I feel about it. And whatever.
Massive thing of snacks.
I saw that. But yeah, ain't no, don't nod all disrespect. Don't disrespect me like that. Don't do that. It's all disrespect. So ain't no mouthpiece. I come on here. I come here and I tell you how I feel about it. I didn't told you. I don't know for sure. I started the whole goddamn show talking about I don't really know what's going on. To be honest with you, after everything that I've heard and read and talked to people about over the last 48 hours, I don't know what's going on, but I can tell you, I think it gets done.
Yeah, that shit gets you blocked, though, Michael.
Yeah, so like I said, you talking about no disrespect. It's all disrespect. Don't disrespect me. Don't disrespect me. I tell you guys all the time, though. Sometimes I'm in the mood to laugh and joke. Sometimes you might catch me on the wrong day. Mike, you caught me on the wrong day today. I'm not here for that bullshit.
He really didn't, Kyle. I think we did D-Wade pocket watching before.
Yeah, I did that like last week, I think.
Yeah.
Or a couple weeks ago.
Can't remember why, but
Where was D-Wade? D-Wade was
wealthy.
He's definitely wealthy.
Broke Rondo's arm. That's why you can't trust him.
Looks like the draft party's set.
Mm.
Man, next month is crazy.
Our
schedule next month is wild.
There's a lot popping off. There's a lot popping off in a great way.
I definitely didn't need that, but it was
Friday, man.
It was
Yeah,
delightful.
man, it's Friday. It's there.
Go get another donut.
Enjoy.
Man, it says severe weather outside.
Heat.
Excessive heat watch. Leezy, you in the chat? I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this, Leezy. Hey, shout out to the Bills. They signed that guy who got released. Was it Gabe
Stevenson?
Yeah, he was Olympic gold medalist who went to NXT and clearly wasn't Sean's vibe. So Sean let him go, and the Buffalo Bills signed him.
Clearly
Never played a down of football in his life either.
Outside of Trick, I don't know who's in the men's division of NXT.
I think that's Hunter's department. Hunter takes care of that division. Big thanks to everybody who just went and followed the show account. I know we don't push our socials enough, man, but we're trying to get better with that. At Dealing KC and at ESPN 1320. Get us on Instagram. At King KC _916.
There you go. You got it. You got it. Yeah.
And then at Damian Barling.
Then my Cash App hasn't changed though.
Well, that was unfortunate. Hey man, Reese needs a donation. I got you, buddy. What's the account? Well, that's unfortunate.
I think I could donate to this.
I don't know how I feel about this, Kenny. The great thing is, I don't think you noticed it until you sent it to me.
No clue whatsoever.
And as soon as I saw it, I was like, well, that's unfortunate.
I appreciate you, Uncle D-Lo. Thank you.
Now, shout out Drew Down. He follows us on Facebook. We're working on that, Drew, dude. Drew, I don't think any of us know how to access it. Wasn't sure where that money was going, Katrina, but he said it went to Reese, so I'm sending it to my man Reese.
By the way, don't send super chats or whatever they call them on YouTube. We don't get that money.
Oh yeah.
Well, if you send enough of them, maybe Odyssey will be like, man, these guys are cooking. We ain't gonna give this to them, but these guys are cooking. What was the note that you took?
It's Matty was wrong, but he made a good point. I mean, Matt was wrong, but he made a good point.
Okay. Do you even remember what Matt was talking about?
Yeah, I actually do.
Okay.
I actually do. Yeah.
He was talking about Vivek and how
he says Vivek is holding this up. He believes Vivek is.
Well, it was funny. He said, "This has got the scent of Vivek on there," and all I wanted to say was, "Matt, how you know what Vivek smell like?" But that and I think that's my biggest frustration with a lot of things. maybe, and it sounds like Vivek was probably a little too hands-on when this whole thing started. It's not unusual. Take a look at Phoenix. What Matt Ishbia is doing right. It's not unusual for a new owner to come in and be hands-on. There's rumblings about the Harrises, the owners of the Philadelphia 76ers, who now own the Washington Commanders. They're already talking about, I don't know. I hear people talking about the name. We'll visit that. Like, we going through another football team name change, but like they want to get in and they want to put their fingerprints on it. I just bought a house, right? It was amazing. I wanted to paint it, put my fingerprints on it. Okay, well, that's over. Fall back. You make some mistakes along the way. You learn lessons. But you get something new, you want to put your fingers on. It's yours. You get a new show. Let's make it ours. We're different than the last one. Vivek Ranadive, I got a basketball team. I'm going to do it my way. All right. Make some mistakes along the way. Man, that was like 15 years ago. And everybody has convinced themselves he's making the same mistakes today that he made years ago. Nothing that has gone wrong with the Sacramento Kings organization has been anyone's fault except Vivek Ranadive. And man, that is really, really difficult for me to believe. This is a dude who bought a franchise for $500 million. This franchise is now worth upwards of $3 billion. Okay, he's a smart investor. If nothing else, he's a smart investor. He owns significantly more of the Sacramento Kings today than he did back then. That's a smart investor. We believe Vivek is smart in every walk of life except one. Boy, when it comes to the Sacramento Kings, boy, this guy's a bumbling idiot.
This dude negotiated $100 million contracts, but he's an idiot when he negotiates $10 million contracts.
He got a baseball team here. Now, I understand that is a tough subject for some people, and not everybody agrees with it. Perfectly fine. There is a second professional sports team in an entirely different sport here for the very first time. It's not two basketball teams here like there was in the early 2000s. It is a professional basketball team and a professional baseball team. And you don't think his purchase of the River Cats had this in the future when he did that a couple of years ago? Again, we recognize this dude is intelligent in every walk of life. But man, if something goes wrong with the Kings, there's no bigger idiot on the planet. And it's fascinating to me how people are just unwilling to separate these things. How they can't look at maybe someone else within the organization is making some missteps. Maybe there's someone else in the organization that's got a little heat on them right now, and they're unsure of how they're going to direct this team in the future. But no, the easy fallback is Vivek.
And what you said and what Matt said was a fair point. I mean, like I said, I don't necessarily agree with it, but it's a good observation and a good point. But I look at this situation where it's a negotiation. It's a negotiation. I talk about what I would do all the time in this situation. I'll repeat it. I would, if Mike Brown is looking for $10 million, I'd give him $10 million. But what's the running joke that we always have on this show when we talk about trades and all this other stuff? And I'm like, I'll give you what you want. I know what I want. I'll give you what you want to get what I want. You're like, that's not, you just give up everything just in the negotiation. Like, no, that's what I want. Everybody has that same running joke about that. But when it's time to really negotiate, they want to be the ones that just give people what they want. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like they want to be like, no, that's not how it works. That's not what you should do. And when it's time to do something that you really want done, oh, the hell with negotiations. Just give him what he wants. That's not necessarily how things work. This is a negotiation. It's unfortunate that it's being played out in the public.
That's the problem.
You know what I mean? That's the way. And like I said, I don't know where it all originated from, where it started from, how it got here, all this other stuff. I'm not sure, but it's just it seems to me like a typical negotiation. That's what it seems like to me.
It is. It's just playing out the wrong way. But I also love the idea that we believe Vivek is blind to all of this. And he's just, hey, you know what'll really piss everyone off? Let's screw up this negotiation with Mike Brown.
Hey.
Because I'm sure they'll blame someone other than me.
Right. We could.
Remember when Vivek really wanted Keegan Murray?
Oh, we can't. How can we forget? How can we forget? And he was the one holding it up. Everybody else wanted Jaden Ivey, and Vivek was holding everything up. We make it perfectly clear. Vivek is aware of everything.
Mm-hmm.
He's aware of everything. So if you think he's just skipping along like, oh, I'm just doing whatever. I don't know anything about public perception and all this other. I'm here to tell you you're wrong. Does he always make the right decisions? I honestly don't know because I don't know. If
I don't even know what decisions
that's
that
what I'm saying.
makes.
I don't even know what decisions you make. But for argument's sake, I'll be like, no, he doesn't always make the right decision. But is he aware of what the public perception is and how that can be a problem? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, man. Content over everything.
Content over everything.
But this is
I cursed out this guy, Michael, during the break.
No?
Because he tried to call me a mouthpiece for the Kings.
No, he called you worse than that, to be fair.
Yeah. That was
called
terrible.
You worse than that.
Yeah, that was terrible. But I cursed him out because he was like, why are you so sure this is going to get done? I think it's going to get done. If it doesn't get done, then damn, I was wrong. Just like predicting a game. I think Team X is going to win. If they lose, damn, I thought Team X was going to win. They didn't win. I think
this is a little bit different because you have guys out there. This isn't the same thing. There's a reason we think this is going to get done.
True.
Like that's not the same as a game.
Right.
Like, there's enough that we've been told. It's like, nah, this sucks. This is not going the way it's supposed to. We think that this is going to get done.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, all right. And two people have told us, and at least one different person has told James. Mm-hmm. What are we doing here? Like, everyone is confident this is getting done. What are we doing here? Mm-hmm. Like, why do we insist on taking the most difficult path? The yellow brick road is right there. Nah, let's go through the tornado. What are we doing? Oh, there's some. Let's go with the flying monkeys over here to stick with the Wizard of Oz analogy. Follow the yellow brick road and let's get to where we're supposed to go.
Yeah,
unnecessary.
It's completely unnecessary.
It's unnecessary.
Completely, and all this could be going on, and nobody know about it like it was last week, and there would be no issues. Like, because clearly it seems like this was going on last week when nobody knew it was going on.
That's right.
And then all of a sudden, on what was it, Friday or Saturday?
It was Friday.
Woj comes out with a tweet.
Yeah.
They could have kept it. They could have disagreed and not had an agreement under the radar like they did all last week.
What we understand, this has actually been going on a couple weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So clearly there was if nothing else, I talked about sometimes the second conversation is where frustration starts to build. Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe in their case, it was the second week where some frustration started to build. And we think, let's just get through the weekend. Everybody take the long weekend. We'll come back and we'll talk about this later. Mm-hmm. And then the Woj tweets gets fired off Friday night.
Yeah.
I think it went off around 4 something. That was slick. They thought we were on the air. They were trying to undercut us. It was like,
we're not on today. Sign the contract, big boy. Sign the contract.
Simple as that.
I got a question though, and I don't care. I keep saying it for people who aren't familiar with what I'm saying. Just give Mike the $10 million he's looking for. That's what I would do. But why do we, if the Kings are at 7.5 or 8, right? And Mike wants 10. Why does everybody say, just give him the extra $2 million, as opposed to saying, Mike, they're giving you 8. Just take the 8. Why does everybody say that though? Is it simple as like ownership and regular people or something like that?
No,
they never side with ownership.
Which one? Most of us shouldn't. we should side with the employee.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I think it's sure that could be part of it. But I think if the number was 20, I don't think anyone would say just give him 20 million.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The number's 10, and the number's 10 because that is around market value. And there's also a why would we, and I'm not, this isn't related to coaches around the league. This is Sacramento and Mike Brown and the people who are saying just give him the 10 million. It's because just give him the 10 million is better than what we've been through. Why put ourselves through that? And if you just meet the 10 million, you have a happier coach. Like why enter the second phase of this thing with your head coach on a level of frustration?
What if he's like, because I get hung up a lot on the championship thing. Coach Bud has a chip and he's making 10 million. The market says you shouldn't make 10 million. That's just going by the market. I want to reiterate. That's not a deal breaker for me. I'm giving him 10 million. But if we've been going by the market the whole time and these guys are doing negotiations, the market says you're not a $10 million coach. Because all those $10 million coaches outside of the one exception are championship coaches. So why don't you potentially two?
Jason Kidd.
Potentially two.
We don't know. We're trying to find out, but we think Jason Kidd is in that $10 million.
Why don't you just take the 8.5 or something like that we're offering?
So I think I would feel different, and this might be Mike's. I don't know. There could be a couple of things. I've joked that Nick Nurse botched his contract. He's the only championship coach who's not in that especially knowing that Rick Carlisle got that extension. He's the only championship coach who's not in that $10 million range. He's at, I think he was at 8, if I remember correctly. We looked at this yesterday. His agent was Mike's agent. Well, maybe Mike's agent's like, well, Warren LeGarry I can't do that again. I gotta, right. I gotta make sure my guys are up where they're supposed to be. Now you're right. Mike's not a championship coach, but Mike is as good of a coach that hasn't won the title that's out there. I mean, Doc Rivers has a championship. There is no coach in the league that is more criticized than Doc Rivers. His was 4-40. And now I wonder now after reading Sham's tweet, how much of this is that NFL money? Like, is there incentives in here that like did Doc have to go to the Eastern Conference Finals to make 10 million this year? I'm not really sure. But I would think differently about that 8.5 if it was 8.5. Just it's 8.5. It's not mean that's it. But by all outward appearances, it's not. It's 7 with the opportunity to get to 8.5 or 9.
You know what?
I don't like that.
You know what I'm thinking? Oh, man, I don't know. It's this whole thing got me thinking.
This whole thing has gotten out of hand.
Because if let's just have a conversation here on air like we've been doing. If I was the Sacramento Kings, somebody at the Kings, and I wanted to make us look like we're doing something, like we're doing the right thing. Why, unless you're just not that bright in this situation, why would I put the incentive thing out there? Wouldn't I just say we're willing to give them 27 million or upwards of 27? Like there would be no 26 or 27. It would be like upwards of $27 million.
Great question.
If I was the agent and I was playing a little game, I would say, yeah, if I was playing a mind trick, because remember, everybody will believe that this is the Kings' fault. I would put in words that kind of set them up. Like, competitive offer that's 26 million. with incentives of 27, and nobody going to be like, you guys are crazy. Why are you putting all this stuff in there like we've been doing? Like, if I was playing games as a representative of Mike Brown, I would word it that way to make them look crazy. Because once it's out there, everybody's going to believe the Kings are talking anyway. That's a bit of a chess move. Because if I'm the Kings, I don't gain anything. I don't gain anything from saying we offer 26 and he could get 27. Why not just say upwards of $27 million? Because that makes me look like I'm really making a competitive offer. $9 million, almost $9 million a year.
It's a great question. I don't have an answer to that. That is a fantastic question.
Unless the person that's putting that stuff out there is just they don't know what they're doing.
Well,
it could be a complete fumble. Like, I just don't know what I'm doing.
I just love that idea. I don't know how to leak information properly. Damn it. That's a good question. I think that's a great question.
The thing I would always lean on if I was negotiating against the Kings is, like we talked about earlier, everybody's going to believe that they're messing.
Well, you don't negotiate against, you negotiate with.
Oh, that's true. Some people negotiate against.
See, you're already entering this negotiation in a
well,
bad
remember,
place.
I quit a couple of days ago. I quit.
Well, that's true. You did quit. I went to. That's funny. You did quit. Well, I'm out of here, pal. This is hilarious. I was scrolling to get Sham's tweet, and I was like, the quickest way is probably just to go to my timeline. And I had a quote tweet that said, I can't believe no one has deleted this. It was deleted.
Well,
it was a Nike tweet. You didn't see this?
No.
There was a Nike tweet from the Nike basketball account immediately after Dallas won.
Uh-huh.
And it said, well, there it is. No basketball for 8 days with a crying emoji.
Uh-huh.
In their bio of that account says, of course Asia has a shoe. And all I could think as I saw that was like,
come on, man.
It had been up for like 2 hours.
That's a trip.
How has no one deleted this?
Oh,
well, it's deleted now.
Get that out of here.
It's gone. Oh, such a bad look. That person's getting a talking to today. We talked a lot, and I'm gonna get back to the Sham suite. I'm just scrolling my timeline right now.
That's a bad job.
Oh, so bad. Did you hear SZA's drop that she put out last night?
No.
Or I don't know if it came from. I think it came from SZA. SZA did a cover of "Lose Yourself."
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not like on like platforms.
Yeah,
it was circulating around Twitter.
Nah, I didn't hear it.
It's. I know you've blocked me, but it's on.
What? How did we get there?
Well, it's on
You've
Twitter.
been blocked me. How am I the one blocked?
I forgot when I block you. You can't see it. That's right. I'm still following at I am. Well, never mind. The Sacramento Kings have made a competitive offer to head coach Mike Brown on a contract extension. 3 years and $21 million through 26-27, up to $27 million with bonuses, sources say. So far, no agreement. Brown is believed to be seeking around $10 million annually. Man, that's such a great question. I don't know why they just wouldn't say the Sacramento Kings have made it a competitive offer to head coach Mike Brown on a contract extension.
And
3 years, up to $27 million, sources say.
Unless you're trying to make them look bad, because you can plead the fifth if you want to. But when you read that tweet, what's the first thing you said? Do you remember?
The first thing I said, yeah, this came from the organization. Was that not the first? Was that the second thing I said? What was the second thing I said, or first thing?
This is not a competitive offer.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. Yeah.
And if I'm
3 years, $21 million is not a competitive offer.
And if I'm like I said, maybe it's too in the weeds. But if I'm the agent or Warren Legary or whatever my man's name is, I'm putting that out there to say, oh, competitive offer. Look what this is, because the second Damian Barling and the rest of Kings Twitter sees this, they're going to say, this is not a competitive offer. The Kings are a joke. Nobody's going to be on the side of the King like, that's a fair offer. Everybody's going to say what you said first because it's the Kings.
I disagree with that. I think there are some people who will see, and we'll take the 27 out of it just for the sake for a second. 3 years, 21 is $7 million a year. If Mike makes 4.5 to 5, that's a raise of $2 million and some change.
True. But then we say we were kind of going off. He makes 6. Now we had that conversation.
No,
Maybe not everybody feels that way. I thought we had said James might have said 6.
I don't think Mike makes 6. I don't know. We don't know what Mike Brown makes, but I don't think it's 6.
Okay.
I think I don't know. Maybe it's 6 with incentives. I don't know. Even that though, yeah.
My whole thought about it though is if I was negotiating with the Kings.
Yeah, look at you. look at that growth. See, we think Vivek Ranadive can't grow in 10 years. Kenny just matured in 10 minutes. Wow.
If I've been negotiating with the Sacramento Kings and this thing started to go to the sources and the NBA writers, I'll be like, you guys don't want to play. I can say anything. I can say anything and they will believe it. I'm going to win this one. You don't want to do that. I can put anything out there. I can tell anybody anything, and everybody's going to believe that you are a fool.
Yeah, they're getting eviscerated in the comments.
I
never looked at the Woj comments before. I'm looking at
everybody going to believe it. Now, maybe you don't want to play that game. Maybe people don't play that
Your
game.
friends with the Lakers are trying to.
Well,
that's hilarious.
With the Lakers. What are you talking about?
It's hilarious that Laker fans are trying to get Mike Brown. Boy, they love them some Greeny. Jeez almighty.
Greeny.
I'm not reporting. I'm just saying on my national radio show that it airs across the country. Well, I know nothing. Stick around, come back, and we'll continue to talk our way through. Well, here's the thing. I know nothing, and neither does anyone else.
No.
Because even the stuff I do know doesn't make sense.
Which way is up? I don't know.
Nothing makes sense anymore. We'll come back. This radio show makes sense. It's a lot of fun. We're happy that you're here with us. Jump in the chatty house, brought to you by Matthews Mattress, or hit us on the phone lines, 916-909-1320. Steelo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Man, Michigan and Ramsey are ready. Let me get the hell out.
They're ready, and I don't even really. I mean, I got things that we could talk about, but there is a fight this week, by the way. So we'll get into that. Hold on 1 second. Let me get the banner up. The banner up. Hold on, guys. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Hold on, dog. Oh, that ain't it. Hold on. Don't mind me. There we go. All right, man. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Shout out to the dope ones. Big ups to Cola Moss. Big ups. Shout out. Deontay Wilder is back in the ring this Saturday against Mr. Zhang. I don't want to butcher my man's name. I want to butcher his first name. I'll try it though. Zhilei Zhang. I think it's Zhilei Zhang. Deontay Wilder back in the ring against Zhang, and he's trying to get back on the radar of the heavyweight division after losing his last fight and Deontay my boy, but he's looking a little washed. And he probably sees an opening for a couple of paydays. He could fight Anthony Joshua again. He could fight Alexander Usyk in this situation. He could fight one of those guys like Big Baby or something like that. And especially when you talk about the Saudi bag that's just floating around here. What they call him? His royalness, his highness, whatever they call him, who's making all these fights happen right now. Deontay could be looking at this situation this weekend as an opportunity to get back on the radar. I don't know much about Zhang, but I do know I'm worried for my boy Deontay. I'm worried that he might be on the back nine, so to speak. And I hope he gets through this one. If he were to fight Anthony Joshua, which I still think is a big time fight, like that's a big time pay-per-view fight that people want to see. If he were to fight, I'd be worried. If he fought Alexander Usyk, I'd be worried. I'm not gonna lie to you. He's had a lot of tough fights, took a lot of hits. That trilogy with Tyson Fury took a lot out of my dog. You know what I'm saying? So I hope he wins this one. And more importantly, I hope when it's all said and done that he goes out with a win and goes out on top. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see him going out knocked out or anything like that. So hopefully he gets this win on Saturday. I know he's going to win another big fight. I hope he has a good showing of that. And yeah, we'll see what happens with Deontay moving forward. Next week, I'll break down more about what's going on with Ryan Garcia and all this other stuff. Floyd Mayweather was talking. There's a lot to talk about in that respect. We'll get into all that next week on the 13th round. Bro, don't nobody care about no bitch ass UFC. I don't care about UFC, dog. Hey Zay, go ahead in the comments. You have a preview for UFC. I'll give you the 6th round. I give you the 6th round. Go ahead, preview it. Say whatever you got to say. Say whatever you got to say in the comments, dog. Don't nobody care about that. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody worried about UFC. UFC got their own fans, and that's a good look. Boxing got their own fans, and that's a good look. So you have your own preview in the comments, eh?
We having that UFC versus boxing fight again. Man.
Yeah, and you know who always starts it?
Who?
UFC fans.
You know what? Kenny will do his little UFC show that you guys want whenever Dana White starts paying his fighters.
Yeah, when they make more than $10 a fight,
yeah,
then we can talk.
They upped the bonuses lately, guys. Come on, man.
Okay, so they can potentially make $45 a fight for a pay-per-view that probably grossed $10 million. Probably more than that.
Hey, but good news, Connor's coming back.
Oh yeah, Connor getting a title shot. They talk about boxing is fixing all this other stuff and it's all crooked. Connor coming back gonna get a title shot. This guy hasn't won in 5 years. And all these UFC guys be trying to box. That's the thing that be getting me. The boxing is so crooked and so trash and all this other stuff. Why all these UFC guys go try and box?
You just won the UFC title. What do you want to do next? Give me Tank Davis.
Right. Oh man, y'all got it so twisted. The whole thing about it though is I don't care. People who enjoy UFC, enjoy UFC. That's cool. I don't hate on it. It's all good. Like, do what you do. But don't come over here talking crazy about boxing. I don't even bring up UFC in no type of way until people start talking crazy. And guess what? Conor gonna go box again. He's gonna go box again and make more money than he could ever dream of in the UFC. Francis Ngannou was asking other fighters for loans while he was fighting in the UFC. And just what he make? Like $40 million in 2 fights?
Something like that. I think he went to a different MMA company too. You guys start getting paid that way too.
Yeah. He still go, Dana, you can't come back here. All right, I'm gonna go make $40 million and I'm gonna go fight in I think the Ultimate Fighting League or something like
PFL,
that.
I think. PFL, like that. Yeah, the ESPN one.
Fighting League. Yeah.
Dana White, just pay your fighters, please. Yep. I don't want to be mean. I was gonna say,
I don't want to be mean.
Pocket watch the UFC fighter and Rick Barry, who didn't make more money.
One, there's no way to possibly track what a UFC fighter makes because they have to spend so much damn money on their camp.
Dude, just that they got their main eventers asking other fighters for loans, bro. Stop. Stop.
Dana White punched his wife on camera with like no recourse whatsoever.
It was a crazy episode on First Take the next day, by the way.
And got
crazy.
stalled
That was
out
crazy.
by Stephen A. Smith and Molly.
Molly, that's the crazy one.
And
too.
no one took it to them. Just let it ride. I know it's different. We collectively eviscerated Sean Combs for what that video did. What was on that video. No recourse whatsoever for what Dana White did.
Dana just skating. Ain't no canceling Dana. Ain't no canceling the UFC.
Nah, Dana could be president.
Right. He might be the vice president.
At this rate. At this rate. We didn't have any clever teas going into commercial break. All I told you was we know nothing. And what we do know is really confusing. James is going to join us. James knows stuff too. And I'm telling you right now, James knows nothing. We're trying to combine information in a span of about 3 minutes between the two shows to get to the bottom of what might actually be happening. And man, when I tell you it failed, my God, it failed in catastrophic fashion. Absolutely catastrophic fashion.
I like I said.
By the way, just real quick, and I'm sorry to do this on the radio. Zay, you showing your ass. You might want to sit down, sir. You looking real dumb in the chat
Zay,
right now.
like I said,
Zay, sit down,
like
sir.
I said,
not ours, not Zay-Bo.
No, not Zay-Bo.
Not Zay-Bo.
Not Zay-Bo. Zay with the Andrew Wiggins thing. Like I said, they at some point, that's a good thing about people who type a lot or run their mouth a lot. At some point, they're gonna talk too much or type too much and show who they really are. That's what it really comes down to.
Now let's keep some of this going. Like Xander, we're not hating on the fighters. There's some UFC. Josh Emmett is my man. Our problem is those fighters don't demand more. The splits is Kendrick and Drake would talk about. The splits, they're public across the NFL, across the NBA, across Major League Baseball, across the NHL. You know why? Because there's a players association or there's a union. There ain't no fighters union. That means they can't collectively fight. They can't collectively fight for what they should earn. So their pay is essentially discretionary. It is what his people, Dana and that group and whoever else runs that organization, decides what they should get paid. That's our problem. These fighters deserve
used.
That's it.
They're getting used
and washed out. They're getting used and washed out. And no one says anything. Oh, no, UFC is the place to be. No, dude, it's not. Unless you're John Jones, unless you're Conor McGregor, unless you were Ronda Rousey, you wasn't making no money.
And me,
or you did the Ultimate Fighter. Maybe you made a couple of bucks if you did that.
And Xander, because Xander's been real active, and Xander,
hey, you trying to join the conversation? It's all right.
Xander been real active today. But me personally, the way I look at it with them fighters, like Damien just said, I'm not talking crazy to the fighters, because if that's what they want to do, by all means, do what you want to do. Like, if you're good with it, if you like it, I love it. If that's what you want to do, fine. Dana White, you know what you're doing, and you're foul. That's my crux. You know what you're doing, Dana, and you're foul. You're taking advantage of these people.
Zay says we don't know how much undercard boxers make. It's like $10K a fight. Okay. All right. Salute. Salute. It's all love. Hey, it's conversations. What we do. We talk. That's what the Mattress Chatty House does, man. We talk.
Zay,
some people talk a little crazy, but we talk.
Zay, think about what Zay is like talking like.
He need a different name.
Oh, he's like, they make $10K a fight. If you fight 3 times in a year, you made $30,000 a year for a pay-per-view that did like $5 million.
Well,
like, he talking like they make $10K a fight. Like, that's great news.
Well, he said undercard boxers. I think he said undercard boxers, not undercard fighters.
Oh.
But the thing that makes it even funnier is I don't think main event fighters make that.
Tim Zhu.
That's why he's talking about, hey, we've upped the bonuses to $5,000. Like, bro, sit your ass down.
Tim Tszyu made $10 million in his last fight. You can compare Tim Tszyu. Give me a Tim Tszyu equivalent in the UFC.
gracious.
That person is not making anything close to that.
Nothing close. Tim Tszyu is, and we have a good time with it or whatever. Tim Tszyu is probably.
He's not a top tier name boxer.
Yeah, I'm about to
like
say,
that.
is he top? I don't want to speak too crazy. He's top 25 most popular fighter in boxing, but
he's a tier
he might
two.
not be top 20.
Yeah,
he might not be top 20. He made $10 million.
we're just asking for them to pay the fighters. That's it.
That's it.
Pay them.
And like I
pay
said,
them dues.
and the fighters who clearly don't care. If you don't care, fine. It's whatever. Like if you're happy with it, then I'm not here. We do pocket watch. I'm not gonna watch your pocket in that situation.
Hey,
you having a good time.
Be public. They ain't never gonna let that be public.
You living your life. You enjoying your life for whatever you're getting paid. My issue is with Dana White. That's my issue. He's the one that's controlling it. He's the one taking advantage, and it's foul, in my opinion.
All right. That was an extended version of the 13th round, or perhaps the 6th
And
round.
the other problem I'd probably have, to be honest with you, is if I fought in the UFC, they probably wouldn't be cheering for me.
Oh, there's no probably.
If I was fighting in the UFC, they probably wouldn't be cheering for you.
There's no probably. They were on Twitter yesterday crying conspiracy. I was talking to the insiders at the end of their show during the handoff, and we mentioned this earlier. Well, I use Philadelphia as an example. We were talking about posturing. There's a lot of posturing going on around the league, and I think that's part of what's happening with Sacramento. There's rumors everywhere. Like our man Keith Pompey was writing about how the 76ers are willing to give Jimmy Butler a max contract. One, you guys might be a couple of years late for that. But two, it was like, wait a minute, is Jimmy a free agent? And you start, no, if he's available, they'll trade for him. They'll sign him to a max contract, or they'll do a sign and trade. They'll do whatever they can. This, of course, preseason. They'll do whatever they can to get Paul George. And then you just like run through like marquee player after, they'll do whatever they can to get ... And you just look across the league. I think Brandon Ingram was on there. And I got hung up on Brandon Ingram and Jimmy Butler because it's like you guys got 2.5 players on your roster. Right. Who you trading? How does this work? There's so much happening across the league. We're rightfully so hyper focused on what's happening here with Mike and the Kings. We're not as emotionally invested into the rest of the league. But there's a lot of stuff happening around the league that doesn't make sense. Right. 9 of the 10 stories that come out about the Philadelphia 76ers don't actually make sense. And it's like, okay, I get it. It's part of the game. It's where we are in the season right now. We're approaching a month away from the draft. We just found out we're locked in. We're going to be at Tom's Watch Bar for the draft at the Golden One Center.
Yeah, man. Come
through, hang out with us. We'll be out there on the patio watching the draft together, doing our KSFM show out there. And we're still weeks away from that. There's only 2 teams left.
Yeah. And the crazy thing about it is it's probably going to intensify this week.
That's it.
With nothing going on.
That's it.
And the age-old rule.
Woj's about to drop a crazy tweet at like 4:25 today.
I think Monday about to go crazy. I think Monday and Tuesday about to go crazy.
Man.
But and then when the finals is here, things will stop, right? Because the thought is always no news during the finals to take away from the finals. What was it last year? Was it John Morant before or after the finals? Didn't Adam, did he suspend him or something happened?
Before, because I think they were debating on whether or not you release it after because you take away from everything going on and all that.
That's right.
And they did it before? Right. I can't, I genuinely can't remember.
Yeah, I think they did. Or no. He talked and he talked about what he was going to do.
He said,
I don't want to take away from the finals. Well,
he hinted at it. Yeah. It was like, This it's like a lot of these tweets this week. This didn't work the way you thought it would. Yeah, Adam missed on that one. And then they had Ja's going to get suspended for 5 years. This is what happened. See, that's a great example, though. This is what happens when you leave people to just figure out stuff on their own. Ja was getting suspended for a year. He was getting suspended for 5 games. He was getting suspended for 50 games. We were all over the place because all we had was a couple of short little lines from Adam Silver. And then, all right, y'all, peace. Hey. And then it just got to the point where it's like, bro, just announce the suspension. You're making this worse.
Yeah.
That's what's happening here. Like we were talking about, how do we know this? How do we know this? How do we know this? It's funny. What did someone say in the chatty? Oh, all we had was the Woj tweet at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And someone hit the chatty house and said, well, the Kings are refusing to negotiate. Wait a minute. That wasn't in the tweet. And you start searching Sean, James, Jason Anderson. Nobody tweeted that. Where did this information come from? One tweet from Woj allowed everybody to form their own conclusion as to what it meant.
Right. And like we've been talking about all day, the conclusion they're always going to go with when it comes to the Kings is something negative.
Right.
Like it's always going to be that. And that's I mean, to each his own. Everybody can do whatever they want to do, but that's, to me, a lot of the time just a little lazy. It's a little lazy to like always think the worst of a King's story or their side of the story and all this other stuff. Like that's a little lazy to me. But that's just me. I mean, some people will look back. Man. Some people will look at it and be like, well, if they were more successful in the past, maybe we wouldn't have to, take that. Or history says they always make the wrong choice. Cool. Just whatever. I like to kind of look at things maybe for what they are and think about what makes sense.
Does LeBron James to Philadelphia make sense?
No.
Does Klay Thompson to Oklahoma City make sense?
Yeah.
This was my favorite. I'll tie all this together in a second. Does D'Angelo Russell to Orlando make sense?
Hell yeah, that makes too much sense. That should be happening now.
ESPN wrote an article called 10 Things That Should Happen This NBA Offseason, and it's like LeBron to Philly. Like, all right, dude, whatever. I saw Klay to Oklahoma City and immediately thought, okay, well,
they had some good ones in that story.
Well, so I don't have a problem with that, but I immediately thought, well, why not Malik then? We've never mentioned Malik in Oklahoma City before. Why would Klay be an attractive option in Oklahoma City, but Malik wouldn't?
Because I think first off, I think people.
These were all hypotheticals, by the way. This wasn't. This was just.
It was what's
fun off-season stuff. That's all it was.
Chris Herring wrote an article.
That's fun stuff. Yeah.
I think in NBA circles around the league, could be wrong, but I think people still look at Klay as better than Malik Monk. So if you have a list, I think people will put Klay ahead of Malik Monk in free agent targets. Now, when you talk about OKC, I don't think that's a good fit for either Malik or the team, because I'm always thinking of the closing lineup. And if you got Malik Monk, you'd have a closing lineup of SGA, Dort, Williams, who am I missing? You got Chet. I feel like I'm missing somebody.
Did you say Shea?
Yeah.
Oh,
I feel like I'm missing. But even if you've got SGA, Monk, and Dort all on the perimeter, and Jay Williams in the perimeter. There you go. So Monk is the fun. That's the one I was thinking of. If you have Monk there, right? SGA, Monk, Dort, Jay Williams. That's 4.
Too small?
Very. And then Chet by himself. Who's playing the 4?
Okay, I was just asking. I'm a broadcast journalist. That's all I do. But you're talking about on the defensive end. Right?
Mhm.
Right? Okay. I mean, Clay ain't that on the defensive end anymore.
No, he's not what he was for sure. Not that at all. But he wouldn't be asked to defend like that on the like Dort and SGA and probably even Williams are taking the first 3 difficult spots in the lineup. Like if I'm let's think about this series. Let's think about going up against Dallas. He'd probably be guarding like Derrick Jones. Derrick Jones ain't gonna like ISO him and go to work or nothing like that. So you can get by. I wouldn't. He makes sense. I wouldn't go for him. Klay Thompson in OKC.
Mm-hmm.
I think they should be looking more like a Brandon Ingram type guy. I think he would help out.
Let's not do that.
Let's not do that.
Well, they'd have to give up some assets to get him.
They've got
they got him.
ones to give up.
Yeah, they got him. They got him for sure. Obviously, the best one out of all of that was Orlando should go get D'Angelo Russell.
That
And
is
man,
the one.
I don't know that I've ever agreed more with anything that ESPN has ever written. That's the move.
That's
right
the
there.
one.
That is the move right there.
That's the one.
Come on, Orlando, let's cook.
You guys,
Go get you.
Orlando. Be real with yourself.
I mean, he is the real D-Lo, if we're being honest. Like,
Wow.
go get.
You gave him D-Lo status.
Hey, if it gets him to Orlando.
Hey, do we on first day of free agency? Do we get more excited for D'Angelo Russell to sign with the Magic tweet or with the Malik Monk to the Kings tweet?
Probably depends on which one's coming first.
Yeah, but let me pull this up because he has some good ones. Oh man, now I'm on Safari. I got to re-enter into my ESPN.
Yeah, it's tough. I tried to do a lot of that stuff last night too. It's worth it though. My computer hasn't died in 2 days.
No, look, the computer just
it's legit.
It's phenomenal.
It's like having a brand new computer.
It really is
absolutely incredible. I feel amazing and like an idiot all at the same time.
LeBron to Philly. You think that he wouldn't do that just because he wouldn't want to live in Philly?
No, I don't think he would do that. I don't think he wants to play for a Daryl Morey team. I don't think because here's the thing about Daryl Morey. Daryl Morey would be the one who signs LeBron James and then trades him. Oh, you know what? This isn't working. I'm going to trade LeBron James. LeBron's never going to allow that to happen.
True.
Also, no. Just no.
Well,
he's got an equal chance of winning with the Los Angeles Lakers that he will with Philly. Why go to Philly?
Does he?
Yeah, I think so.
I
think
he's
so.
Smart. He go to New York.
Well,
that's the move.
That's different. That's different.
We didn't talk about this. Do you think LeBron is going to be a free agent?
Yes, I think.
You think he's gonna?
Yeah, I have it on good authority from Rich Paul live on television.
That was crazy. What does that? What does that mean?
Nothing.
Though?
Nothing. It means something and nothing. In one sense, it's a formality, in that it changes the way that he can. It changes the type of deal that he could sign with the Los Angeles Lakers. In another sense, it's anything but a formality, because whether they like it or not, the Lakers, whether it's realistic or not, I should say, the Lakers could lose LeBron James. He could go to New York or Sacramento or anywhere that drafts Bronny, if he wanted to.
Mentioned Bronny. He's only going to work out for the Suns and the Lakers. I saw. Does that mean anything?
That's weird.
That is weird. Somebody had mentioned the Suns.
He's turned down invites too.
Somebody had mentioned it. No, not a Suns trade. Him going to Phoenix as a free agent. Somebody had mentioned that.
An undrafted free. Oh,
yeah.
LeBron or
LeBron. And that's I heard that before what Jesse just said. Like a week and a half ago, somebody's like, "Hey, look out!" And I don't know if it was just the random talk, but like, look out for LeBron going and teaming up with KD in Phoenix.
But there's no way that can happen
if he takes a small deal.
Yeah, the West has got to take a minimum.
Okay. All right.
Don't do that. Don't do that to us. The smoke is there. Let us cook.
No. Let's do this for a second.
I'm about ready to go drive to Vegas and put some money on LeBron going to the Suns.
Let's do this for a second. LeBron James is going to sign for nothing to go play on a team where 3 players make $50 million.
Can't put a price on playing with your kid. I think it's far-fetched, too. I don't think it happens.
I don't know who said it, but I know it was said back in 1999. There's no chance in hell.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Chance.
But
there's smoke there.
If anybody can look, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. Money is money to everybody. But if there's one person who could do that and not feel it, it'd be LeBron.
It's not about feeling it. That doesn't. I don't.
LeBron,
that doesn't feel right.
Yeah, you know, like
I don't know. It's just. Look, I'm walking. I'll walk back 5 yards.
No, it's all right.
I found him, Coach.
Friday.
It was out on me, Coach. It was out on me, Coach.
I hate that commercial, by the way. Have you guys seen that
one?
one?
This was the worst commercial ever. Absolute worst commercial ever.
I know it's a status thing.
No, he's not.
Stuff.
No.
So
no.
you take the 50 and go to the Lakers, and the Lakers aren't doing nothing. They're not winning a championship.
You're gonna own the Vegas team in a few years, anyways.
Maybe that's the reason why you take the $50 million for you need more money.
No, because LeBron's smart. He ain't gonna use his own money.
It's John Henry's money.
He's gonna use someone else's. No. I don't think there's any scenario where LeBron takes anything remotely resembling a mid-level exception, a minimum. No, LeBron's gonna make $40 to $50 million.
Where's he gonna do that at?
The Los Angeles Lakers.
Well, at least he'll be getting paid. Sure as hell ain't gonna win anything. Well, especially since it's.
What are we doing? JJ Redick's gonna go coach that team. LeBron's a Laker.
Yeah, he's staying.
Yeah, I can't believe they're hiring JJ.
He's staying with the Lakers.
Well, to be clear, that's not official.
Not
official,
I said, he's
but
gonna make all that money. The Lakers aren't winning nothing.
I don't think they are. I don't think Phoenix is either.
Phoenix had LeBron. You don't think they're better than LeBron with the Lakers?
Well, Jesus, they better be. They better be.
That kind of fixes Phoenix's point guard problem, though.
No,
I mean,
bro,
he can at least playmaking stuff.
It really does, though. And it actually kind of works, but without the money.
It kind of works. Yeah, Kevin Durant, LeBron James, Devin Booker, and Bradley Beal on a team. Sure, it works.
I think me and Kenny are heading to Arena to go put some money on this. You in on this or not?
No, absolutely not. You two sound ridiculous.
We ain't even got to go to Vegas. We go to Reno.
It's $20.
You just said that. No, I'm not going to Reno. I'm going to Reno. I'm going to Vegas. If I'm going anywhere,
I will go to Vegas then.
But you ain't driving to Vegas.
I'm absolutely not driving to Vegas.
That's a crazy drive.
When
was the last time you drove to
Reno?
Reno?
Going to over 20 years. 20.
I wasn't a crazy fan of that drive.
Yeah, no one goes, yay, I'm driving to Reno today. Well, Ramsey might, but no one else does.
Going through the mountains is kind of crazy. It was daytime. There was no issue. There was no weather. It was cool. I made it, but I was just imagining.
Have you done that drive at night?
No, and that's what I was thinking while I was driving. I was like, I'm not doing this at night.
Yeah, no good.
I ain't doing this at night.
No
we either
good.
getting up at the crack of dawn or we going to leave at 2 p.m. Because I ain't doing this.
Just out of curiosity, what's the crack of dawn to you?
The crack of dawn when the sun comes up, or like before the sun comes up.
Crack of dawn is like when the sun cracks.
I thought the crack of dawn. Yeah, crack of dawn, 7:30. I'm out of here.
It's like that first bit of sunlight, I think. First bit of light.
Okay.
I stayed up to the crack of dawn. You don't get up at the crack of dawn.
Do that in Reno?
Nah, I went to sleep earlier.
Yeah.
The family didn't. The family didn't let me do Kenny things out in Reno.
Well, you don't need to do it. You don't need to do that in Reno. We'll come back. James Ham joins us. We'll combine the nothing that James knows with the nothing that we know, and we'll see if we can figure out this Mike Brown situation next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Frodo loves Reno. Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's fine. You are welcome.
Reno's a fine place.
Fine place indeed. That's right. I don't like the LA drive either. I'm with Angela. I don't like the LA drive.
I'm gonna be heading to Fresno tomorrow. I'm not happy about it.
Oh yeah. What's that, like
2.5 hours?
Yeah. 37. Where you at? You driving to Sacramento from where? LA Drive is brutal. Yeah, that's tough.
I did that there and back in the same day. I feel like I can drive anywhere after that.
I used to do the Connecticut to DC a lot. And man, the timing of that drive, you had to time it perfectly because you were going to hit New York traffic. You could hit, if you left wrong, you would hit DC traffic or New York traffic. And you don't want to hit either one of those.
Yeah.
Got you.
I did that drive there and back the same day. Got home at 3 a.m. Woke up at 5 or 6 or whatever. Watched Urban Meyer beat the Dolphins right after that.
Why, Leezy? Why should they change the schedule? If you're writing the next storyline for a wrestler to beat Cody Rhodes, who would it be besides Roman?
I don't think about it. There's low-key no one really there right now for him. I don't want to see Jay or anything like that. I don't want to see Gunther because Gunther loses at that point.
So they got is it Gunther and Damian at SummerSlam?
I'm not even sure.
Oh man. So the thing that just has me kind of stuck. There's two things. That bash in Berlin feels like, man, you have to do something with Gunther, right? Like you've got to do something major with him there. The other thing that gets me stuck, Stal, is Roman had a 4-year-ish reign. You really want Cody's reign to be like 4 or 5 months? Like he's got to have the title for a while. He's got to be. He doesn't have to have it for 4 years. Like we can get back into the titles change hands once in a while. There's nothing wrong with that. I just don't know that it should be anytime soon. And I would love if it was Damian and Gunther. Because I think Gunther can hold that title. Oh,
No, hear me out. You could probably waste 3 months with him.
No.
Get
As a
pops from the
champion?
crowd. No, not champion, just the feud or whatever. Get us to
No.
SummerSlam and all that.
No.
It's got to be someone.
No. I don't want him. No. A Hell in a Cell match with Gunther and Priest. Why? Oh, in Berlin. Oh. No, why do that in Hell in a Cell though?
Because you could have one of them tackle each other into the wall and it collapses or something.
Oh God.
They did that with Batista, I think, one time. Someone I can't remember.
I think that was a regular cage.
Yeah. Oh yeah, steel cage.
And I think you're right. Ben's here. Boy, hey.
I wonder if 4 o'clock hits and like the chat just stops like letting you send messages. Like Ben's like, all right, time to go home, I guess.
Gunther. Wait, what's that, Warren? Warren. Gunther versus Damian or Drew. Okay. All right. I like that. I like that. I want to see Gunther get one of those. I want to see Gunther. If Gunther gets a belt, I want it to be that one. That's what the lyrics sound like. I listen to that Darren Waller crap.
I haven't listened to it.
I was like, I don't know if he was trying to make I don't know what that was. That was ass.
Sometimes,
That
dude,
was
you just
terrible.
need friends to tell you, hey, Darren, maybe no. Maybe don't do this.
Yeah, don't do that. He needed Draymond Green. Don't do that.
You guys spend a
That was-
bunch of money on
that was
production
terrible.
and everything. Hey, did you see Dennis Schroeder?
No.
He can play.
He's playing like professional soccer.
He's playing like 6th division in Germany right now.
Hey, salute. He
looked like he could play.
He's got to make up some of that money he lost.
Oh man, keep chasing that one.
Yeah.
Keep chasing that one.
Yeah. Poor brother.
He ended up getting
I didn't know that.
decent contract, didn't he?
I don't think so.
I
I mean, he's not on like league minimums.
It was good for you, Dennis. You got it back type of deal.
No,
not like back.
No,
Not got it back,
think
but
it
more
was
so
like
like he made some money.
Hey, go. Let's go. Let's go. Before
Oh.
James gets here, let's go.
Oh.
Let's go.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on.
We usually know how these ones
I'm
go.
sorry. Why did you just put your glasses on?
Because when I win, I need the close up to
So
be
he can hide his eyes
perfect.
when he loses.
Okay.
I need the close up to be on point. Do what you do, Zay. Do what you do, Will Z, because your boy is about to be back.
All righty.
Oh, he's greeny now.
Good. Yo, he did it
He
again.
did. I heard it. Yes, he did. I was
He
about to
did
look
it
up.
again today.
But it stands for like Luka or Dallas or something. For
The
Dallas or
D
something.
in Big D stands for Doncic. Like at this, like I said, this you know what you're doing. Dennis Schroeder, 11 years.
This might be the most random one we ever did.
Might be negative money.
Don't do that.
Man.
Take a quick
He
peek
did.
here.
He did take a picture on IG in front of a Bentley though, when people were trying to say he lost money.
Yeah, he's not poor. Let's just be clear. Like my man is not poor.
I think it was 2 Bentleys actually.
Dennis Schroeder, 11 years in the National Basketball Association. The former number 17 overall pick out of the 2013 NBA draft. He's played for the Atlanta Hawks, the Oklahoma City Thunder. He's played for the Lakers, the Rockets. He has played for Jesse's, Boston Celtics. He's played for the Nets, Toronto Raptors. Famously turned down a 4-year, $84 million extension from the Los Angeles Lakers.
Bet on himself.
Well, that doesn't always work. Peak earnings were in that dreaded year of 2020. 27 years old with the Lakers, made $16 million that season. Kenny Caraway in search of a victory here. 11 years in the league for Dennis Schroeder. Former number 17 overall pick in 2013. His peak earnings were $16 million.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to say 117 million, Bob.
100.
That feels way too high.
And $17 million is Kenny Caraway's guess. He's got his glasses on. He's got a look of confidence.
I feel good.
That feels extremely high. All right, so I'm gonna just give you my winning guess. I guess I'm gonna go 113. My actual guess.
Wait a minute. He's not even taking
my
a guess
actual
at this
guess
point.
would have been like
This is
63
crazy.
million.
No, stay to that. No. Hell no. You heard him. Hell no. 63 million. 63 million. You heard him.
I gave you my winning guess, Dan. Commish.
His guess was $113 million.
Hey,
He went,
You're just giving me.
Hey, what
you're
the
just giving me
hell?
reasons to take easy wins.
What that? You heard him. It was 63.
Can I ask you a question? Have you ever played the high-low game when you were the second person guessing?
What you mean the high low?
Have you ever said, I think the number's closer to this, but I'm just going to go a little bit over Jesse
I say
to
it.
get the victory?
I say the number afterwards because I know when you say it before, it counts. It counts.
What did you say, 63?
Mhm.
Yeah.
He said 60. Put him at 63. Put him at 63.
Let's do a little math here.
Oh,
Let's do a little math here.
Hey, hold on. I have a guess.
No, I got you. Your guess is clear.
I think it's about 115.
There's
I think
no
it's about
way.
It's like 115.3.
There's no way.
That's what it sounds like. Come on, man. Come on. Come
Hey,
on.
Dan could really build up some suspense.
Come on.
Are we really close?
Come on. Come on.
Jesse's guess was $113 million.
Yeah.
The
Come on.
career earnings for Dennis Schroeder is $89 million, $978,794. $89,978,794. I did the math
This is trash.
on the 117 versus the 63. That's the one that I was interested in.
I would have won that.
It would have been a $29 million difference to a $28 million difference in one of the more competitive outings.
I would have won.
You would've.
That's why I said
You would have won.
count his six. I'm
You would have
protesting.
won, but you did lose. But you did lose. That's another dub. That's 4 in a row. We're back.
Protesting. He
Boy.
said a number.
That 9-game losing streak, that second 9-game losing streak is
I tell
insane.
you what, it pays to be the champ.
He said a number.
Chat,
He
Jesse's
did.
cheating. Jesse's cheating.
He-
Yeah, I'm winning. That's
he-
what I'm doing.
He said 113 million.
Yeah, I said clearly. Winning guess
said
is
that.
113 winning or 113 million. Your losing guess was
Did
117.
he not say his guess is 113 million? Did he not say that?
What's the last number
He-
he said? 63.
Yeah, he did that yesterday too.
Yeah,
Dude, you
yesterday was under protest as well.
No, you're
No.
giving me alley oops, to be honest.
You were fined $50,000 yesterday, sir.
I'll take the fine. All these stupid ass questions.
Our guy
This
TCG
is
in the
an
chat says I have
outrage.
home court advantage. That's all it is.
This is an outrage.
That's all it is.
The guy's not even guessing.
He's implementing the same exact strategy you did.
Well, hold on. No,
It is bar for bar.
no,
what you
let's keep it
did.
real. I'm guessing he's just giving me an easy way out to win.
You did go really high.
Eh.
You were really
11
them two
years.
Bentleys threw you off. Now, for those who missed this, I do want to repeat this. The total in 11 years, the career earnings for Dennis Schroeder were $89,978,794. It only looks crazy when you read the other article that says in 2021, following that $16 million year with the Los Angeles Lakers, he rejected a 4-year, $84 million contract.
So I mean, he's still got paid some money and had a contract. Well, what he
Buddy.
He probably
Could've
Buddy.
doubled up.
no,
Buddy.
no. I'm trying to figure out like
No,
what did he lost out.
He's
on
earned-
maybe $50 million or so.
no. Since then, he's earned. Oh, there's got to be an easier way to do this. I'll go 6, 7, 8, 8.5. And then
He's
I'll
probably
go.
closer to 60 million.
Yeah, he's probably
Lost out on 60
Probably-
million.
well, no. Well, yeah, because 4 years. Yeah, it's about $60 million he lost out on. Yeah.
Sacktown Tony in the chat brings up maybe one of the sadder names. Nerlens Noel. Didn't he pass up 73?
Did he?
He passed
Oh
up a
my
high
God.
number because I think he sued Rich Paul or tried to sue them after that.
Oh man.
Well,
He passed up money he probably wasn't gonna make. Well, he clearly didn't again. He didn't get close to. He's a minimum guy now. I don't even know if he's on the team right now.
No, the Kings pay him.
Hey, Nerlens Noel has been
the
like
Mavericks offered him a $72 million deal.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Mavericks just be doing anything and getting away with it. These guys
Wait,
try
what
to
they do?
they try to offer Nerlens Noel $70 million. They just let Jalen
low-key
Brunson
works.
go. They signed Grant Williams like that was the move.
Hey,
they
poor
just be
Grant
doing
Williams.
anything
This
and
is-
it just works.
This is the Grant Williams Bowl right here.
Oh my God.
Jeez. That's the kind of luck we need here. We need that Mavericks luck.
This is not an official game. This is just a commissioner research process here.
Can't be more than 20 mil.
$45 million.
I'm way wrong.
Nerlens Noel earned $45.6 million. Again,
Oof.
brother's not starving.
Yeah, I was gonna say like we act
He's
like
not-
these guys like
No,
they still make money.
he's not starving, but man, in context, he passed up 72. It's tough. That's tough. That I can see why he sued Rich Paul over that.
That is
There are a lot of
that's
people.
a game.
I mean, Bonzi Wells is really
Mm.
remembered here for what was it? It was 36 million, right? But I can't remember the amount of years.
I don't remember the
I feel like it was 36 million, and it was like literally the Kings were by themselves. He's not the only one that's happened to. That's happened to a lot of guys. I think it happened to Matt Barnes in maybe Dallas. I think he got offered a big contract extension from Dallas, And same thing, I just don't know how you don't know. Yeah. They overestimated the market, and
you gotta know.
Like, yeah, exactly. How do you not know?
Spot track wasn't a thing back then.
Yeah, but agents and general managers were. How are you not calling around the league?
Yeah. Is that something that happened more often than not back then than it does now?
Missing out on deals?
Well, I mean, that or like just teams like massively overpaying, which is like you didn't have to do that.
Oh, I think that's time tested. Like, I think that happens all the time. That happens quite a bit.
That's
Are you okay?
Every year occurrence. No, I'm not okay because I was robbed out of another victory. I should be 2 games over 500.
At least you put your glasses on.
Well, you do. You look nice. I think we look great in all black. You're 19 and 17.
No, that's not right. I'm 19.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're correct. You're 17 and 19, sir. That's still.
Wait, did you guys hold pocket watching without me?
Yeah, man,
they did. We did. Dennis
dirty.
Dennis Schroeder.
Let's not even remember. They're not even counting wins against Kyle and Joe.
Joe.
Okay, yeah, wow.
You celebrated.
Wow, Kenny's trying to get wins against the G League Ignite
and Coach Katz. I'm like,
wasn't even here when Coach
Jake.
Katz was
I got to
here.
win against Jake.
It was chaos when you were gone, Dan.
Okay, my guess would be like 117 million.
Okay, I win again.
Wow, that is bar for bar what Kenny guessed.
Oh, really?
He said 117, and no, it's not. It was 89.
What did Jesse guess?
113.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
He guessed 63.
Now his other guess was wrong. If he had gone first and you had gone second, you probably would have said 70. Right?
Wow.
No, I would have kept the integrity of the game and give
the
my
funny
real
thing is,
guess.
If you had said 70, you would have been close. Like, you would have been relatively close. James, it came up because of the, obviously. Well, no, it actually came up because he was playing soccer. And then, of course, passing up on the Lakers deal started the conversation. And he's earned 89 in his career. He lost out on the 4-year extension that would have been $84 million. We were able to do a little bit of math, and it looks like the total that he lost over that 4-year stretch is in the vicinity of probably $50 to $60 million.
Hey, this is a random side.
Maybe a little bit lower.
It's a random side note.
Yeah.
But I do think it's kind of newsworthy because Jesse asked about it yesterday or whatever the case may be.
I see it.
Jake Paul and Mike Tyson has been postponed.
Okay. How about postpone forever? How about we do that? How about we postpone the fight so it never freaking happens?
That sounds good.
I would like to see Jake Paul get destroyed. I don't know about you guys.
Oh, it wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen in that fight. I can promise you that.
Hey, Jake Paul
about to beat the brakes off of Mike Tyson.
I'll say this: Jake Paul makes people money,
He does.
and I'm all for that. Make people money, but don't do it at the expense of beating up a 60-year-old Mike Tyson.
No.
Yeah, let's postpone that forever.
Dude, just put him at WrestleMania. And
Dude had an ulcer.
Yeah, he should not be in a boxing ring anymore, ever.
James, here's what we have been able to determine. By the way, you're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the Odyssey app. Shout out to everybody participating in the show in the Chatty House, brought to you by Matthews Mattress. Head over to MatthewsMattress.com. Find one of the 10 locations nearest you as the Memorial Day sale continues. You need a mattress? Well, don't sleep on Matthews Mattress.
Don't sleep on them,
as Kenny would say. We have taken what you know and what we know, and we have determined we've got nothing.
Yeah, sounds about right.
After a week, James, a full week of this, you talking to your people, we're talking to our people, and here we are 7 days later. We got nothing.
Okay. I think I'm pretty sure I know where this is going to head.
So the funny thing is, I did tell this story without fully telling the story, is how we have 3 minutes between shows, and we're frantically trying to share information about what you heard and what we heard, and then it just left with James shaking his head and us going, well, forget it. Let's just do a radio show. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. Like, look, I think this is complicated. I think that they're like the offer that we've seen out there is pretty legitimate. That's a counter offer that was made to to Mike Brown's camp. But like, look, I don't think that this thing is gonna. I don't think it's gonna further spiral out of control. I don't. But you never know. I mean, like, we've all been through this with this franchise before. It just doesn't seem like anything is just easy. Nothing just gets like done without like some sort of complicated backstory. And so I'm like hopeful. I'm optimistic that something will get done between these two sides because I don't think they're that far apart. And I'm not sure why we have to go the route that's been taken, but again, I think that cooler heads will prevail in the end, and a deal that makes sense for everybody, where everybody has to like maybe give up something that they don't want to give up, and I think we'll come to some sort of conclusion here that's positive for everybody.
So one of the things I agree with you as well, James. One of the things that is kind of going on, and it's adding to the angst of everybody and the whole drama of it all, is potentially it feels like the actual negotiations are relatively normal. They're just playing out in public, and what I mean by that is, if you actually look at what's been reported, the tweets that have been made, it's not like anybody's being disrespected. It's not like the Kings are coming out and saying, well, we're offering him this because Mike Brown didn't do this and he's not, and Mike Brown's not like, well, I don't want to be with this 2-bit franchise anymore unless they pay me da 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 da.
Jeez.
Like it's not getting it's literally like, oh, I'm looking for 10 million. Oh, we're offering 8 million or 7 million.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's it. Like, you know what I mean? It's not, it literally feels like a window into real regular negotiations. That's all it really is. We just don't necessarily like and think it's a good idea.
It's just a window where the blinds are supposed to be down.
Yeah. We shouldn't be able to see all this stuff in theory, but it's not, nobody's being disrespected. Nobody's being disrespectful in these back and forths.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't think that there's been like mudslinging or anything, but I don't understand the need to like go out there and go public with everything. I don't like again, you guys talk like you got sources, I've got sources, everybody's got sources, whatever, right? But I don't think like I haven't used sources in some nefarious way to try to like mislead anybody or to put a spin on this whole entire story. Like anything that I write is like, will I throw in that an ownership group wasn't happy that they didn't make the playoffs? Yeah, but like, that's obvious.
James says ownership hates Mike Brown. Tweet it.
See, there you go again.
What? Basketball hype.
I'm just saying that like if you read the whole story that I wrote, it's nothing to do with really. It compares all the coaches that are around what Mike Brown, his win percentage, and the guys that are making what they're going to make, and then it dives into why we've been here in this exact same situation before, and maybe that's where it like gets under the craw of somebody. But at the same time, like, okay, like that's history. It literally is something that historically happened. Like there's nothing you can do to hide from that. So like I don't think I took some angle and I didn't name call and but like if you want to take offense to something I wrote or something that someone else wrote, I don't think that there's been anything negative out there outside of like, look, we've been here before and you need to avoid the mistakes you made in the past. And like this is very clear. There's a way to avoid the mistakes of the past. And I don't think you've had anyone out there that I've seen that's like, oh, Mike Brown's got to get, Ty Lue, Monty Williams, Eric Spoelstra money. I don't think there's been any of that. I think this has all been,
because that would have changed the conversation quite a bit.
yeah. Well, I think it's all been like relatively fair and balanced, like what you're seeing. And I just don't know why the jabs, why the tweet came out last night. I mean, to be honest, that to me was like, it was a little
Sean's
out of left
tweet?
field. Yeah, the
Sean's
Shams tweet. Yeah. Yeah, and like Sean Cunningham's tweet, I'll just tell you, like my sources that I've like whatever, like Sean and I were always gonna have different sources and stuff, but like I don't think Jason Kidd is making 3 and 21.
Yeah, I don't either. Yeah.
That's not what I've heard. So yeah,
Neither
I've
agree.
heard that it's higher than that, and not astronomically higher, but his deal from,
Well, especially off the extension. He just signed an extension early. It's still May, earlier this month.
yeah,
And I think he was closer to, I don't know what the deal was, but a 3 for 21 type deal on the first contract. I think it was a little bit higher than that, but I think that was his original contract that he has now signed an extension for.
Yeah, and the extension I think is 2 years onto what he already has. But I might be wrong. Like either way, like
That would be 3 years left, so I guess that's not.
Yeah, it's not some crazy number, but it's also not the 321 that we saw pop out yesterday. It's not in that ballpark. And if we're talking like, what is a ballpark in this situation? Because the $10 million range and $7 million range, we're not talking about like huge difference. And I honestly think that there's a pretty simple way to get to a number that everyone should be comfortable with, and then incentives, both easily obtainable and not easy to obtain incentives that can push this thing anywhere from like 9 to 10 to maybe a little bit more than that. And everyone would feel comfortable, and we could all move about our day and get ready for free agency and all this stuff.
I'm just talking with you guys, just having a good time. But I'm thinking about like what I said earlier about if I was on the other side of the Kings and I wanted to mess with them, and I could picture that. Say, for instance, the Kings offered that, and they were like, they're talking to me as a representative, like, we're offering you a competitive deal, deal right here. The 3 for 21, possibly 27. And I say, competitive? That's not a competitive deal. They're like, yes, it is. It's a very competitive deal based off of everything that we're talking about and everything that's going around the market and everything. It's not a competitive deal, and you're pissing me off. It's not a competitive. No, it is. It is competitive. Let me show you which. let me take your words. Everything that you just told me, I'm gonna show you how it's not a competitive deal. And he gives the words. He says competitive, all the little clauses, and now how everybody. The first thing people say is that is not a competitive deal. They come back and say, "I told you." I told you. You guys talking about this ain't.
That's a hell of a way to negotiate things.
Do better.
Hey, watch this.
Do better, because that's not a competitive deal. I told you it wasn't.
I don't disagree.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, I hear people in the chat. I think I can pull this up. Like, did we hear leaks like this with Monty and King's extension? No, I don't think we saw a bunch of leaks like this, but I'm going to tell you very specifically, because I know this has been someone who throughout the day has been sort of in the camp that this is a competitive deal and everything else. We did this same exact thing when Monty McNair didn't get his extension. And it was like, how in the world could you allow a general manager to walk into like an incredibly important trade deadline without a contract for the next season? Like, how can you do that? You can't. That doesn't make any sense. Like, we literally had these identical discussions where you can show where like you're running down the same path that you have done in the past. Just if this is your guy, then pay him. If it's not your guy, then move on.
But what you don't do is have somebody who's a lame duck general manager have all the weight of like 7 years worth of draft picks that he may or may not be able to trade and young talent that he may or not be able to trade. If he's not going to be here, like, what are we doing? So my point is that, like, it's typically like my job, or at least part of my job, is to write as a columnist and to look at the situation that's in front of us and say, okay, what makes logical sense by NBA standards? And what is the history that we have? And how have we been here before? How have we not been here before? What makes logical sense? And again, I would argue that this is the exact same discussion we had when not only Monty, but Wes got his extension to stick around in Sacramento. And it's just this moment of questioning the logic behind everything. Like, at some point, if you're choosing a path, you have to choose a path and stick to it as long as you can. And if the path is wrong, okay, I get it. If you think the path is wrong, and you want to make some decision on that, that's fine. And we'll have our own opinions on whether that would be a good idea or not. But the fact is, like, you chose a path here and you should stick to a path because it's so far proved out to be a really good path and better than any other path that the previous 16 years had done. And certainly it's better than any path that Vivek had gone through in his first 9 years as an owner before Mike Brown. And so, like, again, to be fair, I certainly feel like we were exactly doing this same thing like a year and a half ago before Monty got his extension.
We were, but I don't think there was ever and I think this was the original question, Hammer. Because you're 100% right. I can think of, hey, we'd wrap up our conversation. Oh, James, by the way, contract extension for Monty? Nope. All right, see you tomorrow. And we just it became a running joke. Hey, got anything for Monty McNair? Nope. All right, keep it moving. One thing that didn't happen is when the contract became when it became public in the days or weeks leading into the announcement of Monty McNair being re-signed, there was no public battle of negotiation between the two parties, between the Sacramento Kings and between Monty McNair. And that's the only thing right now that's different. If everything had transpired the same way without the two tweets from the two most prominent insiders of the NBA, and the contract gets announced in a week, no one would know. Everything could have went exactly the same way, but no one would know. And now we're just like, yo, what is happening? And I think the thing that we're all hung up on, Hammer, is this isn't benefiting anybody. This isn't benefiting Mike's camp. This sure as hell isn't benefiting the Sacramento Kings. We're all collectively just looking at them. Will you guys fix this?
I agree. I think it does benefit Mike's camp, though. Because
I don't think
it
that
puts
it does.
pressure on the Kings.
Well, I don't know.
It puts pressure on the Kings to get the deal done, to give him what he wants or close to it.
I still think there are Mike detractors. I still think there are people that don't like. There were people who will see Sham's tweet last night or Sean's, which isn't as specific, but still, Jason Kidd was used for a reason. He's playing right now. And I could go back and do the math, but I think Sean's tweet came out after the game ended. So you've got a coach in the NBA Finals who, hey, we made an offer comparable to his. Okay. And there will be people, including Kings fans, who will look at that and go, Mike's not going to sign that? You're a 46-win coach. You're not going to sign that? Like, things can turn quickly. And it's wrestling. It's always wrestling. There's a heel and there's a baby face. Right now, I think Mike is the baby face. But let Mike turn this down and go, oh, he'll turn heel real quick. And we're not there. We're not there yet. It's just, I think everyone is collectively looking at them like, man, will y'all stop this? Both of you, stop this.
Yeah, I mean, you just need to get it right, and you need to get it right quickly. I mean,
I
you have
gotta
other things to deal with here. They're like the draft is just around the corner. The free agency is just we're less than a month from free agency, or we're
Mhm.
right at a month from free agency. You need to know what's going on with Malik Monk, and you need Monk to feel very comfortable in what you're doing as one of the teams that are presenting him with an offer. And all of these things matter, like whether people want to believe that or not. Again, coaches come and go, players come and go, but when players and coaches are together in the same era, whether it's a 2-year era or 8-year era, whatever it might be, they usually want to have clarity on what's happening around them. And like stability matters and all that stuff. But I'm just, again, um, this didn't have to play out fully in front of everyone's eyes. And to the point of the question earlier, we don't know what Monty McNair ever got. Like there's
Mhm.
not some website where we can go and look and see what Monty McNair's contract was. And we have no idea what he was asking for, and we have no idea what was being offered. All we know is that he finally got, his contract, right? And there isn't some set scale that they're basing this off of. Now, coaching contracts are a little different, and I'd say even this year's coaching contracts or maybe over the last year and a half, where all of a sudden we know what all these guys are making. Okay, that just makes it a lot more difficult. It makes it a lot more difficult for the Kings or for whoever to make an offer that's below market value. And that a 3 year, $21 million deal is under market value. And we don't even know how, like, that contract, the way it was written, it certainly looked like one of the 3 years was this season, right? If you do the math on,
Mm.
when that contract was going to expire. For in Sham's tweet, you can see it.
Mhm.
It's
Yep.
it's it's his coming year, it's a year after, and it's a year after that. So we don't know if it's like they were adding 2 extra years at a certain dollar amount, and Mike was playing the same amount this season. We don't know if it's like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
and
the
that
way
begs
that
the
this is
follow-up. We were
yeah.
trying to get to the bottom of earlier. Do we know what Mike makes right now?
Well, from what I've heard is he makes less than $5 million a year. I don't know the exact dollar amount, but,
Okay.
like, this season, his contract was and it's less than what Luke Walton was making.
So that's the number we were going with. We were going with the number with around 5, which for me, again, we keep pointing to JJ Redick and his fictitious contract for his fictitious job as a potential game changer for all of this. Darvin Ham was making less than he was making in the vicinity of $5 million. The wording of the Athletic article leads you to believe it's a little less than $5 million, but it's just kind of that's the general vicinity, right? I'm sorry, Darvin Ham and Mike Brown were making the same amount of money. Okay, fine. We're gonna make good on this now. Like, look. If we were like, prove it. All right, cool. I proved it. What are we doing? The other guy's fired.
That to me,
Like Mike Brown and Darvin Ham in the same tier?
Simple as
No,
that to me.
no,
You got to get him out of that tier.
Yeah, no, just
Get him out of
absolutely
that
not.
tier.
Just absolutely not.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of that it's intriguing, and even to use Jason Kidd as an example, man, Jason Kidd's got a 522 career win percentage. The fact that he has Luka Doncic, and let's just spell it out here. He has Luka Doncic, he has Kyrie Irving. He also has a general manager who went out and made 2 substantial trades at the trade deadline that made their team better. We went back and looked on January 27th. The Kings beat the Dallas Mavericks. The Kings at that point were 8 games over 500. The Dallas Mavericks were 4 games over 500. One of them went on to be the 5th seed. One of them fell to the 9th seed.
I'm also going to guess the Kings never beat the Dallas Mavericks again.
No.
Yeah, man.
Here's the. This is just the interesting thing.
Oh, James hates Monty McNair. Tweet
it. Here's the interesting thing about that, though, because I've heard that a couple of different times, and I want to reiterate, and I will continue to reiterate. I would give Mike Brown $10 million a year. I think he deserves it. I think he's earned it, and I want to see this thing move forward the way it is. But if that's the argument, why am I paying you so much money? Because it's not about you. It's about the players I get. Because that's what everybody always says is like, oh, comparing Mike Brown to this guy. Well, this guy, Mike, he's coaching this player. He's coaching this player. He's coaching this player. Then what am I paying you for? I need to solely focus on the players if it comes down to the players I got only. Why am I going to give you $10 million a year when it all depends on what my players do?
Well, they go hand in hand, and you hate coaches. We've been over this for 4 years.
Coaches.
Yes, you do. Unless
I
it's
don't
Coach
hate-
Kenny, you hate coaches.
But that's the argument. Like that's the excuse every time for not getting done. Well, this guy's got this player. I'm paying you $10 million a year. You like Monty McNair. You figure something out so we can get to the Western Conference Finals. If I'm paying you that type of money.
Well, this is, and I was trying to give James a chance to respond, but this is where I feel like what we talked about yesterday comes into play. I still think Mike wears Cleveland. He didn't win an NBA championship with LeBron James. LeBron James won an NBA championship with Eric Spoelstra, with Ty Lue, and with Frank freaking Vogel. But he couldn't win one with Mike Brown, and I still think Mike wears that. Fair or not, I still think Mike wears that.
That's tough because his best player outside of LeBron was Mo Williams.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree whatsoever, but this is 24, 25, 26-year-old LeBron James. And I think I might have gone a little high there, but like, I think he wears that. I think he is still criticized for not winning that title in 2010.
Yeah, but I mean, we're talking about a coach who's got a 607 win percentage and who's
James,
been
you're preaching to the choir. I'm not discounting Mike Brown at all. I think he's a fantastic coach. I'm just offering an explanation as to what Kenny said right there.
And
I don't think it's fair for.
And what I said also in the argument I made, once again, I'd pay him all his money, but the argument I made is not exclusive to Mike Brown. Like if the excuse people make when they don't get it done is, look what the roster you gave me. Then why am I paying you all this money? You're clearly not the most important thing or one of the top 3 most important things.
That's why you get paid $7 million, $8 million, $9 million, $10 million versus 40.
There are some players that are making $10 million.
Some
that are essential. What is Trey Lyles making? And we talk about when he's gone.
8.
Mike Brown more important than Trey Lyles?
Don't make me do that.
Mike Brown more important than Malik Monk? Did Malik Monk make $10 million last year?
Last year. He ain't going to make it this year.
Only because they didn't sign the right contract.
Well, no, they didn't. Okay, well, who's all right? Kenny Caraway hates Monty McNair. Tweet it. We'll come back. We're not getting it. I don't know how this is happening. It's actually getting worse.
Clipped. It's been clipped.
We'll come back. We will continue to get to the bottom of nothing when D'Lo and Casey and our insider James Ham return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Mike would make more than Keegan, wouldn't he?
Well, but that's by rule. That's not by worth. That's by structure of the league.
I'm giving Mike Brown $10 million.
No, you're
a year.
not. You're
I'm
saying
giving
I
him
hate
$10 million
Mike Brown
a year. But I also don't want to hear the argument, I don't have this player. That's why we couldn't succeed.
They go hand in hand.
Yeah.
This is your fault, James. None of this would have happened if you hadn't written that Kings Beat article.
None of this would have happened if Kenny didn't go hang out with Wes over the weekend.
Well, that's the other thing. Kenny hanging out with Wes Wilcox all weekend, and
hey guys, can't play contract talks anymore. Got to go hang with Kenny.
Can't get anything done.
Hanging out wearing poofy vests together.
I don't even think he had the vest on. Did he?
I know.
He was trying to be incognito.
Incognito.
That's what we need to figure out. Why are they ditching the vest?
No vest until Mike signs.
No vest. You guys can't wear your vest.
No puffy vest till Mike signs.
They walk into the office with their vest on. Hey, what the hell are you doing with that on? Take it off. You can't wear it until Mike signs.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a funny. Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, the difference is slightly
T-Bone isn't
more.
wrong.
Yeah.
With these things, does ownership give the GM a number to work with or whatever?
I'm glad you said that. I want that on the air.
Okay.
I want that on the air. What would you say, Casey?
What did T-Bone say? Did James just put it up?
That they paid JaVale McGee $3 million to sit on the bench, and that's basically the difference than what Mike Brown is asking for.
Wow.
But JaVale was about vibes. James loves JaVale McGee.
I love JaVale McGee too, but who told him to go get JaVale McGee?
KC hates Monty McNair. Tweet it.
No, that's not who told him to go get JaVale McGee.
You're right. You're right there, Casey.
What was I? Oh, ownership's role. It was, right? I think we basically had the same one.
What's that?
Donut Friday.
And I usually don't do sprinkles.
Did you get the donuts?
Yeah, I brought them.
Oh yeah, you brought good donuts.
Yeah, the donut shop here in Auburn's good.
I'll bring in donuts one day and put them out at like 11:30. You just sit there all day.
And Kenny will take them home with him.
Okay. Well,
If it's the right ones.
we did that with the Dana Cortez pizza.
Yeah. The family was happy too. Family was happy.
Oh.
Oh man.
Bryce, your boss brought in 5 boxes of donuts. We don't have enough people for 5 boxes of donuts.
That's damn near a box per person.
Yeah, like when I bring in 2 dozen, there's usually like 2 left at the end of the day.
Germs, yeah, I was in Modesto the other weekend. I was there. I stopped by Mr. T's. Always got to do that.
There you go.
Shout out Mr. T.
JC brings in Mr. T's on occasion.
Who does? Oh, is that what he brought in? A couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Oh, that was fire.
Yeah.
That was fire.
Daryl Chambers, there is a Bubba's Bagels in Grass Valley. It's the old Denny's in Grass Valley.
Denny's.
Bryce, the answer is clearly Mike Brown.
Are Denny's still open?
Absolutely.
Like the restaurant?
Yeah.
Oh, they're alive and well.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
My bad.
Denny's be cooking.
I now that I think about it, I feel like I see commercials for them.
Denny's is like 2 different restaurants too. If you go like past 10 p.m.
Do they have
10
Denny's out?
p.m.
Yeah, they got 24 hours Denny's somewhere.
Oh,
Some
yeah,
places.
for sure. They got one in
They used to have one in
El Grove,
Thomas.
on El Grove Boulevard. Do they got a Denny's out here? I don't think they do.
Out here?
They have one by Sac State. I know that. That's where I used to live.
You mean out here in Roseville?
Yeah, Roseville, Rockland area. I don't think they do.
I don't like the way you're saying that. I'm gonna be honest with you. We're coming back, James. I know what you're doing. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Roseville too good for Denny's?
No,
Is that what
that's
they're
what
doing?
it is.
Yeah.
I caught that. No, I caught that.
Bringing down the neighborhood.
Yeah, you ain't slick.
Is this more of an IHOP city or huh?
They got a Denny's out here?
There's one on Sunrise.
That ain't Roseville,
Yes,
Rockland.
it is. It's Roseville. I'm looking at it right now.
Oh yeah.
It's
It's
right by Douglas.
It's right across from Lorenzo's. Lorenzo's some good Mexican.
That's right. Yeah,
Mexican
I'm looking
food
at it
there.
right now.
Well,
Right
good.
across
I'm
the
glad
street.
they do.
No, don't do that. I saw what you did. Don't do that. You're not slick, dude. You low key be throwing shade. Don't thinking I catch it. Don't do that.
Oh no, man! I need more Denny's, and they only got one Sherry's in the whole region.
Oh yeah, they don't have very.
One Sherry, Southside. I'm glad to see that still goes. It don't pop off like it used to, though.
I don't know. Jesse talking about going to Denny's after 10 p.m. I know.
Oh,
I know
crazy place.
That used to be.
for
That
real.
used to be a party in the Thomas one.
Where would you go after the club?
Normally home. You talk about Denny's, that one downtown. Is it?
No, it was downtown, right off the
Yep.
freeway.
Yep.
That one used to go crazy.
Yep.
That one used to
Yeah, ma'am. Can I get some French toast at 2 a.m., please?
That one used to go crazy.
Yeah, that one because it was within walking distance of everything.
Like 3 clubs.
Everything.
That's
And
not
God,
good.
Oh man.
God forbid you get the mic and go, "Hey, we're headed to Denny's." Oh my God. All bad. All bad.
In Grass Valley, there was a Lions. We would all go to Lions. There's
Lions.
Denny's too.
Lions is on the other side of J Street. That won't pop off. That won't pop off a little bit
Yep.
when Denny's kind
Yep.
of closed down or
Yep.
locked their doors.
We can't take no more of this.
And then that Lions turned into Mel's Diner, I think. That Lions, that's where I saw Eddie Winslow one time.
No.
After the club. Is that Eddie Winslow?
Eddie Winslow at Alliance?
I saw Eddie Winslow on Twitter recently.
Well,
I
really
wish
that
I
one
had.
was that was different.
I really could have gone without seeing that. His name is Darius McCray, just for the record. It's not Eddie Winslow. Hammer, Jesse brought something up during the commercial break that I had him like, hey, hold on to that. Because we asked the question earlier, and maybe you know the answer to this, maybe you don't. Obviously, it's very easy and borderline fun for some Kings fans to blame Vivek Ranadive for all of this. And we use generic terms like Mike's people and the Kings when we talk about negotiations. We know Mike has representation. It could be one person. It could be a couple of people. But Mike obviously has representation. And to protect Mike from all of this, he's almost certainly not in the room for any of this. But who is Mike's representatives talking to? Are they talking to Monty and Wes and the front office group? Is he talking to a collection of people? Is Vivek like in the meetings? Is he talking to just Vivek? Like, who exactly are coaches' agents talking to?
Yeah. Okay. So when you're doing like an interview and you're bringing in a coach, there's usually meetings between like front office personnel. So like Amani and Wes with a head coaching candidate. And then, sometimes they'll bring in the owner for like the next set. So if you're going to go to a round 2, sometimes you bring in the owner for that. Vivek has always been a little bit more involved in most of those. So like, I think Vivek has been part of quite a few negotiations, or not negotiations, but like sit downs, like, and then, you'd have a coach and you'd have a general manager and assistant GM and Vivek sit down like, well, what do we think? Who is it that we would go with? What is the offer we want to make? That type of stuff. So an owner is always going to have some sort of say, or maybe even like the ultimate say in who the coach is, right? Just like they do with the general manager. You want your GM though to feel comfortable, and you want the person that he's hiring to sort of be his guy, right? We always have that issue where you hire a GM after you hire a GM hires a coach, you fire a GM, new GM has to inherit a coach, and then it's not his guy, and like no one ever feels the right support between that type of relationship. In this situation, I don't know. I do know that, like, again, the coaching agent world is very small, and so is the NBA front office pool is also very small. So, and those guys, a lot of them, they share the same agents. So when we talk about coaching agents in the NBA, we talk about Spencer Breaker, we talk about we talk about Warren Legary, and then there might be one or two other smaller like coaching, but they're coaching / front office general. Agents, right? And I think we've all heard by now, or at least if you haven't, maybe this could be the first time you've heard it, but I'm pretty sure that Wes Wilcox and Mike Brown share the same agent, which is not unusual to have, people within the organization share an agent. So it's not like they're going to the same person. They're having conversations with somebody that they also have conversations with regarding their own contracts. So yeah, this is a very small world here that we're talking about. And so that's why it's like, the finger pointing it can only last so long between like who said something to who. It just doesn't go very far.
There's do things like that where an agent represents guys on each side of the table. Does that have a big effect, little effect, no effect at all typically? Because the thought would be not that they'll just take any deal because they represent both, but the thought would be some type of positive, like some type of it would help with the rapport, or maybe the negotiations or something, or is that overblown too? And it really has nothing to do with anything.
No, I think it should help because you at least have people who are, that everyone is familiar with in the room. I mean, that's for sure. Like all of these guys know each other for sure. Um, but I also, I think that's where you have to rely on what is fair, what is reasonable, what is the market value, the market rate for a coach like this. So then that way we're not just plucking numbers out of the air. I think general managers, like assistant general managers and stuff, like there is a pretty large scale where, one guy can make, a couple of million, another guy can make way more than that. And even like Monty McNair's original salary with the Kings was very low from what I remember. I'm sure he's gotten, 2 or 3 times that, maybe even more by this point. But like, I don't know that it's the end all be all. I think that there are market rates there, and again, we talk about if you're negotiating with a guy who has 8 clients that are all general managers, he knows the going rate for general managers and the levels of general managers because he has their contracts in a file cabinet next to him, right? So I think that this can help, but again, like that's where I think probably the frustrating thing would be as somebody who's like on the outside looking in is that this shouldn't be that complicated. Like we can all look at just like the last 2 years, look where salaries went. Look at guys that are around Mike Brown's range. If you look at Mike Budenholzer, who again has one more year in the league and a win percentage slightly less than Mike Brown. He's been an assistant for years as well. But he won a title and Mike didn't. Then maybe you devalue Mike just a little bit in that discussion and say, okay, is he $3 million less than Budenholzer? And the answer is no, because there's already a bottom, right? There's already a low end to coaching salaries. And we know where, guys, I mean, we don't know exact dollar amounts for young coaches getting hired. I don't know what Jordy Fernandez got. I don't know what
Charles Lee. We tried to find Charles Lee's contract, couldn't find it.
Yeah, Charles Lee, but then the other guys, the guys who just signed like their second, like a Jamal Mosley, I don't know what he got.
Yeah, we couldn't find that one either.
And even Rick Carlisle, and like you need to like start amassing all of these, but are they old contracts? Are they new contracts? Are they up and coming guys? Are they solidified in who they are guys? Do they have X amount of wins, this many years as a head coach? Like it shouldn't be that difficult.
Well, you know what I think is a little difficult right now, Hammer, is I think for the first time, and Casey and I have been looking into this a little bit this week, and it not like a super deep dive, because as you just noted, like all of these, all of 30 numbers aren't public, but we would find different contract announcements for coaches. And this is really the first time, like right now, and perhaps starting with Monty Williams a couple of years ago, this is the first time that the coaching market is starting to change.
Oh,
like
yeah.
The contract market is starting to change. We went back 10 years and found deals that were $5 and $6 million. We mentioned the 2019, Dwayne Casey, Detroit deal. That was like $6 million per, 6.5 per. Like it's just now starting to like, okay, it's not those fives anymore. And I think again, if it happens, JJ could be the one who resets the market a little bit for first-time head coaches if that winds up happening, because I don't think he's taking that job for $4 million. I think it's probably going to amount to something closer to 7 or 8. And then you have the established guys, the Rick Carlisles, the Jason Kidds, the Mike Browns at 9, 10, 11. Then you have the multi-time championship winners, the Eric Spoelstras, the Pops, Steve Kerrs. They're in the teens.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have Ty Lue and Monty Williams. Ty Lue's not a multi-time contract. Like he's a champion. He's not a multi-time champion, but I think we have him at 14, and Monty's just here for the vibes, and he's at 13.5.
Yeah, but I would even say the Ty Lue thing, it shows you where the market might be going, but
I'd
also
pay
like,
Ty Lue $14 million in a heartbeat.
yeah.
It'd be Kenny's money, but I'd pay him $14 million.
Well, yeah, but I mean that begs the question though: is Ty Lue twice the coach that Mike Brown is?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so that's why you can't just like, and I don't think anyone is saying, hey, you should pay him Ty Lue money. I think everyone's saying, okay, if Ty Lue sets that, like, further sets the standard of what coaches are getting paid, then like you have to like move the needle up a little bit to where a Mike Brown would be in this conversation.
Yeah, something just dawned on me because you were talking about Budenholzer's championships got to be worth something. Budenholzer should have got 12.
Probably so.
Like Budenholzer should have gotten paid a little bit closer to those guys.
These coaches' contracts are kind of crazy.
I don't think we've hit crazy status. I just think they're shifting, and I think they'll settle here for a little bit. But I think they're just now starting to shift after
$12 million a year.
I
ain't hating. Like, go ahead.
Yo,
and get
this
your
is
bread.
a business that's about to earn $75 billion annually through TV contracts.
Well, that and Kenny, I would say this too.
Everybody.
Don't do that. Stop it.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
yeah.
Everybody
But
do the least of everybody.
Don't do that.
we have to also say this too. Like when Vivek bought the team in 2013, it was a valuation of $535 million. Like I saw one report that said the Kings are now worth 3.44 billion, and another one that said like 3.3 something billion. Like that's part of this. Like the owners are getting paid way more. I mean, they're not taking money, but their team just went from this to, some little tiny thing to this gigantic thing. Rarely do you see something go up. What is that, like, 600 times over a span of 11 years? Like that's a pretty good investment and a pretty
Not
good
to
return on investment.
derail this too much. Does that include the arena? When they value teams
Yeah.
like that, does that
Yeah,
include like it does? Okay.
Hmm. Yeah, that's why the
I
A's
mean, it
worth
would make
nothing.
sense. Like it's a part of the it seems like that makes sense.
Yeah, someone came up with the A's number while we're like in the chat earlier. I think it was like barely over $1 billion. But that's again, they don't have a stadium to play in, and the stadium they do play in isn't worth anything. And so yeah,
That's what it is right now. The A's valuation is right now.
yeah. And I know John Fisher was out trying to sell like 500 million worth of team to help pay for the new stadium, because then he thought his team would go up to a couple of billion from where it was, and so he might be able to sell it for more. But again, and someone asked earlier too, because I've seen this question online too. I've seen it on social media. Is this because Vivek is saving his money to buy the A's? And that's where I'm like, hey, look, $500 million, like $3 or $4 million one way or another in a coaching salary over 3 years. That doesn't.
Come on, guys, we got to tighten our belts a little bit.
No, I mean,
a little bit.
That register.
Got to get them lights for Sutter Health Park.
Yeah. So I don't know what to say. I would say no. The A's thing has nothing to do with this at all. This is straight up a basketball / like a budgetary whatever decision. And I think someone else asked who comes up with the budget or whatever. I don't know who comes up with the budget, but at the end of the day, the owner decides how much he would like to pay and how much he would not like to pay, and he's going to have to sign off on any contract like this for the head coach. That's just kind of the way it goes.
Billionaires don't become billionaires by just throwing money around.
No, not at all. I think this whole thing is a case of like to use the word from Friday. This is the principality of the situation. Is Mike Brown going to be just fine with $8.5 or $9 million? Sure, but the principality of the situation, heck, is I need to be making 10. Can the Kings and Vivek give him the 10 today? The extra million, 2 million, 2.5 million? Absolutely. But the principality of it, Mike, is that is not where you're at as a coach. And that's what I think all this is. It's not nobody being cheap. I think it's just two sides stuck on the principle of the whole thing. And I think that happens often in negotiations like this. And often one side or both get to meet each other in the middle, or maybe one side gets exactly what they're looking for.
Okay, I would respond with this. It is like Mike is with his years of service in the league, 30 years, his years of service as an NBA head coach, all that stuff. He is part of a group that is trying to establish what the new like range for coaching is, right? I think we can all understand that like every one of these guys isn't just, yeah, they're taking the money for themselves. But I think even beginning with Monty Williams didn't want that job. Like he turned down the Detroit job multiple times until the offer got so big he couldn't turn it down. And the reason why he had to take it in part was not just for his own family, but for his coaching family and what that meant to establish a new norm for NBA head coaches. And then to watch some of the other high value top tier coaches step up, boom, 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 and establish even more money as like the new going rate in Popovich, in Spoelstra, and in Steve Kerr. They now have like planted a flag and said, hey, look, this is the new star level coach dollar amount right here. And then Monty pushed us up here, but this is where we are. It's on Mike and Mike Budenholzer and Ty Lue and Jason Kidd and Rick Carlisle next, all of these guys to establish the new norm around this $10 million mark. And would Mike take less than that? I guarantee you Mike would take a little bit less than 10 million bucks a year. He's not holding to 10 million and saying, I have to make 10. But what he is saying is like, look, we have to be in this range because we're establishing something right now. And as an owner, you can say, well, I don't want to establish that. And you can say, as a coach or as a coaching agent, you might not want to, but all of your friends over here that are owners as well, they are establishing that. And we need my guy has to further that and make sure that the flag is planted for the middle of the road guys, the guys who have been to NBA championships, may not have won one, guys who have, 600 win percentages or 550 win percentages and above. They have to establish this as well. So I don't blame Mike for kind of holding on to a number and saying like, look, it's got to be around that digit.
I was hoping to find Chris Finch's number because they really loved Chris Finch in coaching circles, and it's just not out there. Speaking of Casey, we haven't talked a lot about this. Ant-Man said yesterday following that tough home loss.
That was a beatdown.
Third one, by the way,
that was
at the Target Center. We'll be back. We'll be back here. Everybody confident the Timberwolves are going to be back in this position next year?
No, I'm not confident they'll be in this particular position. I think they're a good team.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's gonna happen yet.
That was a tough 5 games. That's a tough 5 games that it's hard to just go, oh no, they'll be back.
The thing that I keep thinking about, I'm almost going back to like where we were almost like 12, 16 months ago. I feel like they got to do something with Cat or Rudy.
What do you think, Hammer? Try not to be too in the moment, but that 5 games look tough.
I think number one, your superstar player is going to get better. Number two, your other guy, McDaniels, is going to get better too. And that's something that I would point to. I wouldn't necessarily break it up, although the salary cap situation is probably going to get a little out of hand there. And then again, you have Mike Conley, who's going to fade. And you're going to have to worry about what that means down the road. I think at least one more year with that group makes sense. But I also will continue to point to just the weird matchups throughout the Western Conference where one team can beat one team and they can't beat another team. And, again, the Kings are the primary example of a team that can't beat the Pelicans, go 0-6, but they can beat Denver. They can beat Minnesota, OKC, Dallas. They sweep the Lakers. They split with Golden State. Like all of the other teams, they split with the Clippers, I believe. All of these other teams, the Kings are right there. This just feels like they got to the Western Conference Finals, and the team that was standing there in front of them was a team that was a bad matchup for them. And I think there are more bad matchups for the Timberwolves because of Rudy Gobert. But like, if they would have played Denver in the finals, and they probably in the Western Conference Finals, they'd probably be in the finals. Whether they could have got there, I don't know, because there might have been some other team with a matchup issue.
Yeah.
So
okay, he said that. I was like, all right, Ant-Man, I see. And then I started thinking about it. I was like, huh. All right.
I don't think they'll be in the Western Conference Finals.
I think I'd be more likely to believe in Dallas being in a similar position next year than Minnesota, because I feel like Dallas has a chance to kind of. I think Dallas could actually get better, but there's a lot to that. Let's see what they can do against the Boston Celtics first. Great, a week worth of nothing. Great job, gentlemen. We got nowhere. It took 7 days, and we're right back to where we were when we were sitting around the table Friday afternoon when that tweet came through. We thank you so much for being with us. Have a wonderful weekend. We will be back here. We will see you back here at 10 a.m., beginning with the Insiders, James Ham, Kyle Madson, here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, gigantes.
One last chance, by the way, guys. Still 1,300 people in here. Head over to ESPN1320.com and enter to win front row tickets to WWE SmackDown at the Golden One Center on September 20th. Again, go to ESPN1320.com. You'll see the WWE logo. Fill out the appropriate information, and you'll have a chance to sit front row at WWE SmackDown in September. And with that, we're going to go give away Young Gravy tickets.
I don't even know what that means.
No, the funny thing is, James, no one knows.
Look on my preview. I was like, the picture show channel. Hey, Boogie with the hoodie took.
We got tickets to. Appreciate you guys, man. Thanks for the love. Shout out X, Twitter for tuning in today. We appreciate y'all. Hit the thumbs up, like, follow, retweet button before you go, and we'll see you back here on Monday. And some of y'all behave. The hell is going on in here?
Yeah, what is going on over there?